Hello, good morning and welcome to another day in paradise here at Oulton Park. Duncan Vincent with BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. In the commentary point, blue skies, wall to wall and sunshine. Thank you very much if you are tuning in via TSL. Good morning. We're sad you can't be with us, but we're also delighted that you can tune in and be with us. The amazing modern technology that we have here. Just been working away this morning with the amazing Wes, who's on side at Brands Hatch, yet tapped into my laptop that I have here in the commentary point. It's incredible what you can do these days. And thanks very much, Wes. We are now up and running. We're also streaming live on YouTube with our newly positioned pit camera. It's looking back down the pit lane. And down the pit lane, you can probably just see a couple of the Rapid Honda guys, if you're tuning in on YouTube, that is. And also, Davey Hewson doing a little bit of, what's he doing there? He's doing his vlog, yeah. So Rapid Honda Dave Hewson doing his vlog. I've had to have the blinds in the commentary box down thus far. Otherwise, it's starting to get like a bit of a sauna in here. It is so incredibly hot. But the first session is on track, and you'll see it's the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship and Rocket Off F900R Cup if you're watching the live timing via TSL, which is great to know that you are. And if you're on the YouTube, welcome, welcome, welcome. That's what we say. Good views yesterday, good listening figures. That's what we like to see. And I know a lot of you were missing not actually being here. It's different. A lot of you come to the actual Donington Park test, which is in a Friday and a Saturday. But the Oulton Park midweek test, slightly different for spectator numbers, although there was quite a few people in the bankings here yesterday. The next time we roll into Oulton Park will be for round number 1, which we're all very much looking forward to. The bank holiday weekend is always a fan favourite and a rider favourite as well. Ted Wilkinson's in the pit lane nice and early actually, and I got a nice picture sent to me yesterday from, I think it's Ted's sister, Francesca, of me interviewing Ted in the pit lane. Super Ted, as he's got on the back of the leathers, the Runcorn based rider, very local, and he likes Oulton Park, treats it as a home. And I also need to now draw your attention to the unfit list that we have. So a couple of riders entered the unfit list, unfortunately, yesterday. We did already have Zach Corduroy and Bradley Peary, who we mentioned get well soon to those two guys, as they were from the Supersport side of things. But also, yesterday, Harry Gower went into that from BMW. Sean O'Reilly and Ben Hardwick, the young Canadian. So Sean O'Reilly, great shame. And Ben Hardwick, likewise, as the same for Harry. We don't like that, but that means they won't be on track today, whether they have a bit of a sore bit. But I did also see a few spills for other people yesterday. Lennon Doherty was waxing lyrical on Facebook about how he actually went really quick yesterday, much to the bemusement of his father, William. No idea how that happened. But unfortunately, Lennon tipped it off into the gravel trap. Noticed that on his family, his sisters actually update, and then a corner on Lennon's as well. So a lot of gravel into that Aprilia. Willie was fueled by Starbucks this morning. Other coffee outlets are available, just to let you know. Maybe substandard, but they are available if you want to go there. You feel free. That looks like the Doc is making his way into the pit lane now, which is quite understandable. It's what you'd expect after an off the day before. The bike gets rebuilt overnight, and then you would go and do an installation lap or maybe two, just to make sure you get a feel for it, then come back in the pit lane and report back to base camp. That's what he's doing right now, as I looked in the far end of the pit lane with the lovely new Nikon binoculars that we have here. Lennon just having a bit of a chat to his dad. The Simceris Creole in the background. Rory Skinner now leans in to have a chat with Lennon Doherty as well, clutching a cup of tea in his hand is Rory. And out comes Dad with the adjustment on top of the forks. So that looks like he's putting a couple of wines off each of the top forks. That's maybe a little bit peeled off. And Lennon now rumbles back down the pit lane and heads out. Pink mudguard on it today, pink hugger. I think that's new. I didn't see that yesterday. But that's good that bike's managed to get rebuilt and get back out onto track. There was a couple of other people who did tip off yesterday, but let's hope the bikes aren't too badly damaged. Let's hope everything is A-OK in that frame, and they will be able to pull some good laps today, because that's what this is all about. This is our last day of official testing with the British Superbike Championship before we head into round number 1. So this morning as I came in, stopped off at the local garage to get a few supplies, litres of water, several litres of water, and a little bit of lunch. Looking at the protein side of things today, trying to think that protein will keep me going because there's a long drive home at the end of the night. So that's where my head's at. And I bumped into the MMB boys. You know, young James McManus standing there with the biggest basket of food you've ever seen in your life. I think he's emptied the fridge out. I said, that's not just for you. He says, no, I'm buying it for the team. This is lunch. And then Eugene stumbles round the corner as well. And I had to ask, how did you boys get on yesterday? James says, yeah, it was good. I had a good time in the Supersport. It was ideal. Clutching his basket of groceries. Eugene didn't have anything in his hands, actually, from what I remember. But he said, I struggled a little bit. The Superbike is a different animal around here. You have to feel for all the rookies who are in the class, because it's a roller coaster track, and we heard so many great things. We've had so many great riders talking about this. I caught Sylvain Gintoli last night talking about it on an Instagram with Hodgie and Gav. And it was true, I forgot that Sylvain did that whole year, and he knows what it's like to race and ride a Superbike around this place. And he says by far the BSB bike is one of the hardest bikes that you'll ever ride in the world. So physical, the way it is, it's a proper animal of a Superbike. And that's what we want. We want it to be down to the riders. We don't want it to be electronically controlled. But Eugene did say, I'm struggling a bit. I haven't had a lot of testing. And I stopped him and said, but you were pretty impressive at Donington. And it's almost like he doesn't like to get the praise. You know, he almost looks a bit awkward when I say it to him. But he did impress me an awful lot, as his teammate Rhys Irwin did. But anyway, we left, and it was good. The boys, the whole MMB team were there, and the Master Mac fleece that young Eugene was wearing. Wish those boys good luck this year. James needs to have a good year, really he does. He didn't have a lot of luck last year. He did become a father, which was brilliant for him. But unfortunately, that nasty injury which he picked up at Snetterton wasn't the greatest at all. So there we go. We'll move on from that. That was the morning's fun in the petrol station, picking up some supplies and getting ourselves ready in the commentary point today. Which, if you are again watching on the YouTube, you'll see we've got a camera looking down pit lane. It's the best we can do just now, but it's a step forward. We're changing things on a daily basis here at BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki K Options. So much so that the phone call stopped this morning with Wes at 8:59 on the dot, and I says I need to get ready. I'm on air in a minute. So that's all right up to the very last point. Number 7 has fallen at Cascades. The rider is okay. That's Jacob Stevenson on the Rev to Race Yamaha. It's a shame for Jakey Stevenson. He's gone down at Cascades, which is an easy thing to do when you're making your way along towards it. There's a kind of roller coasters on the way through Denton's in towards the top of it. And then the bottom of it, it's a fast corner, which has just got a bit of camber change on the actual exit. So unfortunately, he has gone and slipped off there. But the rider is badged as okay, and that's what we like to see. And it's one of the first things that we will always look for, and we'll try and bring you up to date with everything that's going on around the circuit. If a rider does happen to slip off, sometimes you don't get information straight away, but it does usually come from Deputy Race Director Claire Neat. I'm hoping to try and get a few guests into the commentary point at some point throughout the day to get them into the box and see if we can have a bit of a chat. I bumped into very briefly to Stuart Higgs and Philip Neal yesterday. I would love to try and get Philip Neal in the commentary box, just to have a bit of a chat about the racing dynasty that I've been talking a lot about at these two tests. But I would love to get Philip's actual take on it himself, and that would be something that would be pretty cool to hear from the man behind the TES Cheshire Moulding Yamaha squad this year. And also, here's a shout out as well. Now, I mentioned it yesterday quite a lot, but I neglected to mention a second sponsor of the team, and Alan from AGN Steelstock. I do apologise. Yes, Batham's AGN Ducati. Must get the AGN at the back of that. I missed that basically all day yesterday. And I do want to apologise to Alan and the guys, the lovely people at AGN Steelstock. So I'm glad I've got that one over the line. I even asked Darren Fry to contact Alan from and just tell him oops, but it will be remedied throughout the course of Wednesday. And what a fabulous Wednesday we have here. Just pull the blind up on the commentary box just a little bit and let some of that lovely Cheshire sunshine come in through these big windows that we have here at Oulton Park. Sam Green on the NW Racing Aprilia is in pit lane. He is just getting a stand put in the bike. He steps off, has a bit of a chat, stretches himself out. The front stand now goes in for Sam. Quite small in stature, but reminds me a lot of Josh Owens actually when I see him. The same kind of stocky figure as he bends down and picks the water bottle up and having a bit of a chat. This is the good thing about testing. There's a lot of time for the guys to go out and come in, and it doesn't have the same kind of high pressure environment that you have when you come to an actual race meeting. Testing can be a lot more relaxed as long as you get the work done that you plan and do some laps. This isn't just riders riding around the circuit as the black and orange flag comes out for Ed Best. Tim Sidis Kawasaki being black flagged, and Ed Best sees that instantly and pulls off going in towards Old Hall Corner. That's because he's a seasoned pro. Said that he stopped in a rather wonky position there, which isn't the best. But yeah, we've got a yellow board in towards turn number 1 at Old Hall Corner. So the black and orange flag, or the meatball flag as Larry Carter does like to call it, the black and orange flag, get off the circuit now, effectively. Don't try and ride it back around to the pit lane, just get off the circuit. There's obviously, there could be fluid or smoke or something leaking from that machine, and that's what Ed Best has done. And the Port West Race Safe marshals will then go and have a little chat. They'll have a check of the bike. They'll make sure, well, the first thing they do is to make sure the bike's not wet, if it's got any oil on it or if it's losing some fluid elsewhere. That's what they'll do. They'll check back and send a report to race control. And it could be anything. It could be flapping bodywork, but we don't know. But the good thing is he's off the track. And that's how good our marshals are here. The marshals spot that. That's probably been spotted just going through second to last corner. And by the time he gets through the next two, there's already a warning sign out for him and he's pulled off the circuit. There used to be that many years ago that flag was only shown from the actual start line. So, you know, you could be in all sorts of problems, and that flag was only ever shown from the start line, especially in car racing. But that's been updated through the course of the years, and these new light panels that we have around all these circuits in the UK, which are controlled from a central point in race direction, which is seriously cool. They can do absolutely everything through these light panels. And it has brought circuit safety so much further forward. They're bright, they're high intensity, and they're backed up with our great marshals. They can also be controlled locally. Marshals can control them locally on little light panel boxes themselves. Is that Harley McCabe? It certainly was. Harley McCabe goes into turn number 1. He had a good day yesterday, actually. He had a good day. He was looking very happy with what he was doing, what he was up to. And a happy Harley is usually quite a fast Harley, and that's what you look for. The combined classification was Alfie Davidson fastest. Now I got confused yesterday, and I do apologise for this. But when it's flashing past in towards the garage on a set of leathers, 28 and 26 do look similar. So you'll need to take my apologies for that one, but Alfie Davidson was fastest on the IN competition Aprilia, and he has been pretty much the man in charge of this test. He was quickest from Rossi Banham and Zach Shelton, with Lewis Smart and Kieran Kent. Harley McCabe ahead of Harry Cook, Charlie Atkins, Ted Wilkinson and Charlie Barnes. Now I can tell you that the bikes downstairs have fired up, because they fire them up in the garage and all the fumes come up into the commentary box. And my eyes are starting to nip a little bit, so I maybe need to try and open the back door and get some fresh air in here before your commentator passes out through these bikes that have been started up and running for some 20 odd minutes now. The least of my problems really, though, as we have a look and see Ollie Walker making his way back out on to the circuit. Ollie Walker, if I'm not mistaken, all in black there as he was going out. Just confirm that in a second. Yes, it was Ollie. Dressed in black. Young Harrison McKay in the pit lane, having a word with Ash Barnes. Dave Hewson looks on. Mum Tammy there as well, but it's a different team having a word with him there. Actually, it's Ash Barnes. So he's with our Madden Marine Cables, Harrison McKay, and that was Mark Hanna chatting to him, with Mum Tammy and Ash Barnes, who's bespectacled today. He's looking warming up his legs in the pit lane, getting ready to go. Declan Connell also had a good day yesterday, as did Jamie Coward. And the red flag has popped out. If you're looking at live timing, you'll see that along the bottom of the screen. The red flag has come out here at Oulton Park for an early stop to this session, controlled stoppage. And we will wait and get some information and bring it to you as and when we can. But right now, we're looking towards the far end of pit lane, and it does look like there's a couple of riders down at the exit of Britain's Hilltop. We'll come back to that in just a second. Then Doherty comes in, Jack Knights. He's been in the pit lane for quite some time, young Jack. And here come the rest of the crew. Peter Willis parks the CF Moto up. Aidan Davey, who stepped off that bike yesterday. I did stop and see his dad last night as I was leaving the circuit, last man I spoke to. And then I got followed all the way back to the hotel by Michael Dunlop, which I was kind of worried me about, this big black X5 in my mirrors. But I did ask, is Aidan okay? And he said, yes, Aidan is okay. There's no real worry there. We should be all good to get the bike built today and get back up and running. But we're under a red flag here at Oulton Park for the official RNG test. It's the final official test day before we go into round number 1 and the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship and Rockeroff F900R Cup. With we've got just over 10 minutes of the session to go. Whether they get back here on track, we'll find out in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's Duncan Vincent bringing you live footage. Now's the time to probably put that kettle on, grab that cup of tea, and make sure that earpod's hiding if you're at work. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Green flag once again here at Oulton Park for the last just over 5 minutes of the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship and rocket off BMW F900R Cup. After that red flag, and still thankfully conditions are absolutely fabulous. Wall-to-wall sunshine. Yes, we don't maybe have the temperature that you have if you're listening abroad, but we do have some nice, consistent dry track. The wind may pick up later in the day, but the riders were saying, yeah, nothing compared to what they had at Donington previously. So look, see young Harrison McKay passing. There's Dom Herbertson walking down the pit lane, actually, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like him anyway. Certainly does. The man who was at the Knock Hill Racing Circuit with the Triumph just a week or so ago. Doing a bit of local club racing, which was good to see him up there. We've also got Declan Connell stretching in the pit lane, making sure he's getting ready to go. And if we look an awful long way up the pit lane, we can see a big group of, I'm going to say the teams where they are. It's the Sim Cities team that I do always seem to spot the lovely colour that they have. And way up there, Fraser Rogers just walking through that pack of people just now, as we see over our shoulder bike coming into the pit lane. Now that is bike number 43, which to me, if I look at my sheet here, I'm just going to make sure on this, is Ben Hardwick's bike, but it won't be Ben Hardwick on the bike because he is on the injured unfit list. So I think what the team have done here at MPR Racing, they have rebuilt the bike and they're just wanting the bike to go out there and do a few laps to make sure it's pointing in the right direction. Which is quite a good move, actually. Team come in, they seem happy with it. And away back out onto the circuit they go. So the green board's all illuminated around the circuit, showing that the track is fit and trick to go, which is good. So the riders will be happy to go out there for another couple of minutes just to make sure they can finish the session off in style. And young Harley McCabe fastest at this point in the day from Alfie Davidson, with Jacob Stevenson, who unfortunately slipped off. Lennon Doherty as well. Rossi Barham, I believe, was the other one who possibly went missing out there, but we're still waiting for confirmation for that to come up on our TSL timing screen. And it's Anthony Johnston who is out there on the Ben Hardwick bike, which MPR Racing, good work. Like, get the bike fixed. Poor Ben, let's get you fixed up and back for round one, if we can get that to happen, and we'll get Anthony Johnston on the bike. So that's confirmed from TSL Sam, which is good news. That he says the unfit list is there. And I did notice that Ben was on that, so it's good to see that Anthony Johnson out there, and he is replacing today, so we can get some action. So the 2-minute board now flies down in the pit exit, which means there's 2 minutes of track time left, and those 2 minutes are valuable for anybody on track. Just to try and make sure they can run through the run program and make sure everything's okay. Ted Wilkinson across the line, looking really, really racy and fast, and Ted is inside that top 10, finds himself in 6th place, ahead of young Peter Willis, who in my eyes is doing a fabulous job. Aidan Davey has got back out on track after yesterday's tumbles, and remember I mentioned Cameron Dawson. Well, Twin Cam arrived at Donington Park and was incredibly fast on the Power Slide Suzuki, which we're delighted to see. They're not testing here. No, they're not testing here. I said, why? He goes, we've just not got 100% things ready yet, so we'll be fine. We're in a good place. And I think we saw that with everybody. So in that team, the Power Slide Suzuki's fabulously prepared bikes. So we'll wait and get those guys back for round number 1. Interesting that Cameron's here just kind of, I'm going to say mooching around, just making sure that everything is okay. And there's nothing worse, I think, though. Well, I do know when you're a racer and you're not actually taking part. There's no place that you don't want to be there, put it that way. Zach Shelton's just gone to the top of the times on the XMT Triumph. But Chris from XMT, who got a little bit giddy on the microphone when I spoke to him in the pit lane garages at Donington. But he does such a good thing for these young riders. They're his bikes, he gets sponsors in, and he doesn't take money off the riders to ride the bikes, which I think is fabulous. It's a huge commitment, massive commitment. And yeah, the riders, they really do know how lucky they actually are to be in that situation. Checker flag flies here with Zach Shelton fastest, who just puts in a lap 200ths of a second quicker than Alfie Davidson at the end, with Harley McCabe, Lennon Doherty up into 4th place on his Aprilia Sportbike. Dad Willie will be having a moment down there. He's inside the top 5, considering Willie wants to get rid of the Aprilia, and Lennon's persevering with it and pushing on. But he now knows how he's got to ride it. I think he spoke with Fenton Seabright, and there's a man, there's a name, Fenton Harrison Seabright. As the cat in the hat walks down the pit lane, Stuart Hicken heading towards the Hawk garage. But Fenton Seabright told Lennon how you have to ride the Aprilia. You've got to ride it aggressively to generate the lap time. And I think that was like a light bulb moment going off in young Lennon's head. And we saw how Fenton rode that bike last year so aggressively, but it worked. But Zach Shelton, fastest from Alfie Davidson, Harley McCabe, Lennon Doherty and Jacob Stevenson. With Ed Best, Rossi Banham, Ted Wilkinson, Peter Willis and Ollie Walker rounding out the top 10. Rossi Banham must have been the rider who slipped off at the back of the circuit there. He's now been updated onto the unfit list almost immediately. So it's a great shame that Rossi's test comes to an end, but hopefully he'll be back fit and ready for round number 1. So that was all Sportbike. The fastest BMW today was Paul Barker, who's down in 26th position. 26th position for bike number 17, Paul Barker on the ML Motorsport BMW. Just behind him, bike number 81, Jordan Banham on the B Clear BMW. But it's pretty much sport bikes through and through. No Bobby Very today. He's not showing up for BMW, or not in this session anyway. So we'll be back with the next session in a couple of minutes as we see Ali Grant and Aidan Davies' dad making their way back round to the far side of the paddock. And all the teams follow suit, and we'll pick up with the riders. Some will be happy with that session, and some will have a little bit of work to do. But that's session number 1. Up next, we'll have Quattro Group British Supersport and Pirelli National Superstock. The Quattro Group British Supersport and Pirelli National Superstock Championship hits the track now at a nice crisp, sunny, dry Oulton Park. Good sessions yesterday. The combined times in front of me right now, which is always great. TSL give me such a fantastic service here. Little printer in the corner. The minute the session's done, 30 seconds later, bang, the sheet's coming at the front of it as David Williams makes his way out onto track on his nitrous competition Ducati. Looking lovely. Still got a sticker on the tyre though. That would keep me awake. To get that peeled off in the garage. I'm surprised Tommy Hill let that go out, but we'll leave that one just now. So yeah, Luke Stapleford was fastest on combined times, and he was quickest just about all the way. He looked very, very good and in control and comfortable yesterday. He also spoke to me, and you're always going to watch your back when you're beside Stapleford. Not meaning that in a bad way, I mean it in a jovial way. I walked out the garage with him behind me, and I instantly regretted it. But yeah, he was good. And it's always interesting to find out what he's got to say, because he's a journeyman in this class, and in this paddock he has been to the top. He's been Superbike racer, and he's now back in Supersport enjoying it. It's not a case of being back in Supersport, it's just what he wants to do, and it's where he enjoys his racing. But he said yesterday, I've seen the Ducati for a few years, I've watched it, I've raced against it, I know its strong points, and he's always fancied a shot of racing the Ducati. But it's not just about racing the Ducati, it's about racing the Ducati in the right environment with the right team. And that's what he feels he has got with the Scars racing team. And with Michael Dunlop on board as well for the roads. We know what Michael is like, he does not mess around as into the pit lane comes, is that Dom the Bomb? Tom Herbertson in the pit lane there. Just have a bit of a chat with some of his guys, or is that, actually, we'll hold back just now, I recognise that. But yeah, Luke Stapleford, great to see him just finding his feet in the Ducati, but finding his feet with huge amounts of feel and force as well. He did say that Michael Dunlop is threatening to send him a portion, whatever that may be. But we'll just kind of keep our eyes firmly fixed on that for whatever happens. But the way that Stapleford goes about his racing now, you know, he's got his core of guys around him. He's got Jack and he's got Terry, who I do call Terry Terrence, and he doesn't like it at all, and I do apologise for that. But he's got Terry around him, and Jack, he's long-time friends. They were with him when he was doing World Championship racing, so he's always had these guys on board, and it just keeps him in the right position. It really does. That was Dom the Bomb Herbertson, looking a little bit incognito today, actually, in the pit lane, who got me a slight bit confused. But he's way out onto track now on bike number 96. He brought his factory Triumph in. He's still pinching himself, is Dom. He's still pinching himself to think, he goes, can't believe I'm a factory Triumph racer. Can't believe I get factory bikes. It's something just a little bit special. And it's what every racer really wants to get. And when you do get them, it means that you've got that more opportunity to be at that sharp end. But I always remember Keith Ewan saying, you know, the factory bikes, they were better, but you had to ride them better. You know, they were actually sometimes harder to ride, but you could get more out of them. I remember hearing Keith saying that in a bit of an interview. So in the early stages of this Quattro Group British Supersport session in Pirelli National Superstock, the two classes do fit very well onto the track. They generate their lap times in a different kind of way. But they do kind of come around the same. The Supersport bike, much more a corner speed orientated way of generating a lap time. The Superstock bike, possibly a more Superbike-esque way. Stop it at the corner, turn it, pick it up onto the big fat part of the tyre and absolutely gas it out. But that doesn't mean they're going slowly around the corners at all. It means they're still on the corners, but they're still on it, but they don't have the same actual apex speed, you imagine, as a slightly more lighter, nimble Supersport bike. That was John McGuinness just flashing past. Spoke with John very briefly as I was leaving the circuit last night after being in race control, and he said, yeah, had a really good day, just spinning some really good worthwhile laps. I said, it's not another personal best, is it? He says, no, not quite yet. think I've got to get down into the 37s, he was saying. Or was it 30? Yeah, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken. I thought, wow, that's proper quick. When you look at it, what were the stock guys doing yesterday? Or was it 39, low 39s? I'll come back to that one. I'll revisit that later on and try and give you the John McGuinness truth rather than making up a story in my head, which we did have the conversation, but the numbers aren't with me first thing in the morning. Declan Connell has just gone to the top of the times as Luke Stapleford rumbles down pit lane and heads out onto the circuit. And Deco had a really good day yesterday. He's fastest of all from Jack Kennedy, with Simon Reed, again another man who had a good, strong showing yesterday. Carter Brown, Oliver Barr, Ben Luxton seems to be back on it. The ever-present Ben Luxton on the Whitecliff CDH Honda. We'll need to get used to saying that. With Paul Baker, Harrison Crosby, Ollie Bayliss. Now, I spoke with Bex yesterday, she who runs many a marathon and has signed up for another marathon, who is the PR guru for Triumph Factory Racing Team. And I said, how did Ollie get on? She goes, well, he's never raced here, so it was just about learning the circuit and finding his feet. Tom Booth-Amos was here to give him a few pointers and point him in the right direction, which was really handy. And that's a big improvement we've seen from Ollie Bayliss up into 9th place, just ahead of Ben Curry, Lucas Brown, Jack Mahaffey, and Eduardo Colombi, who slips ahead of all those guys. But it's all about finding your feet, and yeah, for Ollie Bayliss, he's got a very big learning curve as Ollie Bayliss. So I'm going to watch Max Wadsworth coming in and parking up. I'm going to push the refresh button on my unfit list, and like that, Rossi Barnum is now fit. Love it. Thank you very much, Sam Jones. He says, hit your refresh button on the unfit list. And that's a fit Mr. Well, that's good news, you know. He's been checked out, he's been released, he's been deemed to be fit, and that's exactly what he will be wanting. Needs that to happen, because we've got to get Rossi Barnum back on track in the next session. I can see Michael Dunlop making his way down the pit lane for an exit. Yeah, he's intimidating, isn't he? Just looking up, when you see him on the bike, he's here to get some valuable mileage as well. I did say to him in an interview yesterday, we missed you at Donington Park. There was a lot of people looking out for you, and he just said it's just a time scale. You know, if you've not got everything 100%, these guys won't go with 80% ready and see how it is. They will not do that, because there's almost no point. You're almost gaining nothing. You've got to make sure the bike's 100%. So he's here with the V2. Supersport bike for scars, and the big girl, as he likes to call them. He has got the lovely V4R, which is a stunning bike. I was lucky enough to get a bit of a look in the PBM garage last night when the guys were detailing, shall we say, Scott Redding's Hager PBM Ducati, and just having a nice little look about the bike, the swinging arm area. It is a lot wider than Ducatis normally are. Ducatis used to normally make riders look extremely big. Remember Scott Redding when he was a World Superbike racer, and you saw him on that Ducati? He looked enormous. It's very different now. The Ducati is a lot bigger, that bike. Leon Haslam said the seat feels a lot wider, so it is different for these guys to get used to. But they're nice bikes when you're up close to them. I said to Frank Bird, you know, how long have you had it? He goes, we've had it 11 days. And for the first 4 days, we couldn't even start it, couldn't turn it over, because there was no wiring loom. There was nothing to make the thing actually work. So it only went on the dyno on Saturday, and I had 1 day on the dyno, and then they're down here. So these things are still so incredibly almost wet behind the ears. They're so fresh. And I said, how can you start it? He goes, well, there's no wiring loom for any of the back of the dash. You did have a dash, and everything had to get made up. And I was like, well, how did you do that? He said, Phil Borley. Fabulous. And James Mead, their electronics engineer in that garage. And well, that, you know, Phil Borley comes out of retirement to help the team that he was instrumental with for so long. And that's what these guys have to do with these new Ducatis. And be interesting to keep our eyes on the progress throughout the years in the Superbike class. But let's focus on what we're on just now, because this is Supersport and Superstock. And the reason I got onto the Ducati trail and went into a cul-de-sac I couldn't get myself out of was because of Michael Dunlop, and we blame Mickey D for everything, as Mike Brown, another one of our Rhodes guests, flashes past again, signed for Russell Racing for another year. And then there's Dean Harrison. Dean Harrison and Jack Kennedy look so similar, but I have noticed the way that Dino pops up from behind the bubble, he comes up with a lot more intent, shall we say, than Jack Kennedy. Jack, a lot smaller in stature, doesn't really pop up as much as Dino. So there is something that you could maybe look at trackside and agree, if you want. I'm just pulling the commentary box blinds up a little bit so we can have a look at the bikes going past. There goes Ollie Bayliss. Where's Ollie Bayliss got to in this session? Yeah, 16th place, just nestled in behind the living legend that is John McGuinness for Ollie Bayliss. Here comes Cam Hall. He had saw Cam yesterday having a bit of a chat at the back of the garages. Looks very calm, very relaxed and reserved on a GNS Kawasaki. And GNS, the official Kawasaki race team for the Supersport programme in 2026. Ross Burridge was here yesterday, who's the man who looks after the racing division and department at Kawasaki UK. And I saw him with his little picture of Hull Oulton Park in the morning with the AGN Steelstock Moto team tagged in it and the GNS Kawasaki team tagged in it. So Ross very split between two colours. He decided to wear the Moto fleece yesterday. I wonder if we'll see him in the Kawasaki fleece today. But you know, they are basically still owned by the same parent company. The Kawasaki owns Moto. So it's a very exciting opportunity for them in the Superbike class, but also I think for Supersport as well. The GNS team proving last year that they definitely deserve the markup of official Kawasaki supported team. And also TJ Toms put on some electrifying performances for us last year, and we'll be keeping our eyes on TJ. I spoke to him yesterday and I asked, how are you? Because that's the big thing. Are you feeling okay? And he said, well, he's here, he's riding the bike, but he's pretty far from okay. He did faceplant himself off a motocross bike, which is not the thing you want to be doing. It really isn't. Hutchie in the pit lane looks on at the RK Engineering V2 Ducati as it gets its little bit of love and attention on the tyre warmer stands. And here's a chat with the guys from the Burrows Engineering race team. And that's a man who's doing a lot of jumping about through leathers as well, because we see him in these RST leathers. Oh, I should say they're all RST leathers, but we see him in his actual RST Superbike team leathers. And then when he's on the Burrows bike, he's jumping into a different set of RST leathers, which are all coloured. And it's good to see him doing that, because a lot of people wouldn't bother doing that in testing. As TJ comes in, parks out the front of the garage on the concrete apron. Michael Dunlop flashes past in towards Old Hall Corner, chased by Ryan Campion. Ryan Campion finds himself in 20th position on bike 50, just behind Freddie Barnes, but ahead of Mike Brown. Mike Brown quite high up the order there, 21st position. I do have a second page on TSL. I'm neglecting it a little bit, because we maybe don't want to go there with one television remote. If I change the television and try and change one channel on one telly, everything goes. So it's not maybe the best thing to try straight away. Not first thing in the morning, but we'll give it a shot at one point through the course of the day, and we'll bring you the other side of the TSL timing screens. As we right now look at the timings and see we have got 13 minutes of this session to go. So the sessions are slightly shorter today because we have got an introduction of another couple of classes. We've got the R&G Moto 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike who are joining us for 1 day only. They didn't do the 2 days. They've only had 1 day. They did get a 2-day test at Doyington. But I think a lot of that comes down to time off school and various other things. A lot of the youngsters who are riding in the Moto 4 British Cup, sorry, I almost went back a year there. You know, we don't like to have too many days off from school. There goes Harry Truelove with moustache onto track. He gave us one of the most entertaining interviews yesterday, and he embarrassed his girlfriend Catherine, who wasn't even here, but the poor thing was listening from afar. And Harry was talking about the moustache. A lot of people were talking about that moustache yesterday, Catherine, just to let you know, and I think a lot of people still are. Just wait till Larry Carter gets a hold of him. By the moustache. That will be the interesting point. Hutchie heads back out onto circuit. He's going to join in the circuit at Oulton corner on the exit, just behind the general Lee Johnston. And where is Lee Johnston? He's having quite a quiet test. If you have a little bit of a look for him, again, he's not on the first timing screen for Lee Johnston, which is something that you don't see very often. You really don't. It's still young Declan Connell from Dunfermline, north of the border, who is the fastest of anybody in this session, and also the fastest in the Superstock, as Jack Kennedy rumbles down pit lane, and he will join the circuit just behind Carter Brown, who leaves the Binch Pro Garage on the 3B construction and leave her yellow on one of those lovely Ducatis. Stapleford flashing by as well. Stapleford sits in second place, 10th of a second away from the back of Declan Connell. But more importantly for Luke Stapleford, he's not bothered about Declan Connell. He's looking at the time gap between himself and that man behind him, Jack Kennedy, and that is some 0.4 of a second. And that is that's the bit that they will keep an eye on. Yes, it's testing. They're going through all sorts of things. Like yesterday, I think we saw Scott Redding do a long run. We also saw Joe Talbot doing that as well in the Superbike class. And I believe PBM used one tyre for the entire day, and Scott Redding was still putting green sectors in. A few of the Superbike riders did put a tyre in towards the end to see what they can do, to see if it would bring them further up, and it definitely did. Storm Stacey, well, he put a tyre in, we know that, because he was very vocal about it. But look at what he did yesterday, fastest overall, doing 33s around Oulton Park, and it's all because he had a whoop band on, apparently, whatever that is. He says track day riders need to get a whoop band. You do 33s around Oulton Park, and that went out on social media. But yeah, a lot of people not putting tyres in yesterday. If we're going to have a run for a lap time and a headline grabbing achievement towards the end of the day, today would be the day you would like to do that. And I suppose the big question on everybody's lips is, can Storm Stacey do it back-to-back days? Will we see him do it twice? Well, I just think I actually went into the garage last night and I shook Storm's hand, I shook Michael Rutter's hand, and I also shook Ray Stringer's hand, because remember I went to that garage at Dorrington and it was a pretty sad place to be. They were scratching their head, they had all sorts of problems. Look at the work they've done with Motec since those 2 test days at Dorrington Park, and they've come here with a completely different motorcycle underneath Storm Stacey that does what it wants to do. It's not stopping, it's being predictable, and Storm delivering on all fronts. Yes, they've got 2 bikes in that garage, so I think they're still on the one that Ray Stringer, Professor Ray Stringer's badging as the test mule, and the race bike will probably get built into the same specification that the test mule is in, but we'll get official confirmation of that in the Superbike session after the Superbike session, when we have a bit of a chat with the guys in pit lane. Oliver Barr's come up to 4th place. He's gone up 3 places during the ramblings that I just had there, and OB with a 138.038. All the 38s for OB, 138.038. He goes ahead of number 51 Blaze Baker, who's up there. Blaze Baker, second in stock class. We know how fast Blaze Baker is because we remember him from the Ducati Tri-Options, and he's a South African champion as well. Didn't really get to see the true potential for Blaze Baker last year. Showed some good speed in the Superbike class, but coming into Pirelli National Superstock, this one could be interesting for Blaze Baker. Declan Connell comes out of the garage. I love how Deco always has a little look up and gives me a thumbs up. That's making my day. Throws the leg over the bike, fist pump to the Rapid team. That's a relationship that's going really well. And it's different for Dad Jimmy, because he was the hands-on de facto mechanic. He did everything. He was transportation, logistics. He was food and beverage manager. He was entertainment officer, although Leona sometimes took over that because she was way better at it. And he was also the mechanic and chief engineer, along with Jamie. But that's kind of changed a little bit at Rapid. You know, JC has to take a step back, Declan's dad. But he's managing to deal with that, and maybe that's a little bit less of a stress for him at a race weekend now, which I do hope he is enjoying. That's what we'd like to see. Deco heads back out on the track. Jack Kennedy's slipped ahead of Luke Stapleford to be the fastest in Supersport, and Jack Kennedy is on a potential headline grabbing lap here. 24.001 through the first sector. He's fastest of anybody through the second sector. Jack Kennedy's just gone through Clay Hill, and he's gone personal best through that area off the track as well. Kennedy heading in towards the last corner. We're in the 37s just now. If we can go sub 37 now, we'll be mightily impressed at this test. Here comes Jack Kennedy crossing the line. Does he go to the top of the times? Yes, he does. He does a 37.226. So that's quite something. Jack Kennedy puts a tenth of a second into Declan Connell, but Luke Stapleford also 37.5. Stapleford now finds himself 3/10 of a second away from the sharpest time of Jack Kennedy in Supersport, but it's still Declan Connell who's fastest in the stock class, even though he's not fastest overall. Look at Cameron Swain and Harrison Crosby just side by side in towards Old Hall Corner. And Cameron Swain, the Australian on the Powerslide Racing Suzuki 750, the G6R 750. Looked at home on that bike all day yesterday. As McGuinness again rumbles down pit lane and heads out onto the circuit. Is that Harvey Claridge coming down the pit lane here? I think it certainly is. On the Access Tech Go Racing G6R 750. The introduction of the 750 Suzuki to this class, and just pegging it back a bit. Well, it was a championship winning bike last year. Where did that bike go to, I hear you ask? I'm not sure, as Baz Burrell parks underneath us. Barry Burrell stepping away from the Rocket Off F900R Cup. At this moment in time, he finds himself on the Halliwell Jones Superstock BMW. Barry very able in any kind of formula that you put him in, any category. He'll feel at home when he's riding that bike as well, and we do know that Barry is also going to be doing a little bit of work across here at the northwest. So we wish him the best of luck for that as well. In comes Carter Brown. Carter parks up in the pit lane. And he was in fine form yesterday as Blaze Baker now rumbles down. Blaze Baker on the, is it baby blue? Baby blue and highlighter yellow for the colour scheme on that, with a black tank. Well, I'm pretty sure there's nicer colour schemes. Once it's all stickered up, it probably will look a little bit tricker. But he is in position on the bike. He's just headed back towards the garage. And how long do we have left? Only 4 minutes of the session to go. Number 43, a faller at Shell. Number 43's gone down at Shell, which says, let's have a look. I think that's it. Well, it could be one of two. So the rider's badge is okay. It could be Cameron Swain, but it could be David Williams. So we'll just have to wait on a small update coming through if it's stock or if it's Supersport Cup. Number 43. Shell, an easy place for you to make a mistake and go down. It's one of the coolest corners we have in the UK with the banking on it. It takes you all the way around and it kind of spits you out from the banking, and away you go around towards Britain's, where, remember last year we had the Peter Hickman oil cooler incident, unfortunately. I don't think anybody will forget that. A huge amount of work for everybody to start cleaning up, and it took some time, that's for sure. Now there goes Cameron Swain across the line, number 43, so that will be David Williams, who has slipped off at the exit, or at the Shell hairpin off the Nitrous Competition Ducati, which is not what he will be wanting, but he is badged as being okay for anybody who's listening on. If Caris or the team may be listening in from Nitrous Competition HQ. Adam Brown and Corey Tinker side by side across the line and in towards Old Hall Corner. A couple of teammates for this year. Corey Tinker steps into that Josh Davis Motorsport camp, and they do things really, really well in that garage. I like the way they prepare the bikes, I like the way they promote themselves at the track, and the bikes just look great. The black and the purple. Purple's a kind of a colour of, it's one of the colours I like. I think purple goes really well with yellow, but it also goes well with black. Not that I'm a graphic designer or any form of artist. Well, maybe I am, but not that artist. But Josh Davis, the JDM team, make it look so nice. And last year with that Ugly & Co sponsorship that they had, it was just fabulous to look at. Hutchie's in the pit lane, helmets off, having a chat with John Burrows down on the pit apron as Simon Reed rumbles past and heads out onto the circuit. As he does that, Mikey Hardy and Jack Mahaffey. Jack Mahaffey goes through. There goes Declan Connell. Looks nice and relaxed, Declan Connell. And there's a quick lap in coming from Luke Stapleford. He's just coming through the last corner. Just pick up the old binos and have a look towards Deer Leap. Here he comes now. Pops into my view. Does he improve? No, he doesn't. He crosses a line at 140.254. So he lost a whole chunk of time somewhere, but he managed to put a purple last sector in. So some fun and games happening there, we would imagine, for Stapleford. Maybe he's just trying to mask something. Westcam is back up and running, so we'll go away from that. We'll just show you my commentary box. The inside of the commentary box, we have got our lovely new branding for the BSB, and Kawasaki let the good times roll for BSB Radio. Great to have Kawasaki back on board. BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki with 21 seconds to go in this session as James McManus rumbles down the pit lane and looks like he's going to head back round to his garage. He is Oliver Barr. Or is that Carter Brown who's just headed back out onto the circuit? There goes Hazard Trulove with his Dale Earnhardt inspired Intimidator moustache, which he's gone all in. That's the thing with a moustache, you can't really be about the bush with it, if that makes sense. You've got to be all or nothing, and trust me, Hazza has gone all in with that moustache. The checker flag flies here for the end of the Quattro Group British Supersport and Pirelli National Superstock Championship, with Jack Kennedy the fastest in Supersport and the fastest overall. 15 laps completed in that session for Jack Kennedy. But just hang on, because purple sector 1, purple sector 2, purple sector 3 for Luke Stapleford crossing the line, goes to the top. Stapleford ends the session fastest on a 136.9. So the first man to go sub 137 is Luke Stapleford, and he does it on that last lap. Lost a little bit of time, if I'm critical, in the last sector. No real need to be. But Stapleford, Kennedy, quickest in Supersport, and also Dean Harrison right at the end puts himself third. Third overall and third in Supersport, just knocks Declan Connell down to fourth place. But Deca will be happy with that session. He finishes fastest in the Superstock class. Carter Brown up into fifth place overall and finds himself fourth in Supersport, with Oliver Barr sixth, Harry Trulove seventh, Ben Curry in eighth, the two R9 Yamahas from McCann's Raceways together seventh and eighth. Ben Luxton on the Whitecliff CDH Stalker is ninth, and Harrison Crosby comes home in 10th place. Good lap from Stapleford at the end, and also an equally impressive lap from Dean Harrison. Dean Harrison with his 137.359. Ollie Bayliss comes into the pit lane directly below us on bike number 68. He gets ushered into the Factory Triumph garage. And the next session we'll have will be the first time that we see on track the R&G Moto 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with that. Don't go too far. Maybe a good time to grab yourself a bit of a drink and enjoy some of the sunshine we have at Oulton Park. Well, I clearly got a little bit excited there and missed the Superbike session and the guests and said the Moto 4 were coming out, but they'll be out later. We've got the British Superbike Championship with Pirelli on track, leaving the pit lane underneath our commentary point, basking in the sunshine. And one thing I didn't do yesterday, well, I seem to think I let you all down, I didn't get the picture of Kyle Reid's helmet, which is a shame. We'll try and get one after this session. We will go into the pit lane after this session and we'll walk down there with the pit lane microphone and make sure that we get into that nitrous competition garage. Yesterday's fastest man goes down the pit lane. Kyle comes down with a stealth black helmet on today, so he's riding in something a bit different, maybe just trying to make sure everything feels the same, which isn't a bad thing. It's like leathers. They'll have several sets of leathers, and there's no point wearing one set constantly and it'll feel great, and then if something happens you need to put a new set on and they feel a little bit different because you haven't worn them too much. There goes the pocket rocket Leon Haslam down the pit lane for Steve Wilfmour and his Moto Rapido team. I thought Steve was very honest about Leon's appraisal of the bike yesterday. He said he absolutely hated it, but they put a tyre in towards the end of the test and they managed to claw back some time. Still a bit of a chunk away from where they would like to be, but work very much in progress for Steve and the team there. But maybe that's what Kyle's doing. Maybe he's got that lovely painted helmet, and I think he had a different one before that as well. So just cycling through to make sure they all feel the same, fit the same, and making sure he's comfortable with what he's wearing and what he's got. So yesterday in combined times, the fastest man in this session, which is Superbike, with a couple of Superstock and guests. Towards the end of the session, the Superstock riders come out, and then a couple of minutes after that, the guest riders come out. So at the last 10 minutes, we have nothing but just Superbike riders on track. There's Steve Hicken. I wonder where he's going. Hope he's not coming up here. I haven't said anything wrong. He's just down for a little bit of a nosy down this end of the pit lane. The team owner from Master Mac Hawk is down here, and I wonder where he's going. Maybe just trying to get a little bit of a look and see what his boys are doing on track. But Storm Stacey was fastest yesterday in combined times. We saw 1:33.720 for Storm, and that was a pretty impressive run. Bradley Ray was second on the McCams Raceways Yamaha, 1:33.921 for Bradders. Kyle Reid third, with Max Cook a very impressive fourth, keeping the motor development and speed going. With Glenn Irwin, Scott Redding and Danny Kent, the next three. Glenn Irwin and Scott Redding both on their brand new Ducatis, as well as Kyle Reid and Storm Stacey. So a very impressive run for those guys. And Danny Kent had a slip off yesterday, just carried a little bit too much speed in towards his, and down he went on his, what's it, left hand side, he said. Yes, it was the left hand side. Ryan Vickers found himself in 8th place overall yesterday, with Andrew Irwin in 9th and Rory Skinner in 10th. Behind Rory Skinner, Josh Brooks, then Joe Talbot. Front row Joe needs to be very happy with that. I hope Darren Fry managed to calm him down and settle him overnight, and just have a word with the young man. Leon Haslam got up to 13th place, and that was a new tyre run that Leon put in there, so there maybe was a bit of biting the screen to get that lap time. He still found himself 1.3 seconds away from the guys further up the road, but a good bit of work done by the Moto Rapido team to, as Steve says, look, we've got to go through all this donkey work. It's the first time we've ridden the bike. We've got to make sure everything works perfectly. And also, there's two different engineering philosophies for exhaust technology on this new Ducati, which I find really exciting. It's like a little war amongst the aftermarket manufacturing parts. The system that comes on the Ducati, from Ducati, I'm not 100% sure what system it actually is. I'll need to look at that. The nitrous and the PBM ones, the short stubby under the bottom of the swinging arm. The Termagoni ones, which come up the side of Leon Haslam and then come out underneath the seat. It's the same that Wilf had this on the previous incarnation of Ducati when Tommy Bridewell was in the team. Speaking of Tommy Bridewell, hello. He was listening yesterday, he may be listening today, or he may be already in the gym, not 100% sure, but it was good to have Could have TB46 listening in and sending a couple of messages to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Good on you, Tommy. But I do like how there's a little bit of different engineering ideas for both of these exhaust manufacturers. They're clearly giving out good dyno figures, and one may add different areas of, you know, there's a bit. I walked into PBM and they were looking at placing weights on the top of the back seat unit. Maybe the Moto team might not have that issue because they've got an exhaust there. So that's things that you always have to look at and take into consideration as Rory Skinner flashes past. I was in speaking with series director Stuart Higgs last night, and he says a pretty good day for everybody. He'll be happy to see your boy inside the top 10. Always gives me a hard time with that. It was quite good fun. But yeah, I believe that Jackie and John from Cheshire Mouldings are going to be paying a visit to the circuit today as well. If you remember a couple of rounds last year, Cheshire Mouldings actually didn't just have the sponsorship on track. We gave them some pasture laps in the cars at lunchtime with the safety cars, which I was lucky enough to do last year. And then we've got, they had a bridge as well, just coming up Clay Hill. The Cheshire Mouldings banner was across the bridge. So some extra coverage for Jackie and John. They do love their motorcycle racing, absolutely love it. And I believe they've still got a little tie-in with the Moto World Superbike team as well. So it'll be good to catch up with Jackie and John if we see them in the pit lane or the paddock later on. Now, it's a shorter session today than it was yesterday. It's only a 50-minute session. We're already down to 42-ish minutes to go, 43 minutes to go. As Hutchie now comes out on the RST Superbike for his, it's a super stock bike he's got out on for the RST team. Again, there's been a change of leathers. Looking fabulous with the black, the pink and the blue. Kind of Cam Hall-esque, actually, as he makes his way onto track. He is some guy, Hutchie, he really is. From what that man's been through, to still have that drive, that determination and that pace. And also another man that we missed from Doynton who came back here in the stock class is David Allingham. D-Bomb put a social media post out yesterday. I gave it a bit of a like and he sent me a nice message as well. I think he's happy, just happy to be back. And another person who had a small issue yesterday is down in the pit lane with his Jones Dorland BMW. And that's Ash Barnes. Ash Beach had a slip-off yesterday, and he went down, I think it was at the Shell hairpin, if I remember correctly. So he slipped off of that Shell hairpin, and the bike came in with a whole series of gravel rash up the side of it. So they just took that bike away and decided to get ready for today. Onto the pit lane apron comes Peter Hickman. He bends down at the side of the BMW, stretches the leathers into position, and drops the number 60 LEW. The number 60 Lou 810 Racing BMW down the pit lane, puts it in first gear and away he goes. And we did, I think you probably heard the interview that we had with Hickey yesterday if you were listening, and the interview that we got was a lot more cheery than the face that was coming up towards me, put it that way. And I sometimes feel bad about going to speak to Peter. How are you doing? He rolls his eyes. It's not easy to get one of these superbikes working perfectly, and we know that they have struggled a little bit with the BMW, but time, give that team time, give them time. They got it together last year, they were quick towards the end of the year, but a little bit of work. As Hutchie's out and straight back in. Now what's going on here? Hutchie taking the gloves off, and clearly not happy with something straight away. Just watch him he's taking the left glove off, now takes the right glove off, popping the helmet off as well, is Hutchie. So as Luke Mossy rumbles past and has a look at him, something inside the helmet, there's a bit of lining that he's not liking in the helmet there, or the earplug, has the earplug fallen out and gone into the side of the helmet? I think it might well have done. We've got a red flag popping out here, so the session has come to a premature halt. As the marshals will do a bit of work around the back of the circuit there. Hutchie has stepped off that bike as they push the bike backwards in towards the garage. And a great shame for Hutchie. They didn't really get much of a lap at all, to tell you the truth. He was out there straight back in. And will we put that down to a wardrobe malfunction? We probably will, but stick that back in together and they'll get what we've got left, some 39 minutes of the session still to run. Number 4 has no working transponder in the stock class, which will be kind of frowned upon by everybody here. That's Matt Truelove on the Tag Honda, so they'll need to get that transponder up and running. Because if you can't have the transponder, it makes it very difficult for TSL to actually time you, and also you don't feature on the live tracking map, which on a daily today at Oulton Park I have to live by, because we don't have any television pictures. You've got to follow that tracking map, and you watch their sectors pop up on the timing screen, and you expect them to come through at a certain point. But if Matt Truelove's kind of gone incognito for quite some time, but the Marshal's just having a bit of work down there at Knickerbrook, and we shouldn't be too long to get this one hopefully back up and running as Jamie Coward comes back down the pit lane along with everybody else. Jamie into the Rapid Motorsport Rapid Honda team for 2026. Hands the bike to Matt Bainbridge, and he'll do a bit of a 3-point turn and then put it back in towards the garage. Number 62 was the faller at Knickerbrook. Number 62 was the rider who unfortunately slipped off there in the stock class, or the guest class. That was Sam West. I've got on my screen here, so we'll come back in just a couple of minutes with more of an update. But what have we got left? 38 minutes. The clock doesn't stop on a testy either, so the clock still continues to tick away. But we'll come back after a quite quick break, and hopefully we'll have bikes back on track here at Oulton Park. This is the British Superbike Championship on track with Pirelli, with guests and some selected stock riders. bike's making their way back out onto the circuit. Just a quick stop for a red flag. It was in a position it wasn't easy for the marshals to get to, so they had a bit of running to do to get up the hill. But thankfully all is good and back up and underway. Number 62 stock follower Knickerbrook taken to the medical centre just for a check-up, and we'll get an update on that later on. But did see Sam on his feet. But let's see what the medics actually say, because they're the trained professionals, and that's what we like to keep our eye firmly on. We have got 33 minutes of this session left. Scott Redding is fastest with a 1:34.691. And then we've got Charlie Spud Nesby, who sits in second place. Let's put a little bit of commentary box view on for the first couple of installation laps that we have with the guys going out onto the circuit. Got a really great setup here. We have got the TSL timing screens in front of us. Big television shows me timing screen number 1, which is effectively what you guys can look at home on your computer. I look on the left-hand side of me. I have a live log of everybody who crosses the line, and also any information bulletins that have been put up by the Deputy Race Director, Claire Neat. And then across here, on my right-hand side, I have got the tracker map, which is something that commentators need to look at, need to live by. It shows you the map of the circuit, and it shows you the riders on track with their number as they go around. The Superbikes I look at, they're in blue, kind of baby blue. And we have got stock bikes and also guests. They come up in different colours, which is pretty cool to see. And we'll follow them all the way into the circuit. And then obviously you can stand up and look out the actual window as I see Josh Brooks making his way down the pit lane, and Brooksy heads out onto the circuit on the Dow Honda. We've still got Ash Beach in the pit lane as David Allingham wants to head out on track, and he's going to be chased by Dan Brooks. Now D-Bomb must be one of the championship frontrunners, one of the championship favourites. Dan Brooks could be a dark horse though, and Roger from Master Mac sent a lovely text message in yesterday. He always gets in touch when the test's on. It's good to see. He's just planned his holidays all wrong pre-season, so he's missing all the testing, but he will be around for the race event, so we'll look forward to having Roger from Master Mac, long-time sponsor now of the Hawk team, and doing a cracking job. That is Richard Kerr, that is Max Cook now away out onto the circuit as well. Let's just flick the camera across into the pit lane one. You'll see Eugene McManus standing in the pit lane. His bike has been wheeled out. He's about to throw his leg over that. And that was the young man who I met in the Shell garage this morning. And he was in fine form. He says, look, I don't want to do anything silly here. Just trying to learn the bike. He actually said you almost have to learn the circuit again, because it's what he's been used to on Supersport doesn't really make it feel the same on the Superbike. Now Ash Beach still with a... I'm wondering if there's an issue with that bike actually. No, in fact, no, they're giving him the thumbs up to head out. The stealth all black Ash Beach with the grey leathers and the very distinctive luminous orange helmet heads out onto circuit. Had a good run yesterday until he unfortunately slipped off that bike. And did I see Hutchie go back out actually? Did Hutchie go back out the circuit? Yes. Hutchie is out on the circuit, that's good. After that slight wardrobe malfunction, and we haven't had one of them in quite some time. In fact, I think it was Oulton Park where a rider ride round in the... Was it possibly the Ducatis or the BMWs with his visor off? I think it was one of the first years of the BMWs. Visor popped off mid-race and they raced the entire race with no visor. That's not something that I would advise to anybody. Streamy eyes with the water, but also something could come in there, and you don't really want that actually. Storm Stacey improves and goes up into P3 on his Batham's AGN Ducati. Alan, that was just for you. I'm sorry, I'll make sure that happens for the rest of the foreseeable, as the AGN Steel Stock Moto rumbles in towards turn 1 under the guidance of Max Cook. And there goes Hickey 28th place, 3.4 seconds away. Peter Hickman's a lot faster than that, as Kyle Reid goes fastest. Statement lap from Kyle, 1:34.255. 1:34.255. Remember, in the 33s yesterday, but that's still a quick lap for this morning. Storm Stacey goes through and he replies with a 34.5. So he moves up into second place. Kyle Reid goes up 33 places, and Storm Stacey goes up 2 places to put himself a little bit further up in the mix. We'll flick it back over to the camera and show you the lovely backing once again, which we do like. Got that courtesy of Scott Fanner. Some great work done by Scott, which gives us a nice backing in the commentary box. Alan Hyde's going to love this because then we're technically separated. Joe Talbot out onto the track for another session for Front Row Joe. There's Danny Kent, chased by Luke Mossey. And Luke Mossey yesterday enjoyed watching some of the Superbike session as Mitchell Rees was the Paget rider on track. And Luke just casually going about things. Superstock Championship, Mossey, Allingham. Who else would you throw in the mix? That would Blaze Baker be a wild card? Is he a dark horse? Who knows? Bradley Ray heading out onto the circuit. He's been quite quiet this morning as the shuffle continues at the top. Here comes Glenn Irwin. Had a nudge from On the Podium prizes. The two bosses were on track with commentary from myself. It was nice to get an Instagram message, waking up to some lovely messages on my phone. It was pretty cool actually. As two Hondas side by side in the pit lane. That will be Lee Jackson and Jason O'Halloran, the O-Show. But it's Kyle Wright, Storm Stacey, Scott Redding, Ducati, with the Moto in 4th place off Max Cook. Then Charlie Spud-Nesbo on the tag Honda up there in 5th place ahead of Glenn Irwin with Richard Kerr, and another red flag popping out just now, which we don't like to see, but red flag around the circuit once again. Another premature halt for this session with 27 minutes still to go. So we will let the marshals do whatever they've got to do on track. And again, no update on the stream. And we're just starting to get into the swing of things. But we'll continue running down the board as we did get to Glenn Irwin, Richard Kerr, Joe Talbot, who was down in 8th place, or up in 8th place, with Lee Jackson and Andrew Irwin in 10th. Hutchie's back in the pit lane, and off the bike here comes Ash Beach as well. Ryan Vickers 11th fastest so far, with Danny Kent in 12th, with Leon Haslam, Rory Skinner, Josh Brooks, Brad Ray, Fraser Rogers, Ely Mikhalchik, Christian Eden and Rhys Irwin rounding out the top 20. So, bit of work for some of the marshals to do it there. Can't see too much, and I'll wait on getting an update from race direction. It's always the best as Elia comes in, and he's on a full livery today. Yesterday, the IWR team just wanted to put him out and keep him kind of more or less stealth mode. He was in the all black, but he's fully rocket oxygened up, and with Carl Cox sponsorship on that bike as well. Here comes Richard Kerr. He's going to park up. Now, he parks up the SM Racing Honda, but their Instagram page is actually AMD CL Fairburn Racing, so whether that changes, but in case you're looking for that, Peter Hickman now makes his way in as well. And it's not great for Hickey, this, because he really needs a lot more track time. He needs the track time out there to try and get to the bottom of some of the issues that he is having, and it's a bit of an issue for him. I'm going to pause. I'm going to grab myself a quick drink of water, and we'll be back with the restart in just a couple of minutes. So here we go, the green flag flutters in the breeze at the end of the pit lane. The speed gun's also in hand. You've got to watch out for that speed gun. And we are back live for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli for the Wednesday test here at Oulton Park. This is test session number 4. Just a couple of mechanical issues that we had there. Danny Kent stopped on track, and also Joe Talbot as well. So those guys were both, I think Danny Kent continued, and we had Joe Talbot needing to get a little bit of help to get back in towards the pit lane. But we're live again. That's really all that matters. As we have a look, everybody's streaming out onto the pits. There goes Connor Cummings. He did have the race bodywork on. That race bodywork has now disappeared. And a very tall figure of Connor heads out on the Batham's AGN BMW that he is on as he heads out onto track. And that deal was signed for Connor to take part in the ride the Superbike for Batham's, which I think is fabulous. And I can see them all streaming in towards the last corner. They're about to come up underneath the Oulton Park Bridge, and for the first time head towards turn number 1. It's like a race, and it's Jason O'Halloran in front from Chris Sheridan with Bradley Ray, Ryan Vickers, and everybody else in too. I think I was Charlie Spud Nesbitt, Lee Jackson and Rhys Irwin. That is a bit of a race going on along the avenue as they head down and in towards Denton's in the top of Cascades. Leon Haslam fashionably late out the pit lane, and here comes Storm Stacey. Well, we see the traditional visor nod for the helmet visor to go down. It's kind of what we normally see with Storm. He goes through the first corner, and that's one of the quickest exits we've seen from the pit lane in quite some time. Eugene McManus, again a little bit later coming out the garage than everybody else. But obviously with those 2 red flags that were quite close, we haven't had any real change in our timing page. Here comes Richard Kerr out the garage on the S&M Racing Honda. It's still Kyle Reid who is in the pit box. Kyle's not come back out actually. He's only done 7 laps. And he says he only done 28 laps in total yesterday. And when you look at that, I mean, well, front row Joe and the Moto did 27 laps in one session. So the Moto really making, the Moto team making sure that Joe Talbot is gaining experience, and the more laps you do on the Superbike around the track, the more experience you're going to get. Kyle maybe not in that area. Knows the track, knows the layouts of the track obviously extremely well, but there is a new bike, so they want to try and get as much done with that new bike as they can, and maybe doing long runs is a little bit against what they want to be doing in that area. But there we see Jason O'Halloran with a good lap, putting a bit of time and distance between everybody else. Still finds himself down in 21st position for the O-Show, a little bit further away from where he would really like to be. Is the MET Fonacab Ducati rolls out from the pit lane for the very brightly coloured Andrew Irwin, and here comes Kyle. So Kyle Reid heads onto track, followed by Andrew Irwin and Luke Hedger. Whitecliff CDH back rider Luke Hedger will be. We spoke to Luke yesterday, and I almost gave myself a little bit of a row at the end of it, saying, you know, bit of giant killing. You know, we need to come away from that, because that Whitecliff CDH team, very tiny, small team with not huge resources. They do regularly punch well above their weight, but it's maybe not nice to see the giant killing, because we expect Luke to be pretty fast. And this is a proper championship. I mean, there are no slow riders in this at all, in this paddock, in fact. But it'll be interesting to see how Luke Hedger gets on through 2026 as Michael Dunlop rolls the big girl, as he calls up, through the top of Old Hall Corner along the avenue in towards Denton's. Hickey's already gone out and come straight back in, and Peter Hickman's lap chart must look pretty awful. Out in, out in, out in, or in, out, depending on how you want to say it. But he's only done 8 laps in this session, so with only 15 minutes to go, it's not really been the most productive session that you could imagine. Bradley Ray climbs into second place, a big improvement for Brad Ray. He goes into second place, a 16th place improvement. 2/10 for second away from the fastest time by Kyle Reid. Also a personal best last time in for Max Cook and Christian Eden and Glenn Irwin. And also keeping our eyes on Leon Haslam, who put a personal best in, and we're seeing an improvement from the Moto Torpedo Ducati. It looks like it's much more where we'd expect him to be. We're just outside the top 10 now. Yesterday we were obviously going through growing pains, as we would probably call it for the new machine. And he found himself a little bit further down the timing screens than he would want to be. And I still kind of think that a little bit about Jason O'Halloran. Didn't expect to see the Osho down in 21st place and kind of continually be down there. Looks quick on track, but just not generating the overall lap time as young McManus goes in towards turn one. He's 25th place, 2.8 seconds adrift. Where's his teammate Rhys Irwin? Rhys Irwin in 20th place, 1.9 seconds adrift. So the two rookie Hawks still doing a really cracking job for both themselves to be out there in this early stage of their Superbike career. There goes Brooksy back out onto track. He's a little bit behind the beat as well, but Josh Brooks always likes to either be first or last out, doesn't he? As he makes his way onto Oulton Park in the sunshine. We're still watching that Christian Iden kind of race that's going on. Ryan Vickers trying to get involved in that, and here comes Glenn Irwin down pit lane now, standing up, stretches the RST leathers into position, positions the RI helmet perfectly on his head, and away he goes. As Storm Stacey crosses the line, goes back into P2. Ride Stacey and Ray. Now, that happened on the previous lap before, not the live lap that we've just seen Storm cross the line. But it does show that there's continued growth and development with that Batham's AG and Ducati. And I think Storm also said in his social media piece, he could probably ride a shopping trolley quick around here. He just loves it so much. Which does make you kind of laugh. It really does. But these nitrous competition Ducatis are looking very strong at this early stage in their development with that not new team, with the team. The work that's been done back at home by Nitrous with Paul Curran spearheading that with PCR, and then Tommy Hill graphic and getting the graphics on the bikes. They do look great, and it's great to see them here in full racing livery rather than just a testing livery, and that's something that not a lot of the teams have done yet, but I think there's a shortage as well of pieces and shortage of bodywork. So it's trying to make sure you have enough and you're good to go. Richard Kerr back into the pit lane. Michael Dunlop back into the pit lane. Richard goes very tight to the garage there. He's looking down the back of the bike. Whether you can see that if you're watching on the YouTube stream, you might see the actual pit lane camera. You see Michael Dunlop's black Ducati getting wheeled back in. And here comes Rory Skinner down the pit lane, fashionably out of sync. I think it's Norman Brunton that's maybe painting the helmets on Rory Skinner this year. Not mistaken. Good friend Scott Westland said that to me last night, that Norrie was painting the helmet, so I'm going to think that's Norman Brunton Race Paints from back up north of the border. Norman was a fast racer himself, actually. The guest riders have got to box for 10:51, so we're 10:49 and 35 seconds. So they'll have this lap then be in, I would imagine. And then for the last 10 minutes, we should be down to solely the Superbike riders on track. Leon has them up to 11th place now, so that's another improvement for Leon on that run. And here comes Bradley Ray. Personal best through sector number 1. Purple through sector number 2. Personal best time and speed through sector number 3, so you must see Bradley going to the top of the times. We're doing a 1:34.255. Maybe a little bit early in the day track temperature wise to get ourselves down into the 1:33s, but here comes Brooksy across the line and towards turn number 1. Brooksy followed by Bradley Ray. Bradley Ray does a 33.7. Bradley Ray, 33.7, 1:33.777 across the board, 0.4 of a second faster than Kyle Ryde, and another 10th up the road from Storm Stacey. Not the quickest lap of the week, but pretty close. Didn't see if that was a new tyre run as well. That's another interesting point. Rory Skinner crossing the line, whole flurry of quick riders. Glenn Irwin, Storm Stacey, Eli Mickelchik, Kyle Ryde, Rory Skinner, all in a group together, with Andrew Irwin just off the back of Rory Skinner, then Richard Kerr, as they make their way down through the bottom of Cascades and head along Lakeside in towards the incredibly fast Island Bend, which had a bit of resurfacing work done last year. And you could just feel that on the way in and through the apex, but a nice smooth surface for the riders. A few ripples. It's difficult to take all the undulations and bumps out of tracks when you resurface them, because nothing stays the same forever. The ground actually does move, and you know, a bump will appear. It's one of these things. It's just nature at the end of the day. But then you went from the new tarmac onto the older tarmac through the banked shell oils hairpin, and you could really see the different colours in the tarmac as well. And different colour tarmacs, well, they hold different temperatures in those bits of tarmac. If you have a really dark black tarmac, it will heat up and hold more core temperature than some of the kind of greyer looking tarmac that we have around it. It's maybe slightly older. Brad Ray comes back into the pit lane. That's a job well done for the McCams Raceways team at the end of that session. He heads to the garage as Charlie Spud Nesbitt looks over his left shoulder, pulls a tear off and heads down the pit lane to go back out with some 8 minutes of the session to go. Storm Stacey and Glenn Irwin crossing the line together. This will be good for Glenn. He'll be able to have a really good look at Storm Stacey and eye up and see what his Ducati does compared to the one that he's riding. So a really clever thing for Glenn to be doing. As a lot of riders all head for the pit lane, including Andrew Irwin. They leave Peter Hickman to come through. A whole gang of riders coming in there, including Kyle Wright, Luke Hedger and Ilya Mekelchek. I do like that. That BMW from IWR looks pretty fantastic. The Rocket Oxygen sponsorship on the side of that, and great for Ian Wallacott to, I mean, he said in his interview yesterday, come the end of last year, they had absolutely nothing. And then all of a sudden, for this to fall into his lap and to get personnel from BMW sent as well, it shows you how much BMW think of Ilya himself for the job he did last year winning the Superstock Championship, for them to send over some key personnel to crew chief the bike for Ilya, and for James Buckingham to then have to take a step back and be a team manager. It shows you that the BMW really do mean business in this championship. They've maybe lost a few bikes from the grid, but they have put another one back on it there, and they've put a really good, classy one on, and hopefully that could help them in the bigger picture. 7 minutes to go. Crossing the line again, Storm Stacey. I wonder if he knows he's dragging Glenn around, because he's just dragged Glenn onto a personal best time in the session, 1:34.745. I haven't spoke with Glenn yet. I need to try and catch a word with him. Let's see if we can catch up with him after this session. Peter Hickman. Now, he's 26th and 27th, I'll have you know, for Peter Hickman, because he's got the two Superbikes that he can go out on. He's out on bike number 2 at this moment in time, as into the pit lane comes Richard Kerr, and about to leave the pit lane once again. Another exit for Brooksy and for young Rhys Irwin. Rhys 21st, Brooksy finds himself in 18th place. We'll be questioning that, but Brooksy's been here long enough. He knows that this is testing. This is not necessarily where you need to be showing your hand. You need to be quick. You need to know you've got the speed. But it's all about bike feeling. I would imagine Brooksy will be looking more towards the bigger picture of race distances and how the bike actually feels at the end, running on a worn tyre, as Michael Dunlop heads back out onto track. And he follows Fraser Rogers, who have both now made their way back out for the last 5 minutes of this Superbike session. You can still hear Michael Dunlop's bike accelerating away in the background. So yeah, the RNG Moto 4 British Cup follows this with the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike. That's from 5:11 till 11:30. And then we go back into Pirelli Sport Bike and BMW with Supersport and Superstock before we have a lunch break at 1:10. It's a very civil test that we're having here. A bit of a lunch break for everybody, and a nice finishing time for some good track running in dry conditions. Hickey crosses the line. Vickers crosses the line as well. But Vickers crosses the line, leaving the pit lane exit. And he'll join the track just in front of Lee Jackson, who goes in and through turn number 1. So Brad Ray and Kyle Wright both sit in the pit lane. Storm Stacey's third fastest with Scott Redding in fourth on the Hager PBM Ducati, who's just started an outlap, Scott Redding. And here comes Andrew Irwin for one last set of laps, and Elia throws his leg over the BMW and will follow Andrew down pit lane and onto track. I do like a BMW when it looks like it's in the kind of factory BMW colours. That's definitely one that ticks a box for me, as Christian Eden now comes out with 4 minutes to go. Senkat Racing Yamaha, a new endeavour for the Senkat Racing team in 2026. They signed Christian pretty early on, and they got the bikes. So happy with what they've got underneath them, and I would imagine very happy with the rider. Very experienced rider, Christian Eden, across a lot of different manufacturers, and seems to be able to get the best out of almost everything. We saw him winning last year on the Kawasaki. I'm pretty sure he'll be focused firmly on what he's got for 2026, but will he look at that Moto and think, maybe that would have been good? But the Yamaha that he's on, it will come good for him and the Senkat guys, that is for sure. 3 minutes of the session to go. Glenn Irwin goes up into fourth place. Charlie Nesbitt fifth place, and Rory Skinner sixth, and a red flag again popping out at right at the end of this session. Red flag comes out as we have a little bit of a look to your internal CCTV. I don't think this session will restart now, to be honest. With 2 minutes 50 seconds off the session left, I would imagine that will be end of session pops up on screen, which race direction doing the right thing. There's no point everybody trying to hurry back to the pit lane to get back out. They're not going to get anything out of a kind of dash for the cash, as we call it, which would give them a minute. They wouldn't even get a proper lap. So unfortunately another red flag comes out there. Somebody slipping off just at the exit of the Britain's chicane. So what we're going to do, we're going to do the next session, most of a big chunk of them from up here, but I want to get down into that pit lane to try and catch up with the likes of Glenn Irwin if we can, because we want to find out what Glenn was thinking when he was going around there. What was it like following Storm Stacey? What did you notice Storm's bike doing? And is that anything that he would relate back to his team? Number 69, rider OK, Fowler at Hizzies. Thank you very much, Deputy Race Director Claire Neat. Unfortunately, that's Rhys Irwin. He was on his feet straight away. I could see him walking away from that, but you always wait till it pops up on the screen. Don't want to tempt things. The bike was left at the side of the track, so that's a good reason for a red flag. Let's the marshals then check that area where there has been a bike on its side. So there we go. Red flag brings the end of that session a little bit earlier than normal, but it's Bradley Ray who is fastest from Kyle Wright with Storm Stacey. Glenn Irwin in a good fourth place. Charlie Nesbitt a really impressive fifth place. Rory Skinner up to sixth ahead of Scott Redding in seventh. Max Cook, Lee Jackson and Christian Eden rounding out the top 10. You may say, well, where are the Honda UK bikes? Ryan Vickers 11th. With Richard Kerr in 12th, Leon Haslam, Joe Talbot, Ely Michalczyk, Andrew Irwin, Danny Kent, Josh Brooks, Fraser Rogers and Jason O'Halloran rounding out the top 20 on track in that session. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with the next session, which will be the R&G Moto 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship, and then we'll also grab our headset and we'll head down the pit lane and grab a word with some Superbike riders. Well, welcome back after a slight break there. We are back for the RNG Moto 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship. Now, I have been down into the pit lane there. I had to quickly go and use the local conveniences. And I saw a few Superbike riders, so I know they're in the pit boxes. So I am going to head down there and try and catch up with them as quickly as we possibly can. But I am duty bound to introduce to you the RNG Moto 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship. It's their first test here at Oulton Park. We did have them for a couple of days at Donington, so they have had a lot of track time, but this is the first that we have seen them at Oulton Park. Now, if we have a look back at Donington Park, it was Jack Dunnaby who was fastest off the Moto 4 brigade from Ryan Frost and Harrison Day. Now, Jack Dunnaby stays with his same team. He stays with the RS Racing Cavara Projects team, as does Ryan Frost stay with his team. He's a Fibertech MLAV Honda rider, and that's going to be an interesting battle throughout the course of the year with those two guys. I'm guaranteed. Then we've got Harrison Day, who's on the LRA Moto supported by HV Solutions Honda. Now, Harrison Day is the son of Josh Day, who was a pretty good hot rider himself and is an even, well, hotter, shall we say, taking nothing away from his riding, spray painter. So Harrison Day is going to be one that we need to watch out for. Another one of these new fast rookies that is coming towards this class. Jack Burrows was a very respectable 4th place, showing the improvement he made all through the previous year, carries on in towards the start of this year, and Clayton Edmonds was 5th. Mason Foster was 6th fastest, with newcomer Tyler Humphreys into the MLAV squad in 7th. Marco Holt was 8th, and then we got to the first of our junior sport bike, and it was Isaac Mark who was the fastest in junior sport bike. They have got a 1P Mobile sponsor, title sponsor of 1P Mobile, which I think is pretty fabulous. 1P Mobile has been part of the BSB family for quite some time. You've probably seen their boarding around the circuit, and data is brought to you by 1P Mobile, but also they've now stepped up and taken on the actual title sponsorship of the new National Junior Sportbike Championship, which takes in, well, we kind of touched on this when we were at Donington Park, the outgoing Super Teen Championship, which had a great couple of years, great 2 or 3 years running with that, the ZX4 Kawasaki ZX4 RRs, but the numbers starting to get to an almost unmanageable point in Sportbike. This is a great formula and a feeder series for the British Sportbike Championship, so that's exactly what we're seeing happening in front of us. Isaac Mark was the fastest on his junior sport bike. He was 9th fastest overall, just ahead of Luke Fitchett, who is another rookie to the Moto 4 side of things, in 10th place. Ben Jolliffe, who was Moto 4 last year, steps up in towards junior sport bike. So there's the progression you can see from Moto 4 to junior sport bike to sport bike, or maybe even Supersport. So that's exactly what the whole thing is intended to do. Hudson Cooper was 12th with Henry Ross in 13th, Joshua Williams 14th, Freddie Oakley in 15th, name you'll remember, Marley McKenzie, another name you'll remember, as Rory Creeth as well in 17th, Asia Devine, Henry McCartney, and Alex Rimsel Lomas, the young Spanish rider, was 20th overall. But I'm going to now stick my headset microphone on. I'm going to make sure I've got batteries that we are fully up to speed with and charged with. We'll head down into the pit lane, and we'll go and do some interviews with some of the Superbike riders. We'll see who is still hanging around for us doing a debrief. I did pop into Hawk to make sure that Rhys Irwin was okay, and yes, one of the team members says yeah, he's fine. A little sore patch in his arm, but he's made from tough stuff, is Rhys Irwin. So let me grab a stick mic, head down to the pit lane, and we'll be back in the not too distant future. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Kyle Ryde, the man who was looking on fabulous form in that one. You got a smile on the face. Bike must be feeling pretty good underneath you after that session.
Yeah, on used tyres, yeah, for sure. I've still not really had a good run at new tyres. That's only still my second set. So yeah, they've done 30 laps and was second on the timesheet. So yeah, I think we're going to have a bit of a trouble trying to do a really fast lap time on new tyres, because it doesn't really make much difference. Just the tyre and the bike feels good the whole way through the session, and on old tyres. But when you put a new one in, doesn't really make a difference. So I think going forward to qualify in the front row, we're going to have to make a different sort of setting to do that. But yeah, happy with the bike.
What are you working away doing? What's the programme that you and Shannon are ultimately want to take off leaving here?
I mean, we've got a brand new bike and we've got 2 days to figure out what works and what don't. And we're at a track where it's a bit like Cadwell. You've got to do laps to figure out what's right and what's wrong. You can't keep pulling in and out of the pits and trying different things, and you don't really know what works. So you just have to keep riding the bike. Obviously, we could, if we had a week here, we probably still didn't have enough time. So there's a lot of things you can change on this bike. It's a little bit more complicated than the Yamaha. So yeah, I mean, if I was in 10th, I'd be a bit fuming. But we've not tried a lot, and we've been in the top 3 the last couple of sessions. So I'm very happy. Very lucky with the weather. I mean, if we didn't have this, we would have been knackered going into round 1, and we'd have been chasing, obviously, people like Brad that have got the same settings from last year. So for us, obviously, great thing that the weather's been good for the last 2 days. We'll try and get through as much as what we can, but 2 more sessions, we're still going to be scratching our heads, but hopefully we're near the front and we can battle.
Have you and Glenn, I know you've got different riding styles, but have your kind of setup styles started to merge?
No, not yet. Glenn's miles harder in the front, rides the bike a little bit more, grabs it by its horns and rides it. I'm trying to ride it like I've been watching people ride it on TV. So I know obviously the tracks are not the same as what World Superbike do, but obviously the bike works in a way that obviously the person that keeps winning is very smooth. So I'm trying to be very smooth. Everything I do on the bike, I'm just trying to remember what I've been watching on TV. I'm just learning.
Listen, good luck. I'll let you get back into Shannon. Thank you very much, Kyle. I'm also going to see, I saw David Williams coming in there. I don't know exactly where he went to, but he's now disappeared somewhere else. So I want to make sure David was okay, because he did slide off earlier on, going through the actual, going through the Shell hairpin, if I'm not mistaken. Where's Steve Wilfmuir gone? He was here a minute ago. So I kind of see people, and all of a sudden they disappear from my line of sight. Then once I've lost them, they're gone. I think Wilf maybe is in the actual lorry in the back of the Moto repeater truck, and if that's where he is, we'll just loiter for a minute, and it'd be good to catch up with him, because I think Leon must be slightly happier with how the bike is now compared to where the bike was yesterday, because the bike yesterday was, he hated it according to Wilf, and that's a lovely picture there. I like that. That's a good picture, that. Kyle's got a nice framed picture of he on the Gorilla Yamaha. Oh, there's a thing I need to speak to you about. The helmet design. Wow, yesterday you went there with this thing. You come down the pit lane, it looked like a rainbow. It was fabulous. Where is it?
It's in the bag. It's what we used last year at Donington.
Did you?
Yeah, I used it all the way through winter, and I've only took it off for today because it stinks.
It stinks. I think it looks fabulous in the sunlight, though. Oh, there you go. So I was paying attention last year, guys, I promise you, but it just looked different in the sunshine yesterday. The sunlight really glinting off it and bringing it to life. Now, we'll pop into the garage next door. Glenn Irwin is coming back, so we've all got a word with Glenn. I'm just going to pop into Bradley Ray's garage to see if Brad can have a bit of a chat. He's just speaking with Mr. Woodage just now, the crew chief, and we'll let that kind of evolve and take its time, because we don't want to step on that. Harry Trulove's there with his, I'm not going to say ridiculous moustache, because there will be some people out there who actually like moustaches, but it's a very different kind of moustache, put it that way. As we hear all the Moto 4 bikes as well. That's Ryan Frost's bike stumping away next to us on idle, and there's a whole gang of them here. The Fibertech bikes are all lined up. Hemlar Fibertech, and we've also got a Rocket Rookies bike in the middle of that as well. Is that Carl Harris? No, it's not. It's Keelan. So we're just waiting on in fact, free game. If you're at the front of the garage, you got to be free game. And we've not spoke to this man either this week, so he's having a bit of a chat with somebody, and then we'll try and interrupt that. But Scott Redding has got to be happy with how things have gone with this new Ducati. He and the Hagar PBM team, they've got, Frank was telling me, we've got a very, very limited spares package because there just isn't anything for the bikes yet. But that will obviously get bolstered in the next couple of weeks, moving in towards where we are for round number 1. John Hepson has the tank off the bike, and he's putting on a little stand next to us. Now, I think that there must be a modified tank holder for where they were last year, and they've tried to get something again for this year. When you look at where the tank sits on this bike, it's basically Scott sits on top of that tank. It's all very much underneath him. So he's finished up in the chat. I think he's about to do a little picture now. And then we'll try and squeeze in and grab a word with him. Oh, he's doing a video. Don't want to interrupt that. We'll just move out the way. If we interrupt that, we'll get a bit of a row. Very loud in the pit lane to be doing a video on a mobile phone, but we'll catch up with Scott in a second. The team feverishly working away on that bike to try and make sure it's ready for the next one. But I think they're going to have to be happy. They've done kind of limited kind of tyre runs. They've not been throwing tyres at anything. They've just been taking their time and working away accordingly. We'll also find out from Danny Kent exactly how he is, because Danny, it was one of the causes of the red flag earlier on. And if that was the case, we hope we see he'll be okay. Good to see you, Scott Redding. You had a microphone on. I was thinking the phone will never pick you up. Good to see you. I know you've had a great winter. You've been in sunny California. Welcome back to sunny Cheshire. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Glad to be back, actually, and be riding the bike again. I was nearly 6 months off of sitting on a motorcycle. It was quite interesting the first lap around Oulton Park, but I actually felt surprisingly good. I kind of felt like I slotted into how I finished Branch Hatch with, same team. Basically, the new bike feels like the old one, but a little bit better, so that's always a positive. I was a bit kind of nervous of like, what if we have a wet Oulton Park? I'll go into round 1. That's normally how it goes for Scott, so I'm grateful to have some good weather here and get some laps in, and I went out straight away and felt comfy, so that was good. And we're just figuring out the bike. I'm struggling a bit with chatter at the moment. Obviously, we've got a new tyre this year, stiffer rubber, stiffer construction, so it's going to change the dynamic of the bike a lot. So we're just kind of weaving our way through a little bit. Did a lot of laps yesterday. Destroyed my arms and inside of my legs, but, that's what you get for having 6 months off.
And how about the arms today? Did you notice it first thing on the bike, or have you managed to work on them overnight?
Yeah, I kind of. Being a dad, you don't have much time to work on yourself anymore, but felt better than expected, because yesterday I couldn't really push the soap down in the shower, and I was like, this is going to be bad. But I gave him a little massage this morning. When you're going 100+ mile an hour around Oulton Park, you're not thinking so much about your arms. So looking forward to the second session this afternoon. And dial it in a bit more.
Scott, thank you very much. We'll let you get back inside. Fabulous. Yeah, he did have a good winter. He spent quite a lot of time abroad in California, where his wife JC is from. And yeah, good to be off the bike for that amount of time, but also not great for the arms, as he said. He put a picture on social media. His arms looked absolutely terrible. It was so red, so sore. But let's make sure that. Let's see if we can grab Danny Kent before he disappears at the back of the garage. And if he disappears at the back of the garage, we'll be quickly in tow. I just want to make sure he's okay, first of all. You okay? What happened there?
Just rider error. Just ran into his lops too quick, went across the grass, and the grass was a little bit wet, and front came underneath me, but yeah, all good.
You're good though?
Yeah, all good, go.
Thank you very much, Danny. We'll get out of the way, because we're in the middle of the garage here. Chris Anderson gives me the... I don't know if Chris just gives you a look and it frightens you. Now let's make our way up the back of the garages, because Ryan Rainey actually did phone his rider, and I know Glenn disappears back to Moto. Creature of habit is what he is. Comes in, does his debrief, and then he will disappear, and he likes to get his his away time, does Glenn, and we're all for that. It's not a problem. It's good for him to do that. I also spotted David Williams at the front of here, so let's get a word with Nitrous Competition boss, the boss man, because we need to... How you doing, buddy? Are you okay?
Say again?
Are you okay?
I'm okay, mate, yeah.
Are you rolling about the ground down there?
I was, yeah. I just thought I'd get acquainted with the gravel.
That's not the best thing to do. What happened? Talk us through it.
So, I tried to go around there in fourth, heading towards Shell Oils. I usually go around in third. Tried to get on the gas with less aggression. Didn't quite work out. Didn't have the engine braking, so just rolled on. Got a bit of a wobble under the braking. Yeah, just didn't work out. So, but from yesterday, the bike's night and day because we put stiffer springs in the front, so it's much more rideable. Yeah, so I'm hoping when we go back out, we'll get it fixed, go back out, find another couple of seconds because I'm still a couple of seconds off last year's pace. So.
Do you? At least you're okay. I'm happy about that.
Yeah, I'm all right.
You've got to be incredibly proud of how this team's put together these two bikes.
It's been hard work, mate. It's been a long winter, but yeah, we're getting there. The guys are working tirelessly throughout the night. You know, especially with the lead up to this test session, going over to Ducati in Bologna, building the bikes. They were there for about a week and a half. So, and they drove back over, you know, in one day coming back. So yeah, they've done well. They're doing really well. I'm really proud of them.
I mean, you kind of know what you're getting with Kyle, but to see Glenn gel straight away, he struggled a bit with the Yamaha, but to see him back looking like Glenn Urban must be great.
Yeah, it is nice to see, mate. It feels comfortable on the bike. Again, we're still struggling with setup a little bit. It's the first time the guys have rode the bike, you know, so hopefully we'll get in the sweet spot for them and they can start pumping in those great times.
Look after yourself out there, okay?
Nice one. Cheers, Dunk.
Thank you very much, sir. David Williams, the man. Mr. Nitrous Competitioners. Kyle's girlfriend said, walked into her, she's sitting on the floor. I said, just because it's nice and sunny and you can get a little bit of sunshine today. We missed Brad because Brad's still busy talking with his race engineer. I did get an eyeball from John McGuinness, and that's pretty cool. And that means we could probably come over and say hello to John McGuinness. Hello, Mr. John McGuinness, how are you? You well?
Absolutely brilliant, yeah, in the sunshine at Oulton Park, up north of England, so yeah, in my back garden, so yeah, really enjoyed it. Enjoying working with the team. To be fair, we're just putting petrol in my bike and they just sent me off and say goodbye, come back, see you in 20 minutes.
Yeah, but that's good for you. It's very important for you to get mileage under your belt.
Yeah, there's no substitute for being on the bike, you know. My priority races are coming up and it's coming up really fast, you know, so bike fitness for me, just familiarity with the bike, familiarity with the team, and yeah, we're you know, Dean's flying as well on the road race side of it, so we're in real good shape. So yeah, just yeah, I mean, we're back here next week and see what it comes, and straight to Northwest, and it's just happening all the time, isn't it? It's mad.
You got a busy kind of couple of months coming up.
Yeah, I mean, the Isle of Man on Thursday, Friday. We're guest of honour at Stafford Show Saturday, Sunday. Back here on the Thursday, yeah, to race, then straight to Northwest, then go to Donington, then TT, yeah, so it's, I'm going to have a weekend at home for a while, but I don't want a weekend at home, I want to go racing.
Yeah, that's why you're here. You know, the commentary box is up there when the Superbikes are on. Feel free to meander up.
Yeah, we'll get my last session out there. We'll come over and have a yarn about the job here. I'm just stood there. You know, like, I've just stood next to a guy here who was the world under-21 Speedway champion. World number 5 as well, Joe Screen. So
Joe, is it?
I'm going to give him a little mention because one of the most natural, talented speedway riders and grass track riders on the planet. And probably nobody's got a clue who he is here, but I do.
Oh, I know who Joe Screen is. You had him at Knockhill for a track day.
Yeah, we've had him on the bike at Knockhill. Yeah, we just squeezed him in my leathers. Just.
Can you fit in your leathers?
I don't think you're getting him now.
Joe, he's having a go at you here, saying that you wouldn't fit in John's leathers anymore. Is that true?
I definitely wouldn't fit in John's leather anymore, but yeah, it's nice to see the lad again anyway.
Enjoying a bit of testing at Oulton Park. Good to be here.
Yeah, love it. Love coming down here. It's only local to me, so yeah, it's a sunny day. Brilliant day.
Love it. And you are a big Speedway fan, Mr. McGuinness. Who's your Speedway team? Is it the Aces?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to be fair, it probably is the Aces because that was the sort of the first team I ever went to see with my dad when I was a kid, when it was at Old Hyde Road. There's any old fans out there. It used to be like a zoo next door and a fairground, and it was like an epic thing, and that was when probably Speedway was in its heydays in the 80s or whatever. But yeah, I get to as many Speedway matches as I can, and I met some real good folk out the back of it, and obviously Joe's one of my mates and a bit of a hero of mine in his day. He left school at 16 and went straight. Left school at 16 and went straight to ride for Bellevue the next day and earned a few quid out of Speedway. But yeah, no, I love bikes. I love bikes. You know, if it's got 2 wheels, or 3 wheels, or 4 wheels, or 6 wheels like the trucker race last year, I'm in.
Anything with racing and wheels and an engine.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much. Cheers, John.
He's in fine spirits. The checkered flag has just popped out, so I would love to see if we can grab a television screen to give you guys a bit of an update as to who and where and what and when and why. And it's at the back of the AGN Steel Stock Moto Garage. It's where I need to come, and it's Claire Edmonds who's fastest from Jack Dunnaby at the checkered flag, with Ryan Frost in third place. Dunnaby getting a personal best right towards the end, but he's also on a lap that might put him to the very top as he comes round to take the checkered flag. Marley McKenzie, best of the junior sport bike, in fourth place. The next of the sport bike is Isaac Mark down in 11th. Marley went really well here last year towards the end of, at the start of the season and the end of it. He likes Oulton Park, and it plays well for him. I think Dunnaby is about to eclipse Clayton Edmonds as we wait for that to come across the line. He is personal best, fastest of all, personal best again, so he could at the checker flag pip his kind of quasi-teammate, satellite teammate, the city lifting side of RS Racing, as the Cavara Projects bike of Jack Dunnaby does go to the top of the times, a 1:48.229 for Jack Dunnaby. He eclipses Clayton Edmonds.
So we're back in the commentary point. Sorry about that in the pit lane earlier on. We missed Glenn, but I've sent Glenn a text message. Possible battery issue on Duncan's side of things. So we'll come back to that one at a later date. No stress, we will catch up with Glenn Irwin. But it's good to catch up with his teammate and his team boss. And we also had a nice long chat with John McGuinness. And Danny Kent as well was another one we wanted to speak with. Missed out getting Joe Talbot. There was nobody in that garage, but the motorbikes were both back there in the garage in the workshop being fettled. As we gave you the rundown of the Moto 4 and the Sportbike, junior Sportbike, when Duncan ran out of charge. So that it might have sounded like I fell off a cliff, but yeah, that was operator error. Very sorry about that. Pirelli British Sportbike Championship and Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup on track for test session number 5 of the weekend. They really have had a lot of good track running. It's half an hour session. And if it's this morning's anything to go by, let's recap the session and the times, because Sportbike is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger and better. Which you know, I'm a fan. Anything that brings in more manufacturers, anything that's kind of well policed, it looks good. Yeah, I'm all up for that, 100% up for that. Test session number 4 saw Zach Shelton fastest from Alfie Davidson and Harley McCabe. Harley McCabe was the standout in that one for me. He looked very, very good. And to keep up with the likes of Zach Shelton and Alfie Davidson, that's good going. So a little bit more of that from Harley McCabe, and he will be very, very happy. Lennon Doherty was a fine 4th place, and that will be, I would imagine, hopefully replicated in this session. Jacob Stevenson, well, he fell off 4 laps into the session, going through, I think it was Cascades, which is a little bit early in the day to be doing that in a session, but unfortunately that's what happened. And he was still quick, though. The Yamaha's looking a little bit more on song, shall we say, than we have seen them in previous. Behind Jacob Stevenson, we had Ed Best, Steady Eddie, on the SimCitus Kawasaki. So manufacturers in this: Triumph, Aprilia, Yamaha, Kawasaki, CF Moto, Suzuki. You know, we had Covey last year as well, which was pretty sensational. So there's a nice mixture of manufacturers. It's not turning into one type of bike needs to be used. They all work in slightly different ways. But we also saw Steady Eddie Best being given the slap on the, well, not the slap on the wrist flag, that's completely wrong. He got the mechanical issue flag, so he had to bring himself back in towards the pit lane, and he required to be checked by the marshals before he got there. Though the meatball flag came out and he saw that straight away. He stopped going in towards turn number 1. Oulton marshals checked that bike over. I don't know if they actually let Ed continue or if he had to be recovered, but that was what was happening in that session to the SimCitus Kawasaki. Rossi Banham in 7th, Ted Wilkinson in 8th, Peter Willis a really standout in 9th place, ahead of Ollie Walker, number 48, in 10th. And Ollie Walker, got to say, doing some great things out there in the all black livery that he has. But right now, everybody just effectively putting in their installation outlap from the pits to bring them round to cross the control line, and then he can start a proper lap. That's Callum Beach in the UPVC Outlet Racing Triumph as he makes his way through turn number 1. Callum stepping up in CC capacity quite considerably, and I think it's the right time in that young man's career. It says Kawasaki, okay, on his entrance form, but pretty much convinced that didn't sound like a Kawasaki. So we'll keep our eyes on that one. Some machine changes do happen from time to time, especially when they put their engine to notify they're going to be here and then change machinery. But nine times out of 10 you would notify the powers that be that you have to change the machine. But that's something we'll keep an eye on. Peter Willis goes 2nd in this session. Alfie Davidson ahead of Peter Willis on that CF Moto. Chung Feng is what CF stands for in the Moto side of things. And, well, if you're an avid watcher of Moto 2 and Moto 3, you'll see the CF Moto race teams that they have there. But also in the World Sportbike class, they have got a few more shall we say, manufacturers there, but they've just done weird things with the World Sportbike, and I don't really think they needed to do it, but you know, it's what they do is fine. We shall see that in July, or we'll see it throughout the course of the year. I don't know if Sportbike actually come to the UK. I don't think they do. But we're probably all watching intently, because we have got quite a bit of British interest in Sportbike, and you know, we keep a good eye on Supersport and Superbike. Jacob Stevenson's got himself up 29 places and put the Rev to Race Yamaha into 3rd place. And that's good, considering he went down the road yesterday. And Lennon Doherty goes P2. Well, Lennon Doherty is like a new man. He's like a new man. He's been re-chipped by Father William back home. Mother Claire obviously is well very much involved in that. Just Lennon Doherty's been sent down south, maybe with a mission and an ultimatum. Let's get it together, son. And that's exactly what that young man's done. Yes, he slipped off yesterday, but he's kind of been taken under the wing in the past couple of years by Rory Skinner, which I do like to see. They kind of all go around together. Rory Skinner, Oliver Barr, Lennon Doherty, even Lewis Rollo. You can pump Aidan Davey into that as well. Not one of them would put their hand in the pocket if they went to the bar, I can tell you that right now. But Lennon Doherty showing a real good turn of speed here, 144.1, puts him 0.2 of a second off the back of Alfie Davidson. And Alfie Davidson has been the standout at this test, I have to say. He's been the benchmark figure for everybody to try and have a look at. But what I was saying about Jacob Stevenson, the bike goes down the road, the bike gets beaten up and crashed. It takes a bit of work to get that back into one piece and get it all together. Harley McCabe, I was watching that lap incoming. He's just gone fastest of anybody. Purple, green, purple, purple, green, green, purple. So fastest of anybody, 2 personal bests, and then again another fastest last sector. And Harley McCabe put 0.6 of a second into Alfie Davidson. That's chunky. That is really chunky. 143.144. That is quicker than what we did this morning. Let me get the combined times. We did a 142 yesterday though. Alfie Davidson 42.8 for the fastest time. But I think that's possibly Harley's fastest time of the test. If we have a little look at that. He did a 43.5 yesterday, so he's gone 0.4 of a second faster today. And has the MLAV, Fibertech MLAV Aprilia squad put him out there on new terms. Well, Alfie Davidson replies with a 43.141, 0.003 of a second faster. Not a lot of time in that, less than a blink. It's a bleh. made me laugh. Yeah, but Harley McCabe is still on track, and he's gone purple through the 1st sector and the 3rd sector. So Harley McCabe, I'd imagine, possibly some new rubber on that bike, and wind him up and watch him go. But that's after a difficult year, a hard year, a learning year, you may want to add. And he comes back now with a whole head of steam, winding that bike up as he makes his way in towards Lodge. He's going to come through Lodge, and this could be a reply to Alfie Davidson. He doesn't need to find much. 3,000 is not a lot. He crosses the line, puts a 0.1 of a second back into Alfie Davidson. So it's now advantage McCabe. McCabe, Davidson. Bobby Ferry has shown up for this test. Fashionably late, missed the first one, but he comes in tow and goes 3rd place overall for Bobby Ferry's BMW. Impressive stuff. Lennon Doherty still in a good 4. Zach Shelton up 30 places into 5th. Super Ted Wilkinson, Ollie Walker, Peter Ellis, Jacob Stevenson getting shuffled a bit, and Carl Harris up there also. Carl Harris finds himself in 10th place on the number 9 Rocket Rookies sport bike. Here comes Luca Allen into the pit box. He stops. MPR Suzuki only with the one rider. Well, in fact, they've got 2 riders because Anthony Joshua was out there as well. Anthony Johnson, no, Anthony Joshua. The boxer is not on track. Anthony Johnson was out there. New tyre, getting ready for Luca Allen. So there we go, a bit of a time run going in here for Luca Allen as Jack Knights leaves the pit lane. The purple wheel comes out for Luca Allen, it gets laid down. The new black back wheel with the tyre, sticker tyre goes in there, fresh from the tyre warmer. You do sometimes have teams will fit the tyre warmer onto the bike and then remove it, but the MP team have taken the tyre warmer off. They're putting the rear wheel spindle through and making sure everything is good, just running that wheel forward, the chain and everything is good. And Luke Allen's going to come out here with a new tyre on that bike, getting ready to go. Yeah, you can't say anything wrong and get away with it, can you? You really can't. So I did correct that one. Thank you very much. Lennon Doherty's sister straight in there with the error to point out, even though I did apologise. I'll let her off for that one because she's so very, very far away. Lucky for her. Good stop this from the MP Racing team, actually. And here we go. There we go. Look at Allen in and out. Brand new tyre. And away he goes. Let's see what Luke Allen can do from getting that new tyre in. Currently sitting in 18th place. Here comes Anthony Johnson into the pit box now. Wonder if he'll get the same treatment, or is he just basically going to be running that bike to make sure it's straight? I've put my teeth back in now, and yeah, he would be. Anthony Joshua would be happy to be out there, I wouldn't have thought. Looking further down the pit lane, that's good to see Aidan Davey coming in. That bike took a fairly big knock yesterday, the CF Moto, and he's standing next to Peter. Well, the Grand Serving Award is Peter Willis is next to him. The two CF Moto boys. I can see Eddie Roberts just over the back of Aidan Davies' dad, and Eddie looking pretty happy down there as Eddie Roberts. He's got two good CF Motos. These bikes are, I'm surprised that nobody else has decided to try and get a couple of these and see if they could run them as well. But that's kind of like I suppose the importer, the factory team there. You might not want to go up against them in the first couple of years of development, because it would make the game pretty painful when you're racing against the factory squad. But nevertheless, Anthony Johnson heads back out, and he is tailed onto track by Taylor Rose on the Timbersite Racing Triumph, and a lovely, almost, is that British Racing green in that Triumph for Taylor Rose? We'll keep our eye on that next time it flashes across the line. There goes Ted Wilkinson, as ever looking pretty good. Rusty Banham back in on track as well. Rusty was the cause of a red flag earlier on, as you're much aware. He was also placed on the injured unfit list, but he came off that pretty quickly after he'd been to the medical centre and had a check-up from the neck up. So he's been removed from that, and we can carry on with what we're looking at on track. But it's good that he's back out there. The bike is now looking like it's got several different pieces of bodywork on it. But Banham finds himself in 14th place. He was one of the kind of leading lights. Joshua Proudfoot across the line and in towards turn one in his Aprilia, chased by Lewis Jones and Jack Knights. Lewis Jones on the SimCitus Kawasaki. Now something in the memory pops up with him. I think he slipped off yesterday, actually, Lewis Jones. I think he did. He was one of the unfortunate ones. Number 24 running down the pit lane, Aaron Robinson, in the Whitney Motorsport Triumph. It looked like Aaron was just doing a ride through the pit lane there to try and get away from the big group of traffic that he found himself involved in, and that's make it quite difficult. You don't want to dawdle on the racetrack. You are better to do a ride through the pit lane where it's nice and safe and controlled. Marshals, stewards, officials don't like to see people going slow on the actual track. It's never a good thing, that. One of the BMWs parked directly underneath us. Can't even see the number, but he's getting a little bit of social media filming here, which is nice to see. I also caught up with Scott Redding in the pit lane. He was doing some social media filming as well. I mean, the riders don't just step off the bike and say, this is good, that's good, and walk away. There's all sorts of other little engagements that they've got to take into consideration, whether it's for their leather sponsor, their helmet sponsor, their boots, you know, a personal sponsor, it's maybe extra team stuff. There's always work to be done as Harley McCabe comes down the pit lane and heads back out onto track. Harrison McCabe watches him, and that is that Peter Willis, or was it? Yeah, Peter Willis goes back on track, and Harrison McKay follows out on number 61. Where's young Harrison McKay? I see Mackay, so that's the problem, from north of the border. Mackay, but it's McKay, I was told. Harrison's in 19th place, ahead of Luca Allen in 20th, and here comes the Doc, rumbling down pit lane. He does look pretty cool. Those leathers need a little bit updating. There's a lot of scuffs in those ones, young Lennon. Maybe there's a new set in the van, and for testing you keep the old ones on. Lewis Smart goes ahead of Lennon Doherty. Last time across the line, Lewis goes up in 5th place, puts the Doc down 1 position, but the gap to the front, 900ths of a second. Davidson to McCabe. Alfie Davidson fastest. Callum Beach in the pit lane. I may be wrong with that manufacturer that Callum Beach is on. Looks exactly the same as the other one that was going to the pit lane, and it was a Kawasaki, just as black. But Alfie Davidson from Harley McCabe, from Zach Shelton. That's Anthony Johnson going through turn 1. He looked pretty good on that, pretty hot in towards there. Bobby Very, again, right in the middle of that behind Zach Shelton. Very with the BMW. Then it's Smart, Doherty, Wilkinson, Banham, Willis and Harris. Here comes a rev to race Yamaha of Jacob Stevenson, about to leave the pit lane. He's going to follow young Carl Harris onto track. Carl goes through on the number 9 Suzuki. And the easiest way to tell the sport bikes apart actually is they will all have coloured number boards, which we can all see. Basically the coloured number board is for what the manufacturer is. Aprilia is the purple one, Yamaha is blue, Suzuki carries yellow, so you can see the kind of natural theme colour that the manufacturer is known for. So that's a nice easy way for you to spot a sport bike and tell them apart, until they all come out with black bodywork and a set of numbers put in the front with no backing. That then makes it pretty difficult. 69 and number 6. 6 is Jack Knight, 69 is Joshua Proudfoot. They park up next to each other in the pit lane, both with the correct number backing boards on, I would like to point out. Both are Aprilias. And even with the testing bodywork, Joshua Proudfoot, who was a Yamaha rider last year, if you remember, has managed to get the purple on that for the Aprilia. It's not really a purple, it's more of, is it a, I don't want to say the wrong colour here. Violet, is it? Don't know. Yeah, that's Callum Beach, and that doesn't sound very Kawasaki-ish. That does. And I'm going to say Callum Beach has switched manufacturers. Anthony Johnson looks good on that bike in towards Terminator. A couple of bikes at the Cherry making his way towards the apex, so I'll give him that. Anthony Johnson finds himself standing in today in 27th place, and his teammate Luca Allen in 19th place. With that new tyre, Luca Allen is putting in a good lap. His personal best through one of the sectors, but I have to say, I would imagine the best is probably now gone from that tyre. It's Harley McCabe again crosses the line, and Luke Allen decides to ride through the pit lane to try and get away from some of the traffic. That's the thing, this is quite a busy session, so with there being all the sport bikes and a good handful and a bit more of the BMWs as Alfie Davidson goes out, finally clocked Alfie. It's a busy stage of the day. And rather than, as I say, dawdling on track, come in, get yourself ready and then go back out. Is that Kieran Kent going out? It is. Kieran Kent on 25. Had a good day yesterday, Kieran. He's just outside the top 10, fringes off the top 15 right now in 14th place. And Aidan Davey rockets up inside the top 5 and goes P5. 8th place improvement for Aidan Davey. And he'll be happy with that one as Charlie Atkins makes his way back out on to the circuit, the SimCities Motorsport Kawasaki. That's a good lap for Aidan Davey, a 1:43.476. If you have a look at the combined or a test 4 classification from earlier on for Aidan Davey. Remember, Aidan had a spill yesterday, so he was probably just finding his feet this morning. He was a 45.998, so he's taken a good 2 seconds off his time. But I think this morning's session would just be rebuilding a little bit of confidence and making sure everything in the bike was pointing in the right direction after it did get put down the road yesterday. And the same would be talked about for Lennon Doherty and a few others in this class, including Lewis Jones. What did Aidan Davies' time yesterday? His best time was at 44.5, so he has gone quicker today, which, you know what, he really needed to do, because he will not want to be, and I'm not meaning this in a bad way, he will not want to be beaten at a test by his rookie teammate to the class. Quite important for Aidan, that. That's heading back out onto the track. Finn and Werity. One of my favourite colour schemes, actually, the Noriyuki Hagai-esque R7 paint job. Looks stunning. Really, really tidy paint job. And the number on the front, 45. Bit of a personal favourite as well. Aaron Robinson rumbles down the pit lane on the pale blue bike, and he's going to join on just in the back of Lennon Doherty, who goes through turn 1. And the Dock has a fast line of bikes behind him, Aidan Davey and Kieran Kent, and now you can put Finnan into that bunch of riders as well, and also Charlie Barnes. Charlie Barnes in 26th and 17th place right now for Charlie, and that's okay as well. Charlie, remember, we saw doing a whole chunk of Talent Cup racing, and then decided to dip the toe in the water for Sportbike, and away you go. Before Sportbike, it was a Super Team, and then from Super Team we saw a little bit more of the Sportbike. So, yeah, lovely weather conditions here for us at Oulton Park for this test, as young Carl Harris rockets past, and so does Harley McCabe. He's done a long run in this session. Harley is now 12 laps deep. That's the most laps done by anybody, matched by Davy Grace in the BMW, and also by young Carl Harris, who's just ahead of him on that road, and Lewis Jones. So they're all on 12 laps. Everybody else just about to break into double figures. Alfie Davidson, the fastest man, who is still on track. Right on cue, in towards turn number 1. A 1:44.0 last time through, but he has done a 42.6. Alfie Davidson really is pulling no punches here. This midweek test that we have, the official RNG test. The last time we all get everybody together before round number 1 here at Oulton Park. And Alfie Davidson picking up from where he left off last year. We saw so many great things from Alfie. Really getting his elbows out towards the mid part of the year. Cardwell Park was one of the big turning points where we saw him just start to be so much more aggressive. Maybe sometimes at Cardwell a little bit too aggressive. But that seems to be the aggressive nature that you need to ride these bikes, especially the Aprilia. I did mention that earlier on after Fenton Seabury having a bit of a chat to Lennon Doherty. Bobby Very crossing the line there. I've got to say, Bobby Very looked a lot like Harley Preble. Don't know if Harley Preble's going to like that one. The colour scheme looked very, very familiar. There was no stars and stripes, but the colour scheme looked familiar. Number 7 stopped with a technical problem at Cascades. That's not good. That's Jacob Stevenson. And if I'm not mistaken, that's where he slid off yesterday. So a bit of a shame. And a little bit of work to do in that bike. Obviously the bike has been running okay, but something seems to be amiss, which has caused it to unfortunately stop again on the circuit. Peter Wellis into turn 1, chased by Alfie Davidson. Alfie Davidson just looks so much more at home on that bike. And when you've got an Aprilia, and I know there's not a factory team in this, and I said this at Donington, and I can get to say it again, there isn't a factory team in Sportbike, but if you were an Aprilia rider and you were going to be an Aprilia, the Iron competition team, they've run Aprilias for so many years. It's almost maybe in your mind that, wow, this is pretty impressive. There's Jack Bednarek on the Pirelli National Superstock bike, and there's Alfie Davidson in the Sportbike class, and that can only mean good things for those riders. Ian Newton will be a happy man, even though I did try and give him a couple of sport bikes, and I forgot about the Superstock bike. I do apologise about that, Donington. I was excited just to be back. It's like first day back at school, everybody's happy. We're all loving to be back there. It's a nice friendly test, and then we come to Oulton Park, and it's a lot more serious. Everybody's here, absolutely everybody. It's a full paddock. The living area is full as well. We just don't have the big hospitalities and the extra marquees which we would normally have round the side of the garages for some of the teams. But it's amazing how they all managed to shoehorn themselves into garages down there in the pit lane. 3 minutes of the session to go, 3.5 minutes of the session to go, and still Alfie Davison powering away at the front by 900ths of a second from young Harley McCabe. Zach Shelton in a very good third place, where he has been for quite a lot of the test, in that top 5. Then Lewis Smart and Aidan Davey. First of the BMWs comes in 6th place. That's Bobby Very. Behind Bobby Very, we go back to Sportbike class. It's Lennon Docherty, a much more improved, re-chipped Doc has been sent down from north of the border, and he's looking pretty hot this weekend. Kieran Kent in 8th, Ted Wilkinson 9th, and Rossi Banham in 10th. Peter Willis, rookie and newcomer to the class, easy for me to say, a very respectable 11th place so far on bike number 99. And in 61, Harrison McKay, another rookie, right on his tail in 12th place. That will have Dave Sellers pretty happy. Only 1.4 seconds away for young Harrison in 12th. Then we've got Carl Harris, another rookie to the class. 14 laps of this session for Carl Harris on bike number 9 as Charlie Barnes heads back out onto the circuit on the Sencar Aprilia, with some 2 minutes of the session to go. So whether they're going out, whether there's an area for practice starts, I think there is. It's always a good thing for not just young riders to do, but for every rider to go and do. Ollie Walker with a 8-place improvement puts himself up into P6 ahead of Bobby Very and just behind Aidan Davey. That's a really good run, 143.5, less than a second away from the fastest time, 9/10 of a second exactly, as Freddie Barnes walks across towards the pit wall for a little bit of a look at his brother who is on track. We did get a little bit further down to Carl Harris. Carl did make a little bit of improvement there. He's just gone ahead of Harrison McCabe, puts Harrison to 14th place. He shuffles down 2 places, Harrison, after the big increase by Ollie Walker. But the time gap to the front is still very much there. It's staying the same, and it's a small time gap. And I think that's something that the team and the family need to be quite proud of. Zach Shelton's just made his way back out onto circuit. Just feeling the brakes as he was making his way down. That's young Harrison McKay across the line. And who's he chased by there? Werity on number 45. Finn and Werity right on Harrison's heels, trying to pick up some sort of ideas for going around this Oulton Park International Circuit. Rossi Banham up into 4th place. Big jump of 7 places for Rossi, 143.235. So it's all tightening up at the sharp end. We've now got 9 bikes covered by 9/10 of a second, and the last one is Lennon Docherty in 9th. He's within a second as Kieran Kent half goes up the inside of somebody into turn 1. Kieran Kent, I think that was Callum Beach or Sean Green. They all went across the line together, but Kieran kind of levelled him with the brakes and then had to have another release of the brakes to get alongside properly. That was a little bit tight going into turn 1. From here, they'll say it was absolutely perfectly fine, but it did look a little bit tight from our point of view, our perspective, or my perspective. There's only me here in the commentary box. Ollie Walker improves again up to 5th place. Checker flag flies. The first 2 bikes to take a checker flag: Jack Knights, Harley McCabe, Carl Harris, and Ted Wilkinson. First 4 bikes all over to the line together. And a good energetic end to that session. Lennon Docherty is on a good lap. Personal best 1st sector, personal best 2nd sector for the Doc. We had to pick him up going through sector number 3. He's drifted away ever so slightly. 20.318 is his time, so he's lost 0.3 of a second in that small sector. So if he's on par, this could move him into 4th place this lap if he can hold that towards the end of the lap. And yes, it's not qualifying, but it does do a young rider's head a whole world of good if they can get a good end to their session. Here comes Lennon up across the line. Does he move up at all? Crosses the line. And he does. He goes up into 5th place. So I wasn't too far away with my prediction. 0.6 of a second, the gap from Lennon Docherty to the sharp end. He'll be happy with that one. Good laps towards the end there. 13 good strong laps in that session for him. But it's all about Alfie Davidson once again, fastest in this session, top of the times, but 900th of from 900ths of a second from Harley McCabe. It all fell into one kind of mumble coming out of my mouth there. Then we've got Zach Shelton, Rossi Barnum, Lennon Docherty. 48 Ollie Walker, 32 Lewis Smart, 38 Aidan Davey, 88 Bobby Very, the first of the BMWs. Then we've got 25 Kieran Kent, 99 Peter Willis. Good show from Peter Willis. 56 Charlie Atkins, 22 Ted Wilkinson, 14th place for 61 Harrison McKay. Good run for him as well. And 15th place, number 9 Carl Harris. Then Jacob Stevenson, who unfortunately stopped with a technical problem out there. Taylor Rose, Lewis Jones, Charlie Barnes, and then Sean Green in 20th position. Good session for the Pirelli British Sport Bikes and the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Let's grab our timetable and have a little look and see where we are. We will have the Quattro Group British Supersport and Pirelli National Superstock session, their 5th session, and then we will stop for a little bit of lunch before we roll into the British Superbikes after lunch. Don't go too far, we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the next session, Supersport and Superstock. So here we are back once again live from Oulton Park in leafy Cheshire, as they like to say, for the Quadro Group British Supersport and Pirelli National Superstock Championship. This is Wednesday test. 2-day test here, Tuesday and Wednesday, and this is test session number 5 for the Supersport and Superstock riders. And up to this point, it has been Luke Stapleford who has been very much in charge of Supersport, dominating each session on his Scar Racing Ducati and looking pretty good doing it. And Superstock, well, it's been a slightly different name that's been up the sharp end. We've seen a lot of Declan Connell, who has been there or thereabouts. Combined times yesterday, he was the fastest in the stock class, and today he's also been fastest in stock, and that's it shouldn't really come as a surprise. We've seen him doing some fabulous things since getting onto that bigger stock bike, and very, very impressive to see the continuation as he moves into the Rapid Honda team for 2026. So Stapleford in Supersport and very much in Superstock, Declan Connell. Dean Harrison needs to be mentioned as well. He has been pretty impressive. He has been so fast in every session and always right towards the end, but it doesn't necessarily, it's not been new tyres getting thrown at left, right and centre. It's all about Dean Harrison making that progress, becoming a proper bona fide Supersport racer. John McGuinness was telling us earlier on that Dean is flying, and you know it's noticed by not just us but by quite a few people, whereas John gets full of petrol and sent on his way. I do quite like that. They just fill me up with petrol and say, on you go, have some fun, we'll see you in a little while. So everybody just warming up, getting into their kind of run phase at this point. A whole flurry of bikes passing in a big long line. The last bike across there was Ollie Bayliss, and then Cameron Swain behind him. Yeah, it was this session earlier on that David Williams fell off the Ducati, the Nature's Competition Ducati at Shell Hairpin. He gave us a bit of a chat of how that went wrong for him down there. Just couldn't get the bike stopped by the sounds of things on the way in. And a little wobble and down he went, but they have managed to get that bike all fixed and back in one piece. And David, just, you know, he's been around here quite quick on the Yamaha when he was competing on that, but Ducati's a slightly different thing, so he's just taken a little while to get his head into it and get a good feeling for it as well. That's Max Wadsworth away out onto track. We can tell you that Declan Connell is still top of the times. It's 3 stock bikes at the top. In fact, it's now Ben Luxton who goes to the sharp end on the Whitecliff CDH Honda. Luxton, Connell and Crosby. Ollie Bayliss showing that he has got a really good turn of pace in Supersport, as we know and we expect to see, but learning the circuit is key to his future development in this championship, and that's what he's gone and done. He's put himself 5th fastest. Luke Stapleford crosses the line, comes up 36 places and puts himself right in the sharp end. P3 splitting the Superstock boys at the sharp end, as does Jack Kennedy also. Kennedy going P5 as we go across the line. Now this is more kind of, almost feels more like a kind of qualifying or a meaningful session, because it's a much shorter session, so you don't have a lot of time to be in and out of the pit lane. Number 78 has slipped off at his rider is okay, and I can tell you that number 78 bike, unfortunately, that's gone down at his, it's one of our Senka Racing triumphs. Freddie Barnes sliding off at his, but the rider is okay, and that's the important part of it. That might be a slow enough moment as well for the bike to carry on. I can see on the internal feed one of the riders taking a cut through, making a short lap down there, which is pretty much frowned upon at a race meeting. Dom Herberson back into the pit lane on the Factory Racing Triumph. TJ Tom's back into the pit lane as well, but I'm going to keep my eyes firmly on to see if Freddie Barnes does get okayed to come back to the pits. We saw that with Danny Kent earlier on, a bit of a slide off, and if you do slide down the road there, the bike can generally get away with it. But a red flag now coming out. So red flag has come out here, and that will bring this session to a halt. So probably wanting to go and pick that up and bring that back would be the best thing to do. Yeah, red flag here once again at Oulton Park, which is a great shame. Just having a bit of checking of what is going on around the circuit. One thing that our race direction team upstairs they'll never ever compromise on safety, and they'll always make sure that everything is 100%. And you know, it's a shorter session, so maybe to recover the bike and bring it back in would be the thing to do. But yeah, at the end of that one, Declan Connell, well, the midway point for this one with 20 minutes left to go. They'll probably get 15 minutes by the time they get back on track. Declan Connell fastest at this moment in time from Ben Luxton. So Ben Luxton did go to the top, but Connell replied back with a 1:36.303. Number 69 in stock has fallen at Shell, so there was another issue out there as well. So number 69 goes down at Shell in the stock class. That's Harrison Crosby, and that will need to get recovered. Now, is that on the way in or the way out of Shell? We're having a look at that just now. We can see something on the internal feed. I think that's on the way out, on the way out on the inside. So it's a very difficult place for any marshals to get to as well. So bit of work to do round there, that is for sure. And we shall we'll come back in a couple of minutes. But Harrison Crosby, rider his badge as being okay, fallen at Shell, and there was also another one that went missing midway through that one. But the red flag flies here, unfortunately, once again at Oulton Park for the quarter group British Supersport and Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Their test session number 5. Remember, it's a shorter session, so it's more meaningful almost in your mind, because you can't be in and out of the pits, as I said. And we'll come back after the green flag flies. The green flag flies, the green boards fly, and that means bikes can now make their way back out onto this circuit here at Oulton Park, which is good. Young Harrison Crosby is going to take a trip to the medical centre. I did see him walking in towards the back of a van, but he will go and take a trip and get checked out. But it does make it difficult when somebody goes down on the inside of the shell hairpin. It's quite far from the marshals. The marshals don't want to cross the track there. And such a busy test session that we have, I think it's always a good decision from race direction to throw out the red flag. And you can then deal with everything under a nice controlled situation, controlled environment, rather than having to risk anything, because that's just simply what we do not do here. Green flag, bikes back on track for the remaining 13 minutes. So this is effectively like a bit of a mini qualifier. Do you think we'll see tyres going in here, Duncan? Oh, I don't know. So what happens in the commentary box yourself? You need to ask yourself a question and answer it. As we look and see Ollie Bayliss heading out. I tell you what, it's a brand new tyre on Carter Brown. Yep, brand new tyre on Oliver Barr. And Oliver Barr looks over his shoulder and gives a thumbs up to Luke Stapleford. So there are a few bikes going out here with new tyres on. Let's see what the General Lee Johnson's doing. Nah, he's not putting a new tyre on. He doesn't need to get involved in that, he feels. So the bikes make their way around. Hutchie went out there as well. Again, another leather change for Hutchie. Back into the RK Engineering, the Burrows Engineering ones. RK Racing, Burrows Engineering, as Keogh Walker comes down the pit lane. And he looks over his left shoulder before heading through the inside of Old Hall and making his way into track. He looks back and sees a distant figure of Jack Kennedy is who he will be on track with. But also Max Wadsworth. Max was out there right at the start getting some clear track. Max Wadsworth, Declan Connell and Joe Sheldon Shaw all getting some really good space on track, which is what you really think you would want to do. Because you don't want your laps being compromised as you're going round here. Time is of the essence, and if you're short of it, that's going to come back and bite you. But this feels more meaningful. And I've said that quite a few times. So let's keep our eyes on the timing screen to see what changes as Cam Hall flashes through in towards turn one, as does Jake Hopper as well. And then it all goes quiet because everybody's on one part of the circuit, but here coming through now, we should get somebody else popping up past us. Max Lofthouse goes through, followed by Blaze Baker, and then John McGuinness heads out onto the track. Didn't see if that's a new tyre in the back of John McGuinness. McGuinness finds himself in 23rd place today. In there with a lot of the faster stock guys that have entered into 2026. Some of them are in with the actual, you're going to remember, Superbike class, but the ones we have here as well still pretty potent and fast. Trying to just split the numbers up and make them work accordingly to what we have on track. Shorter sessions than we had at Downton as well. They were all hour long sessions, very, very long sessions, which let them get a lot of track time and a lot of running in and out the pit lane as much as they want. But we can't run to the same time threshold here as we did at Downton Park. It was 7:15 the sessions finished on the Friday, and for the Saturday. Oulton Park a bit stricter with the noise restrictions, so we're finished at 5 o'clock sharp here during the week. As Mike Brown makes a lovely manoeuvre up the inside on Barry Burrell in towards turn number one. Mike Brown's looking pretty good on that Russell Racing R6 Yamaha. Bit of change at the sharp end. Carter Brown's new tyres brought him up 10 places and put him into P4. So that's working. Connell, Stapleford, Luxton, Carter Brown, Oliver Barr, another improvement up into 5th place. Harrison Crosby, who we saw sliding, or we didn't see him sliding off, but we saw getting picked up. He's no longer taking part in this session. He's in 6th place. And Simon Reed up 43 places for Simon Reed. An impressive run for Simon. As McGuinness completes his outlap, and he'll get another good push shot at it. As rumbling past us in the pit lane is Lee Healy on the Lee Healy Racing by Staxton's Limited Honda. And a few other of the stragglers just making their way back out into the circuit at the very end of this. Now, there's only 9 minutes to go, so they can't dawdle about on laps too much. Ben Luxton has just left the pit lane on an out lap, and if you have the availability of looking at the TSL tracker map, you will very much see just how busy the track actually is, with the blue dots, or not the blue dots, or all the dots making their way around. There's absolutely no blue dots on that screen, Duncan. There's red and yellow dots with a couple of black ones in there as well. Supersport, Superstock and Cup, Supersport Cup class, what we're seeing. But there is a huge amount of traffic. The only clear part of the lap that you can actually see and try and position yourself in is on the way from Lodge to Druids after Blaze Baker and Max Lofthouse. Then there's John McGuinness all on his own, and that's exactly how he likes it. So as we see the two, Baker and Lofthouse, cross the line now, then there's a nice big gap in the traffic if somebody wanted to slot in here. The next big through underneath Oulton Park Bridge is John McGuinness. Here he comes. McGuinness heads in towards Old Hall, and then there's a nice big long gap again. Simon Reed's done the right thing. He's pulled himself off the track through the pit lane, and Simon Reed will now put himself into that lovely big space behind John McGuinness and ahead of David Williams. And that's clever bit of work from Simon there to maximise the potential of the track. Get as much space as you can, space and time, and then Simon will go for another hot lap, one would imagine. He's in 10th place just now, so there's a little bit of a shuffle put on him, just with some people doing other hot laps. But Connaught, Stapleford, Kennedy, Luxton, Brown, Carter Brown, Oliver Barr, Blaze Baker up into 7th place. That's good going for Blaze Baker. He's showing that it's not just a one-off sessions. Every session he gets himself up towards that sharp end. And of course the Honda Fireblade that he's on, he was on a Honda Fireblade last year, albeit he was on the Superbike, but it will still have the same kind of characteristics, very much so. As I did see Corey Tinker and Mike Brown getting rather close with each other on the way in towards turn number 1, which is Old Hall. Barry Burrell back down the pit lane. Brings the Halliwell Jones. In fact, it's a Triumph he's on this time. It's not the Halliwell Jones BMW, he's on the Triumph. There goes Eduardo Colombi onto track. Spiatella, the nickname for Eduardo, finds himself in 20th position on bike number 32 as Dean Harrison again rumbles down the pit lane. And this is bang on Dean Harrison time, isn't it? He's in 16th place. Didn't see if he had a new tyre on that CBR 600RR. We could maybe come back and revisit that at another time, but this is Dino time. We expect to see him maybe pop a lap, which could get him back up into that top 5. But what we are seeing is a stonkingly fast Declan Connell coming back into the pit lane. 136.303, 9/10 of a second faster than Luke Stapleford, and a considerable chunk of time up the road from the next stock racer. Ben Luxton is 1.1 seconds behind Declan Connell. This really is a good run for the young man who works as a scaffolder in Scotland. Quick change on the Rapid Honda. Suspension change, and you know what? Those guys look really happy with what they've just sent back out on track. The young man, Declan Connell, gets unfortunately back out into a whole lot of traffic, but you know, when they're slapping the rider on the back and they're looking happy, that's good. TG Tom's right through the pit lane as all 3 bench bikes are lined up. Oliver Barr, Alistair Seeley, and then Carter Brown. They've just made their way through turn number 1 as Lee Healy goes to the top. Bike number 24, Lee Healy, 135.733, comes up 39 places. That's an impressive lap for Lee Healy. Very impressive. 1:35.7. He puts a half second into Declan Connell. And, well, that will go down pretty well. Luke Stapleford in the pit lane, not looking like he's going to... In fact, look at that. Just as I say that, he walks out from the garage and the bike appears. And Stapleford rumbles down pit lane on the Scars Ducati. And he heads out on that lovely V2 as Lee Johnston comes back into the pit lane. So I think that will be Lee Johnston's session effectively done with 3 minutes 40 seconds to go. They're not going to turn that around and get him back out onto the track this quickly. Mikey Hardy sits in the pit lane on the Astro JGR Hippo Suzuki. Mike Brown's actually gapped Corey Tinker as well on the JDM Ducati, and that's a good run for Mike Brown. Can I see Mike Brown on page number 1? No, I can't, and as I said, I'm too nervous to change the TSL timing screens because they're all LG televisions in here, and if I try one, I'll lose everything. Tom Herbertson, session complete for him. He comes in, pops the visor up and has a little word to the team. A few hand signals, maybe talking about the bike pumping a bit at the back as Carter Brown rumbles in with a silent Ducati, just sneaks underneath the shoulder of Tom Herbertson. And the session's fastest man comes in, Lee Healy, on the incredibly bright paint job that he's got. They will be very happy with what he has just gone and done. Staxon sponsorship for Lee Healy, and is about to have a bit of a look at the timing screen, the phone. And I can see a smile from inside the helmet on Lee Healy. I like that. So yeah, job well done for 24 Lee Healy, who's I would imagine that would possibly be a new tyre run. Still, put a new tyre in and actually using it and getting the best out of it. He will be a very happy man with that one as young James McManus crosses the line, chased by James Alderson. And Mikey Hardy is going back out onto track. That's for GGR Hippo Rider. Rumbles past the Old Hall hospitality suites that are to my right as I look across the track. And Mikey Hardy will be out there for another quick lap as Michael Dunlop does the exact same thing. Rumbles down pit lane and heads out, having a look at the tracker map. Declan Connell going through Cascades at this point. We'll pick him up as he goes through the first sector, which should be about now. 23.8. Compare that with his fastest 23.6 in that sector. So 2/10 down already as into the pit lane comes Oliver Barr. He's happy with his morning's work, even though we've just gone almost 20 to 1. But yeah, job well done as Declan Connell does go to the top, and there's been a bit of a shuffle on the timing screen there. So Declan Connell's gone back to the top, and where has the Lee Healy time gone? Something has happened there actually. So whether the Lee Healy time wasn't correct, but Declan Connell now goes back to the top of the times with that 1:36.3. TSL timing have updated the app. You'll be able to see that online as well. And I'll show you a picture of me scratching my head just as much as you guys are. Fix it here as well. But so here we go. Declan Connell goes back to the top. No real idea what was going on with that, but there has been a correction, and I thought Lee Healy would have been happy with that. Well, he saw himself being top of the times. Maybe he was thinking, did I do that lap time? Because maybe the time on his dash would tell him the truth. But Connell's going to end this session fastest, maybe, because Luke Stapleford is maybe about to steal it away from him. He's on a personal best first sector as Luke Stapleford. Let's see what he does as he goes through sector number 2. He's just crossed that now and is 27.3. He's lost 0.2 of a second through that sector. I wonder if he's managed to catch a little bit of traffic in that area as the checker flag now flies. Down the pit lane comes Alistair Seeley. He brings the third bench Ducati in towards the pit lane. That team's going from strength to strength. And remember I said it was Dino time? Well, it was. He went from 16th and he managed to get himself up to 8th place, Dean Harrison. So a big improvement towards the end. Still waiting for Stapleford to come through, but it does look like the lap has drifted away quite considerably from him. He's on track, tailing Ben Luxton through. Luxton crosses the line, as does Stapleford. Personal best for Luke Stapleford at the end there, and he takes a tenth of a second out of the overall lead, but he is still the fastest Supersport. An improvement in time, but not in position. And it's Declan Connell who ends the Pirelli National Superstock side of things fastest, and Luke Stapleford who takes the Quattro Group British Supersport honours at the end of that session. It's not all about lap times, but it kind of is as well. Connell, Stapleford, Kennedy, your top three, 33, 8 and 4. Number 24, Oliver Barr, a fine, solid 4th place. With number 99, Ben Luxton in 5th place. 74, Carter Brown in 6th. 51, Blaze Baker in 7th. 55, Dean Harrison in 8th. And 34, Alistair Seeley in 9th. And the top 10 rounded out by number 61, Ben Curry. We will now pause for a quick spot of refreshment, and we'll be back with the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli, with authorised riders and guests at 1:10 So don't go too far. Do hope you're enjoying the coverage. If you're not with us today and you're maybe listening at work, thank you very much. Make sure you're not going to get caught by the bus. And if you're on site, fabulous. Why not take some pictures, tag the BSB on their various social media platforms, and let us see exactly what you're seeing today. We'll be back after this lunch break. as the bikes rumble their way back out onto track here at Oulton Park. Welcome back to this afternoon's proceedings, running straight through till 5 o'clock in the sessions that we've had already. We have got a fairly busy afternoon, but this is the last kind of throws for everybody here at Oulton Park for the official RNG test. I'm Duncan Vincent, and welcome back to Oulton Park. If you're listening in and you're at work, we do hope you're enjoying the coverage. The Superbikes guests and selected Superstock riders are on track, making their way down for their installation lap. And I think the first bike out the pit lane, I think it was maybe one of the Motos, if I'm not mistaken. There was a certain necessity, a rush to get out there. And Joe Talbot was one of the first across the line in that gaggle. And it shows it just track position at these tests. Yes, they've got 50 minutes of track time, but that, as I keep saying, we're already down to 47.5, and that's just getting round one lap from the out lap to go. So it's important for these riders to make sure that they are all ready, and you've got to be ready on time. The team's got to be ready, and away you go. What we have seen today kind of mirrored what we saw yesterday. We saw a lot of fast Ducatis, but we also saw a very quick Yamaha. The man who topped the timings earlier on today was Bradley Ray, and he was second overall on combined times yesterday. Now, if you're coming into this championship in 2026, you know, Brad Ray must really be thinking, I'm in with a good shout here. There's so many new bikes in this pit lane that teams have got to get the handle on. Teams have got to get up to speed with them. He's there on a bike that he knows. It's a proven package, and it will have some upgrades for 2026, you're guaranteed. And the way Brad rides that Yamaha, it seems to gel so easy, and this will be a very telling year. He must come in here with his tail up just a little bit more. Having said that, on the flip side of that, if you're maybe Brad's other alter ego type thing, he's maybe thinking, oh, they've all got new bikes and I don't have a new bike. Be interesting to see how it works out, but we know that he's very, very quick around Oulton Park, and he showed us that this morning with a 1:33.777. Not the fastest time overall that we've had at this test. That still belongs to Storm Stacey with a 1:33.720. But it's still a pretty fast and impressive time for this morning. Let's keep our eyes on the session that is on track, and I will also keep my arms firmly on bikes towards the mid to latter part of this session, leaving the pit lane, to see if anybody is going to go out there on new tyres. They might have started the session on new tyres as well. Kyle Wade is on an extremely quick lap, and he's about to come up and cross the line, and he does a 33.8, so Kyle goes straight into the 33.8 bracket. Glenn follows him through with a 34.2, but is that Kyle's first dip into that bracket? I think it is, because he did a 34.2 earlier on today, and on combined times yesterday, no, he did a 33.9 yesterday, so still Kyle has found time. He has gone faster, and he's very open and very honest about what he actually does on track and how he feels the bike is progressing forward at this early stage of development. And I think that's great with Kyle. He never hides anything from anybody, and I know Kyle has got a lot of fans out there, and that's key for Kyle as well. He wants to perform for himself, his family, and also his fan base and his team. So to be fastest with a 33 just at this point in the season, or this point in the session, sorry, very early doors, but I wonder if that's been a new tyre that they've fitted to that bike to have a push from the word go, because that's the type of thing that these guys can do. They can hit the ground absolutely running. Ride and Irwin 1 and 2, with Cook and Talbot 3rd and 4th. So Ducati, Bimota, Ducati, Honda, BMW. Hang on, BMW? Yeah. Elia up there in 8th place, just been shuffled down a little bit after Charlie Spud Nesbitt went ahead of him. But that's very encouraging as Peter Hickman again comes back into the pit lane. And we need to keep our eyes on how that unfolds for him. Danny Kent up into 8th place. He's had 2 very minor slip-offs at this test, Danny Kent. I can't believe that helmet that I saw Kyle in yesterday was the one he'd used for the back end of last year, or most of it. It just looked so different with the sun glinting off it coming down the pit lane. Maybe I've just never seen that angle before. Storm Stacey up another 2 places. he splits the two Motos, Cook, Stacey and Talbot. And round number 1 is going to be interesting when we come back here. Storm Stacey absolutely loves this place. Remember when he was first on the BMW, it was a place where he definitely shone. And he on a Ducati, well, it's all up in the air right now. We've seen Storm do slightly longer runs. We've seen Joe Talbot do extremely long runs. But we do see Kyle and Glenn doing more short, snappy runs who are not doing a whole lot of miles, continuous miles. Richard Kerr flashes past, chased by Charlie Spud Nesbitt. And that's a whole line of bikes going towards turn number 1. Kerr Trulove, it's Trulove. I keep getting Trulove and Nesbitt's helmets mixed up. So Richard Kerr, Mary Trulove, Brad Ray, Leon Haslam, Jason O'Halloran, Fraser Rogers and Charlie Nesbitt all together on track as they made their way through turn number 1. A 5-place improvement for Lee Jackson as well. Lee up in 6th place. Gets himself right up into the mix of it. Scott Reddings arrived in 7th. And Ilya Mikulchik as well, 9th place for the BMW of Ilya. And that's great stuff for that IWR team. It really is great stuff to see him there. And look at that, Storm Stacey now 2nd place. So the improvement for Storm Stacey, lap after lap after lap. Kyle's 33.8, still tops the time, and Storm Stacey with a 34.288. Let me bring somebody in who's joining me in the commentary point. If you speak into that, I think you should at least say hello to everybody.
Hello.
Darren Fry?
Was that my best Scottish accent?
It's all right. Can I hear you?
I don't know.
I think I can, yeah. I just need to turn you up a little bit more. I need to speak a little bit louder. That was a terrible Scottish accent, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah.
It sounds like you're fake Duncan Vincent on the on the TV advert.
Duncan that you get from Wish.
Yeah, no, it does sound like it's an AI version of it.
Yeah, it's Oulton Park.
It sounded posh.
Thank you very much. Yeah, your boys doing very well so far. Let's have a look and see where the AJ and Steelstock Moto guys are. We've got Max Cook in 4th place. You've got Joe Talbot in 5th place. You impressed with this? You weren't here yesterday.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, I should hope so.
Yeah, to be fair, I think, quite rightly, everybody's looking at Max and, saying he's coming of age and etc., and the bike suits him, and yeah, brilliant. Everything for Max is putting a massive smile on his face at the moment. But I think what's everybody's missing is what Joe's doing, because it's, excuse me for swearing, but bloody amazing.
It's impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
a wonder kid that you've got again.
Yeah, I think, do you know what? He's cool, calm, collected. He's very much like Max. He doesn't smile quite as much as Max, but he's actually, the smile is developing as we speak. But no, he's great kid to work with. Brilliant feedback. Again, I've got to give great praise to the likes of Binch and Big Joe that have had him before. He's done his groundwork with them boys, and he's great. He's great.
I've now got you in sound and vision, so give the camera a little wave, because this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and the Moto Kawasaki owned Moto. It's fabulous. We've still got you guys FS3 here, but you've just changed to Moto, and I like how all the Kawasaki representatives still come along, but they've just all changed their tops. But Ross Burridge kind of flits between Kawasaki for Supersport and Moto for Superbike. But it's great, and to see this new manufacturer coming, this exciting kind of dynamic, almost forward-thinking manufacturer. It's like I'm doing a car review again, don't I? It is good, because the bike's completely different from anything else you see out there. But you've got the experience of Max Cook, and I can't agree with you enough about how good a job I think Joe Talbot is doing. Yesterday, you weren't here. You had him out there for 27 laps in a session. Just keep going, fill up the fuel, and go. Find out what it's like on worn tyres.
Yeah. Today he just wants to do laps and laps and laps. Obviously, we're sort of fine-tuning the bike underneath him. Everybody thinks he's a bit of a circus specialist here, but if you actually look what he's done here, he's not had the greatest results. So to actually do what he's doing as well on the bike, this far into his Superbike experience is nothing short of amazing, really.
Absolutely.
And it's good as well, because straight away you've got Max that is doing amazingly well, but he's already got his teammate just giving him a little nudge to say, I'm here already.
Yeah, a little reminder.
Yeah, don't rest on your laurels.
Well, Max maybe at the start of the season thought, oh, brilliant, I'm going to be team leader. I'll have a rookie. It won't be a problem. He's probably now thinking, wow, this is a different challenge altogether. But they will work as a team. There will be a bit of inter-rivalry between each other that they might not later on about, but they've got to work as a team for you.
It's really interesting actually, because the dynamics between the two of them to start with, I was a bit like, oh, I'm not quite sure that they're going to get on. And now they're getting on like house on fire. They're working together, they're having a laugh together, they've been golfing together. So it's silly things like that, though, it makes a big difference in the team, the cohesion in the team.
Can you give us a little insight, a little glimmer as to what the finished product's going to look like when we come back here in a couple of weeks and it gets wheeled at the garage, paint-wise?
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret that we've been helped out by the factory team massively. There's a nod to those guys who look quite different in the paddock anyway. There's a strong nod to Moto and their modern vision and look, and it comes from Italy, so we've got to have an Italian sort of feel and look to it. So yeah, I'm quite excited to get it revealed actually. We've got some guys that have come on board with us called Sport, who are making all the carbon fibre bodywork in the UK, and the final product's going to have lots of carbon showing through, and quite looking forward to it. Josh Day, on the other hand, who's painting it, has got 7 days to turn around about 6 kits. So I think he's going to have some late nights on. He's not quite looking forward to it quite as much.
Are the kits that we see on the bike just now, will they get turned into race kits or will they stay as they are?
The whole idea originally was to keep one set of each just for testing, but I think it's all hands to deck. And
but the thing is, it's not just you guys. I spoke with PBM; they're exactly the same. You know, there's just a supply shortage coming from the main factories for these brand new bikes.
Yeah, I mean, and to make the bodywork's getting so complicated now with all the aero and so on and so forth, it's really quite an intricate piece of kit to make now. So this is why me and Nigel cry when we see one slide down the road, because you're like, that's a wing and So it just it was quite intriguing to watch it being made down at Sport the other day. Amazing how it is made. So so we're looking forward to getting that revealed next week, and hopefully keep them all shiny side up.
Oh God, you shouldn't have said that. Let's touch that right now. Okay, so you're a team boss. You are watching the Motos. I know that, but you've also got an eye on Nitrous. You've got an eye on PBM. You've got an eye on Storm Stacey as well, and Leon Haslam, because you're not the only guys with a new bike on the grid, and you've got to. You know, they've done a cracking job as well to get themselves together and be so quick straight away. Yeah,
it's really interesting, really intriguing what Ducati do, because they've actually got an information pool. So all the bikes, and when you're allowed to run a factory Ducati, you have access to this information pool.
Take a half step this way, because you've just gone off screen. You can stand there. That's it. There you go.
They get access to this information pool, so they can actually look at majority of data of people running the same bike. So it gives them a steer, which is an amazing thing that Ducati have done there. Mm-hmm. And kind of we're doing that in a different way with Moto, but information is key. Information for setup is key. That's why we've hit the ground running. That's why the Ducati boys have been able to hit the ground running. It's what Yamaha have done very well, sharing their data between all the official teams. And if you don't have that data flow, you really are, these bikes are so complicated, you really are in for a hiding.
And I think that a lot of that comes down to, we're looking at Storm Stacey, because Storm did not have a good Doynton test. He had a very torrid time.
No, and do you know what? He's with AGN Steelstock as a main sponsor with us guys as well. And Alan took us all out for dinner at Donington, and I sat next to Storm, and he really got his head down. And I said, mate, come on, this is how bike racing works. We're all here to support each other, especially when we got the same partner and the same sponsor in Alan at AGN Steelstock. So the AGN Steelstock Batham's Ducati was a different vision. It was a different. So they took the road bike, converted it. Instead of going for the out the box factory bike, I think Ray's done an amazing job there at SRS.
Yeah.
And they were really struggling with it electronic wise. But I just said to Storm, look, come on, don't get your head down, you'll be good. Well, by the time you get to Oulton Park, you'll be good. And he was. And I saw him yesterday and I said, I told you. And he's like, yeah. It was quite funny. I heard him across the garage when he'd done that fast lap. And he's like, right, that's it. Leave it. Don't touch it for the rest of the year now. Just leave it as it is. But, and it's great to see Storm up there. It's great to see Cookie up there, Talbot up there, because they're the new boys. They're the next generation. And it's finally starting to come good.
I went into the garage for the Batham's AGN steel stock Ducati yesterday. One Storm had done that time. I shook Michael Ritter's hand. I said, thank you very much. And also Ray Stringer and Storm Stacey, because I'd also been in that garage quite a few times at the Donington test, and heads are down, shoulders are down. There was a lot of things. Teething problems, not huge problems, teething problems, but sensors shutting the bike down on a run. And Michael Rutter even got leathered up and went out for a lap and made it to Shields, which was a new place for me in Donington, which is the entrance to the Melbourne Loop. They even had Steve Moore in that garage, so it shows you the paddock is all very much working together there.
Like a few people say, well, you don't want them to do well. Yeah, I do. We've got AGN as our partners, the two of us. We want friendly rivalry. We'll dive in there and help them if push come to shove.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you'd expect the same back. But at the end of the day, it's about bike racing. It's a bit of camaraderie, and it's a bit of I said to Michael as well. I said, look, you've been around it long enough, mate. It'll come good. It'll come good. You got the right people in there.
Got to take the rough with the smooth sometimes.
Yeah,
it's just,
we've all been there.
Teething problems. It's a new program, and it will come good for them. I guarantee.
Yeah.
Max has gone out on an out lap. What are you doing with tyres? Nobody's listening. What are you doing with tyres?
Very much long runs.
Okay. Will he put a new tyre on in this session?
Yeah.
For the beginning?
Yes.
And run through?
Yeah. But to be fair, we're not gaining anything from trying to throw tyres at it and having an ego massage job. I know there was quite a few people throwing tyres at it yesterday afternoon. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, I was surprised with what I saw leaving the pit lane. But people wanted to maybe elevate where they were on the screen. It's understandable, because it also gives them a bit of feedback. But
it gives them feedback, and don't get me wrong, for the rider, it's a massive ego boost, etc., to see themselves up there, and the team. To be fair, you see your rider up there, but we need to know that we're going to hit the ground running at the first round. Yeah, we're going to have this very much was a bogey track for Cookie for quite a few years. It quite openly say it scared him the first couple of times on a superbike.
I remember that.
I remember Rory being on a superbike, and his eyes, I've never seen them, it looked like Homer Simpson when he came in. But he's, it is a frightening place on a superbike. It's a frightening place on a slower bike.
Yeah.
So, but it's amazing by the same token.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster track, and it can also be a roller coaster of emotions as Lewis Rollo heads down the pit lane on his Superstock BMW. He's looking quite happy to be back on that at the same time as we get Max Cook starting his hot lap. So Kyle rides fastest with a 1:33.524, 7/10 of a second up the road from Storm Stacey. I would imagine that's Kyle putting that new tyre in at the very start of the session, and on he goes. Delivers a pretty good lap time actually, 33.5, which is, we'll look at the fastest time yesterday, and that's the new fastest time of the weekend that Kyle has put in there. Storm's 33.702 has now been eclipsed, and you would expect that anyway, Darren, because it's a natural progression with the track. It gets more rubber down. The temperature's actually nicer today. There's a little bit less wind, so everything's going in your favour. You should be going faster today on day 2 than you were on day 1.
Yeah. Obviously, Carl's jumped on that bike for the first time yesterday. He's been doing a lot of riding on Ducatis anyway, which has definitely helped him. If anything, they sort of quietened the bike down a bit for him. I was talking to the team yesterday. They quietened the bike down for him to suit his style. We all knew that this new Ducati was going to be a weapon when it came out. We are very much thinking we're going to give it a good run for its money. I think the British tracks will suit the Moto better than the Ducati a lot of the times. Obviously I'm biased, but I think it genuinely will. But but I think it, you know, whenever there's a new bike comes in as well, I think it wakes everybody else up, and you know, oh, we can't sit here and think we can just carry on carrying on.
Well, this year we've not just had one new bike, we've had the Moto come in, and we've also had the Ducati come in, you know.
Yeah.
So, and there's evolutions of Bradley Ray's Yamaha. Say, there's a 22
And the BMW.
and the BMW, exactly, yeah, and the BMW.
Yeah.
It's a shame we don't have the Kawasaki's. I thought somebody might want to pick the Kawasaki's up from you guys and have a run with them, but
I think somebody missed a massive opportunity.
yeah,
Because we
well, it's still one last year, you know, it was there.
Yeah, we would have given them data. We would have helped them. I had a couple of people that I'd rang and said, look, you really should take this opportunity. But people get in their heads, they're like, you know, they go with the crowd, and sometimes it's better not to go with the crowd.
They'll think you're just trying to flog them a bike as
Yeah,
well.
honestly, there was very much. We had a pile of spares that were all factory spares, and you're just like, oh, if somebody just gives us a reasonable amount of money for this.
Do you still have the Kawasaki's?
No, to be fair, anything that would go across to the Moto we put into our spares.
okay.
And then, but we had factory chassis, factory swing arms, factory tanks, all the chassis parts, and we would have helped with the data. And I think somebody's missed a massive opportunity.
Yeah, it's a shame we're not going to see the green bikes on circuit.
Yeah,
It could be any
exactly.
colour, but you know, it's always nice to see the green bikes out there. I'm keeping my eyes on Max Cook. He went across the line. His fastest lap he's done in the session is a 34.3, and he's now he's out there lapping doing 35.4. When you said he had a new tyre at the start and he'll stay out for the entire length of the session, well, will Ian try and put him through some longer runs, or will he?
Yeah, very much longer runs at
Yeah, but how many longer runs? Because I was trying to explain to people earlier on, you've got a 50-minute session. If you're that guy standing across there with the red hat on, it's a long 50-minute session across there. If you're the guy in the bike or the pit lane or the garage, 50 minutes is not a long time.
No,
It's
you
maybe
run
enough
out
for
of time
2 or
very
3
fast.
runs.
Yeah, so you basically, you're looking to do sort of 5, 8, 10 lap runs, come in, fine-tune the bike, get it to the point where, that's better, or we've lost a bit of edge grip by doing that. We've got an issue, we've got somebody off in turn 1.
We certainly have there. And the red flag comes out for us at this moment in time, so we'll come back to you with a bit of an update for that one. But Scott Redding was halfway down the pit lane and he stopped. So the race safe marshals very much in attendance across at turn number 1, Old Hall. So
I think it's the PBM bike.
no,
Is it? No,
he's down here.
Oh,
he was
there.
down here. Never actually
And
went
you've seen
out.
the PBM boys running.
Yeah, he never
They
actually went.
running to
They're pushing them back up the.
Yeah.
Back up the pit there. So what we'll do, Darren, we'll continue to have a bit of a chat, and we'll look down the pit lane as well, because right at the far end, that's kind of where you guys want to be. You know, when you're the championship kind of team, you're at that sharp end of the pit as you come in. And another thing I will say, I think the Moto truck looks absolutely fabulous. So you've got it all decorated up. It looks proper nice.
Yeah, it looks a bit different, doesn't it? We tried to do things different. GRS signs have come on this year. Steve from Louth, he's ex-sparring partner of mine and his brother racing, and I bumped into him at the last round, and he's like, oh, I'd really like to get involved, because he was involved with Fairburn racing, and so he's sort of jumped in, got involved, and he's come up with some really different ideas, to be fair, and made it look really good.
I'm going to let you disappear. I'm going to take over on this one. I'll let you head off and head down there and see exactly what's going on, because there's one of your boys who's just tipped off going in towards Old Hall. Joe Talbot slipped down. He's going to take a trip to the medical centre. It's all part of the learning process, all part of testing, but it's not exactly ideal just ahead of the event. But straight away race direction, bringing that session to a halt, and there's no need to. That's the thing. We've seen this quite a lot with testing. The minute something happens, they want to stop it to try and get bikes back in. They don't want to just keep having bikes going into circuits. It's a shame for the person who's maybe had. I think something happened earlier on, and it was Island Bend that they stopped it to bring the bike back in as well. And we saw Danny Kent getting that same treatment earlier on. But we do hope all the best is okay for young Joe down there, because it's not ideal. It's not ideal at all.
No, let's go and see how he is, and we'll take it from there.
Right, Dan, thank you very much for your time. Perfect stuff. We'll take a quick break in proceedings, and we'll come back just at the back of this red flag here in the Superbike session. A fall for Joe Talbot going into turn number 1 at Old Hall Corner. So with the red flag coming out in that session, the Superbike session will not be restarted, and our next session will be the Moto 4 British Cup and the Junior Sportbike, and that's going to start in 2:05. So just under 10 minutes until we get ready to go for the restart. So the unfortunate Superbike session coming to halt there with that incident going in towards turn number 1. And no restart scheduled for that session, and we'll go straight into the second session of the day for the R&G Moto 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship, which we saw Jack Dunnaby being fastest in that earlier on from Clayton Edmonds, and it was Dunnaby who took that honour right on the very last lap of that session. So we'll be back on air just at 2:05, which isn't too far away from where we're just now, so grab yourself a seat on the banking. If you're listening from afar, well, you'll be doing that with your earphones in, looking at a television screen, or maybe listening while you're at work. But we'll come back with a race, or a session restart, sorry, at 2:05, not too long. So bikes making their way back out on track for the R&G Moto 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship. And well, if you weren't at Donington, you didn't manage to tune in, let's give you a little overview of what the Sportbike Championship is. A new championship for 2026 in the BSB support class system, and it's a bit of an evolution from the Kawasaki British Super Team Series, which was a fantastic series that we saw some youngsters come in towards our paddock and give us some breathtaking racing. They really did. It's aimed at youngsters for 14 up to 23-year-olds, and it features 400 and 500cc sport bikes. So your Kawasaki ZX4RR fits straight in towards that. And it's all about trying to keep it cost effective, but a good pathway into professional racing for the youngsters, because if they start in junior sport bike, they can then move in towards the British Sport Bike Championship as well. But a stepping stone is probably a good way of putting it. It's the ideal series for after Moto 4 that we see on track that they're sharing with just now. If the Moto 4 dream doesn't really come alive for the kids, and they the biggest problem for some youngsters is they outgrow the actual machinery. And it comes to an age point as well where they outgrow the bike machinery for the age. And we've seen that with quite a few of quite a few of the great ones have gone on, and they're now on much bigger bikes still in this paddock. But when you outgrow Moto 4 bike, where do you go? Well, the junior sport bike would be a great place for you. A little bit more power, but it's the weight that would come with it, a lot of extra weight. And it's all about trying to get a parity with balance of performance. But you're roughly looking at bikes with 73 horsepower. That's what they're trying to do, and the championship organisers will make sure that they are strict to that, and they stick to that as well. There'll be some strict rules, that's for sure. Competitive balance of performance. They want to keep it low cost, and stock-based machines with kind of minimal modifications is what they're looking for. So before they go into the full-on sport bike class, want to have a go and try and bring some new people in, or just try and give people a stepping stone. And some of the riders that we've got on track right now have gone from, well, Ben Jolliffe is one of them. He was a Talent Cup rider last year, and now he's gone into the junior sport bike. So there is a definite stepping stone, and almost like a career ladder throughout the British Championship paddock as we wait for the bikes to make their way around. The outlap has been done, and a decent list of riders here for the kind of only test day that they get at Oulton Park ahead of the actual event. They are our last session as well today. They'll be out at 4:30 till 5 o'clock, or 16:35 till 5 o'clock is how long they will be on track for, as we kind of close off the day with the R&G Moto 4 British Cup. So it's a new kind of name that the championship has got, Moto 4. We need to forget about the R&G British Talent Cup, that's gone. It's now the R&G Moto 4 British Cup. And when we went at Donington, series director Stuart Higgs came to the commentary box, and he gave us a pretty good insight of where that championship come from. And I do like it that there's only certain countries around the world that are actually allowed to use the Moto 4 tag. So that's another kind of feather in the cap for the BSB paddock that we are in. R&G British Moto 4 Cup, and there's also the Moto 4 Northern Cup as well, which will probably, we had that, if you remember, we had a bit of that last year at Assen when we went across into mainland Europe. And that's all about Dorna's road to MotoGP, another stepping stone programme. Everybody on the same bikes as they were on the Talent Cup, the NSF 250R. But it does offer a good kind of insight into, you could maybe go into the Red Bull Rookies, which is kind of the dream for a lot of these youngsters, then the Junior World Championship, and before you know it, you've gone from the Junior World Championship, you may end up on that Moto 3 grid. So it's all about working your way up through the kind of staircase that Dorna can give you, and also the staircase that you've got inside the British Championship paddock as well. So earlier on today, the session that we had on track, remember it was Jack Dunnaby who was fastest from Clayton Edmonds. Jack Burrows was a fine third place, with Ryan Frost in fourth. So the top four bikes were all Moto 4. Marley McKenzie was the first of our junior sport bikes, and he was fifth. Marco Holt was sixth. Mason Foster was seventh. Joshua Williams came home in eighth, ahead of George Bowes and then Henry McCartney. Then after that, it was the second of our sport bikes. Isaac Mark found himself in 11th place on bike number 19, just ahead of Kylan Shuttlewood, who was in the pit lane for quite a bit when I was down here, actually. I do remember seeing Kylan spending quite a bit of his time in the pit box. One of our Rocket rookies, if I'm not mistaken, for 2026 on his Kawasaki. Effectively staying with the same team and also effectively staying with the same bike, which is key for Kylan on his quest towards what will be the sharp end. And we saw a big improvement in Kylan last year, remember, as he heads up towards the sharp end of the 1P Mobile British Sport Bike. We'll get that right, we'll get it right. The 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. Almost gave our British Championship a new sponsor there. I think 1P Mobile would have been pretty delighted with that if they could have got that one across the line. But behind Kylan Shuttlewood, Harrison Day. Now, Harrison Day is the son of Josh Day, who, if you're listening to Darren Fry when he was in the commentary box earlier on, he is Josh Day's he was a proper racer, pardon the pun, in his day. But he's also a fantastic, and I really do mean this, a fantastic man who is on the spray gun. If you're needing some bodywork done, you definitely want to see that guy. He's superb at what he does, Josh Day. But his son Harrison Day now finds himself racing in the Moto 4 Cup. And just like that, I get brought a present from Jordan Bird. Wow, thank you very much. I'm going to put that on camera later on, Jordan. A can of Fanta and an afternoon scone. Thank you very much. Incredibly nice, incredibly nice. I'll continue running through my sheet. Luca Hopkins was in 14th place with Luke Fitchett in 15th, Jensen Bishop 16th and Ben Jolliffe 17th. Jamie Hanks Elliott was in 18th place with Tyler Humphreys and in Asia Devine. So wow, it's I've kind of got mouthwater stuff going on here just looking at that now. What a lovely present to get brought in. Just when you think you're having a good day because of the sunshine and bikes on track, you get that dropped into you as well. So more bikes making their way out. Marley McKenzie rumbles down the pit lane and Marley McKenzie will join him. Behind Marley McKenzie it will be, if I'm not mistaken, I think that looked like Mason Foster. And if not Mason Foster, was it Mason Johnson actually? I think it was Mason Johnson. And that's an interesting one for Mason Johnson. You may recognise that name. Yes, the Mason Johnson name. We saw him in BMWs quite some time. But Mason Johnson making a switch over from BMWs into the junior sport bike. It shows you just how young Mason Johnson actually was when he was competing in the BMW Championship. Remember, he had a bit of a nasty spill at, if I'm not mistaken, was it Thruxton? And we saw him taking a bit of time away. So who have we got down here in the pit lane direct in front of us? Bike number 11 is Jensen Bishop on Gary Wilson's bike, the Wilson Racing Honda. As Frosty, no it's not Frosty, that's 24, it's a teammate to Ryan Frost. That's Thorley Trevorrow who goes onto the track. Frosty is 24, that was 42. Gary Wilson's now won the bike down here. As we do a bit of a gear run in the pit lane. I've never seen that done before. But there you go. Can't see that any longer. Can't see that anymore. As Jensen Bishop stands and watches, as Gary comes off the bike and says, doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. You hear the bike do a bit more revving and away he goes back on to the circuit. So whatever the problem, we're not sure, but Jensen Bishop goes back onto track as Clayton Edmonds passes the line, followed by Jack Dunnaby, Marco Holt, Jack Burrows and Luke Fitchett. So it's Jack Burrows who's actually fastest in this session at this point. Jack Burrows fastest by 0.2 of a second over Clayton Edmonds and Jack Dunnaby. Now Jack Dunnaby, he was definitely the man in charge when we were looking at things at Doynton. He topped the sessions and he also topped the session this morning. He'll be looking to try and carry the momentum forward that he gained last year in his rookie season, remember, Jack Dunnaby. He was racing in Scotland 2 weeks ago on a Bayon, which is slightly quicker than what we see on track at this moment in time. The Bayon, a 450cc engine. The little Moto 4 bikes are 250 engines, so the Bayon was a lot quicker, but Jack Dunnaby was track time. I think that's basically it. Effectively it looks like the same bike, it's the same kind of chassis. It's a very rigid Grand Prix-esque chassis, so it's Jack riding the same kind of Formula bike with maybe just a slightly more powerful engine, shall we say. Jamie Hanks Elliott into pit lane. That means Cam Hall's off the pit wall to come across and say hello. the number 16 Rev to Race Hanks Racing Yamaha. The R7 eligible for the junior sport bike. And Cam Hall just getting involved in making sure everything's okay for Jamie. Jamie's still with her WCM leathers on there. WCR leathers, World Championship Racing. When we saw her doing a few rounds of that last year. Did she do the whole year in that, or was it just a couple? I can't remember. But certainly something to have on your CV. Chloe Jones continues in that in 2026. And it looks like Jamie's going to head back out on track. Just behind Rory Creeth, one of our Rocket rookies on his ZX4RR. I was about to give it a flashback in time there. The ZX4RR of Rory Creeth, who goes out. Again, Rory Creeth stays on the same bike. He came in and did a few kind of fleeting events last year. I seem to remember having a bit of a disaster at Downton through no fault of his own. I can't exactly put my finger on it, but it's up here in the grey matter somewhere. But yeah, Rory Creeth, Finn Page as well, another one who've not seen Finn Page on any sheets, have I? No. So Finn Page maybe away doing other things in 2026. Good lineup of bikes on track though, but Jack Burrows, I mean, we've talked about Jack for a couple of years as the black and orange flag for bike 65. Now flashes out here, that's Lily Rhodes on the second of Gary Wilson's bikes. So the Wilson Racing bike of 65 gets the black and orange flag. So wherever Lily is on track, let's see, she's just coming up and actually back into pit lane. So that flag only just went out pretty quickly. So Lily's obviously seen that going in towards the last corner and come straight into the pits. Has she been stopped at the far end by technical? I believe so. And then may get released back down towards the team. Somebody from Wilson Racing's making their way up that end of the pit lane just as I look at the window of the commentary box. If you're looking at the YouTube stream, you'll see the man in the blue hoodie heading that way. As Archie Hopper goes out on the Archie Hopper AH Racing Moto 4 British Cup bike. And I think that's Lily who's been released from the far end. In fact, no, Lily's been kept up there. I'm looking at Luke Fitchett, and we can also see behind Luke Fitchett parking up, Hudson Cooper on the rides for us NW Racing. Now, what is up with Lily? Lily's been told, I think, to go back into the paddock rather than come down the pit lane, but the team members got there, and they'll see exactly what is up with that number 65 Wilson Racing bike. Lily stepped off the bike and given it to the mechanic. Mechanic now wheels it back round behind the race control building. So nothing actually on the screen apart from well, we saw it flashing up on the big boards opposite us going in towards Old Hall Corner that the black and orange flag had came out, but yeah, no other information on screen. So Wilson Racing with a bit of work to do as back on the track for Joshua Williams, does the heat racing. And that's a name that I've said quite a few times over the past couple of days because they do feature on quite a few bikes and leathers. And all that chat with Lily Rhodes to find out what was wrong. Ben Jolliffe comes up 10 places into 13th. And Clayton Edmonds has gone back to the top of the times. Little Clayton Edmonds on bike number 64. For RS Racing, it's got here. Cavallo Projects RS Racing for the other team, but it was City Lifting. I'll just check the City Lifting brand still on the bike. They have been a long time supporter of Ryan Saxby's other half of the team. And here comes Clayton Edmonds down. Yeah, and there's City Lifting on the side of that bike and on the work clothes. So they've just gone in the entry process and called it RS Racing, not actually put City Lifting down. So I feel like I've kind of thrown young Clayton under the bus here, actually, to be honest. As we have a yellow flag at turn number 1. Somebody walking away from a bike there, and Marshall's now very much in attendance to that. So busy old session for the light boxes and the flags, that's for sure. Axel Lomas, our young Spanish rider, who we saw at Dorrington going well until he tipped off at the old tape, and then the Rocket Rookies all leave the pit lane altogether. 83, 23 and 6, if I'm not mistaken, went out there. 83 being Kylan Shuttlewood. 23 is Jamie Muir, and 6 was it 6? Am I correct in saying 6? Don't have a 6 on our entry list, so let's look back at this morning's times. Yeah, Jediah Cumbermack, who's one of the Rocket Rookies, just not on the actual entry list. Number 42, Talent Cup bike. Nope. Number 42, Moto 4 British Cup bike, was the bike who went down at Druids, and the rider is biased as being okay. And number 42 on our entry list is Ben Jolliffe. Now, in fact, there's two 42s. Thorley Trevorrow. That lovely name of Thorley Trevorrow, unfortunately, has gone down the road at Druids. We'll wait and get confirmation for who we have seen go down there at turn number 1. The Portwest Race Safe Marshal's done a great job of picking that up and moving it to the side. Thorley Trevorrow, for anybody who's listening, is A-OK. And that's Jensen Bishop away back out again. So Gary Wilson still has Jensen Bishop, one of his racers out there, but unfortunately Lily Rhodes back to the 10. We've still got Max Rhodes on track as well for Wilson Racing. I've just seen if Gary has got any others on the entry list, because he usually does field 3 or 4 bikes. He has fielded 4 in the past. We've had Harrison McKay, was a long time runner with Gary Wilson before he moved over to Cavara Projects. And now he's left the class altogether and finds himself in the British Sportbike Championship. John Burrows having a good look on through the fence here. I think all things happening on track with young Jack. As Luke Fitchett and Jack Dunnaby both coming down to go on the circuit together, so working together. Let's have a look and see where young Harrison Day is. It's Harrison Day on track. Kenny McCartney, he's on a number 31, goes on to track in the Stanford Racing Honda. Harrison Day in the pits right now and sitting in 10th place. So let's crank up the old stalker binoculars and have a good look up that pit lane and see if we can catch where Harrison Day is. Busy old pit lane with lots of personnel and riders. It's not easy to spot. Mason Foster sits on the bike underneath our nose down here in the pit lane. He first came to our attention when we were back at Navarra, remember? When we went there for our season opener. We did the test before it, then we had the season opener. And here's Harrison Day coming down pit lane. No, it's Jensen Bishop back in actually. That one looked like a 0. Jensen Bishop back in. But Mason Foster really came to attention over in Spain and just got better and better. Had done a lot of racing in Spain, so we expected him to know the track there. But then arrived here as well and just gelled with these circuits in the UK, which isn't an easy thing for a lot of people to do. You've got to try and you've got to learn your trade. A lot of these riders will have raced on these circuits for a long, long time in their career. So it's just trying to find out all the little pieces that all go together. Harrison Day at the far end on the LRA Moto, supported by HV Solutions Honda. Bike number 15. It's a very distinctive bright bike, which you would expect if your dad's a painter, but the LRA Moto bike. Up the far end, you can see Josh Day just leaning in to have a little bit of a word there, but he then steps back. Somebody's already having a chat with Harrison. I would imagine that they'll be taking just a little bit of power, possibly out of the FS3 garage, just to make sure the tyre warmers and that are okay. Number 12 rolls down pit lane to rumble and join on. Archie Hopper back in action, or back on the track after being in the pit lane for quite some time. In fact, he's been in and out a few times, as young Archie. Frosty's managed to improve his lap time last time round. 2 place improvement actually, up into 3rd place for Ryan Frost. Edmonds, Burrows and Frost is still all the RNG Moto 4 British Cup bikes that fill the top 5 positions, as you would expect, as Jack Burrows comes in. The RK Racing Burrows Engineering team all gather around. Jack's getting quite tall, actually. I'm just noticing that as he stretched his legs as he come off the bike. They're looking very tall. And then the other end of the scale, the diminutive, tiny Harrison Day rumbles down the pit lane. Yeah, that's shades of Ethan Sparks in orange there for Harrison Day. That's very impressive. You can always tell when somebody's small because the helmet looks enormous on them. And the LRA team all back on the pit wall. LRA Moto, Harrison Day 15. Also down beside them we've got the Stanford Racing team, and Stanford Racing team's Henry McCartney. Where's Henry McCartney on our screens? Henry McCartney just in 11th place, just outside the top 10 with 8 minutes to go for Henry McCartney on the number 31 Stanford Racing. And always a nice turned out bike, always a really well. I like the livery on the Stanford, it's classy. Our chief timekeeper for many years had Storm Stacey on a Talent Cup bike as his screensaver, Richard Evans did. And he had that for a long time, purely because it had Yorkshire Tea sponsorship, I'm told. But it's a kind of similar-esque. It's the white and the red. Stanford does look good up the side of the bike. And let's see how Henry McCartney gets on throughout the course of 2026. Currently just outside the top 10, behind Harrison Day, and ahead of number 41, Luca Hopkins. But that's one of Steve Brogan's riders, and that's the Sportbike side of things. So once again, Gary Wilson still working away on Jensen Bishop's bike, which we have in the pit lane. Jensen looks on. Looks like it's something to do possibly with the gear selection, or gear changing, because they're working on, well, I can see the gear lever, and Gary did a little bit of a gear run on the bike in the pit lane, just to see if everything was A-OK. It's Mason Johnson back on the track. Now, that could be one of our, that could be a bit of a, need to keep our eyes on that, see how he gels with the bike, because he's been on the BMW for quite some time. It'll be interesting to see just how Mason Johnson makes the transition across towards a junior sport bike, because once he gets his head around that, he will be very fast, and he will be at the sharp end as Jamie Hanks Elliott once again back in the pit lane. Cam Hall pops back out from the GNS Racing Garage. A little bit of a word, and Jamie saying that it sounds like you can tell from movements, is the bike stuttering or just not right on acceleration. Lewis Mullen back onto the track along with Jensen Bishop. And keeping my eyes on Gary Wilson down here for the Wilson Racing concern. So effectively we have got 2 new championships on track, albeit one's just been rebadged, which I do like. I like a good, if the renaming is good, that's fine. And the RNG Moto 4 British Cup works well. Also, the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship, completely brand new, put together, fabulous. A bit of work over the winter. And as I said earlier on in my kind of build up through both these classes, a great stepping stone for youngsters to take their way up and in towards the racing career. I'm going to take a picture of what Jordan Bird brought me, just because it's so nice. Bit of afternoon tea in the commentary box. There's nothing wrong with that. As Ben Jolliffe goes on to track. Now, he's another rider who, I think I used him as an example of using the stepping stone, being one of the people who could graduate up through different forms of the sport. And Ben Jolliffe, ideal, because he started in what we see on track, sharing the track with his now sport bike. Yes, as Henry McCartney with a whole lot of speed in towards turn number 1 there. Nice style on Henry McCartney as well. And of course, being a Beatles fan, that's a name that jumps off the timing screen at me. But Ben Jolliffe, he's come from the Talent Cup, he's now in Sportbike. And we talk about the Talent Cup quite a lot, actually. We always mention how it does work its way through the system. You know, look at Kyle Ray, look at Storm Stacey. Karen Lloyd just said, enjoyed the scone. Thank you, Karen. Yeah, like mother, like daughter, two lovely, lovely people. And to drop a scone into the commentary box for this wee scone, that goes a long way. Thank you very, very much. Here's Clayton Edmonds crossing the line as I'm talking about food again. Clayton Edmonds in towards turn number 1. Fastest man on the session from Jack Dunnaby. And then in third place, we've got bike number 37, which is Marco Holt on the City Lifting. So he has got City Lifting by RS Racing, thankfully, next to his entrance name. Marco up into third place. He went up 2 places on that last lap, ahead of Frosty and Burrows. Frosty and Jack Burrows both going under the cosh of young Marco Holt. As I see Declan Connell having a chat with his girlfriend Ellie in the pit lane. He'll be happy with how his test has gone so far. Holt, Frost, Burrows, as I said, that's 3rd, 4th and 5th, with Marley McKenzie still the first junior sport bike. Having said that, he's now coming under pressure because 2 places back is Isaac Mark on the number 19. And Isaac Mark, one of Steve Brogan's riders, sponsored by DKS Drilling, has managed to shuffle his way up a few places to get him in towards the firing line of being the fastest sport bike. Having said that, last lap round, Marley McKenzie with a new faster lap, a 1:48.707 to keep him fastest in sport bike, junior sport bike, but 6th place overall on the greater scheme of things. With only 2 minutes of the session to go, it flies in pretty quickly, this actually. It flies in very, very quick. The next session after this one will be back to the British Sport Bike Championship and the F900R Cup, and it will be the last time we see those 2 classes on track. Sid Marshall crossing the line, one of our Rocket rookies. Not to be mistaken with Greg Marshall, who was in this championship, or in the Super Teen Championship last year. Sid Marshall doing his own thing and looking pretty good. One of the Rocket rookies as well as Mackenzie crosses the line. Is there a change there? No. Isaac Mark is on an out lap on number 19, so there could be a little bit of gamesmanship at play here. I mean, everybody wants to end the test fastest. They do have one other session to go at the end of the day, should they need it. We'll put that down there, but I imagine they've paid for it, so they want to be out there on track. You never ever want to miss any track time, that is for sure. And now at the end of the pit lane, the 2 minute board is out, so we're right towards the final throws of this session as Dunnaby crosses the line again in towards turn number 1. He's got a couple of hot shoes behind him. Asia Devine's in there, Harrison Day as well. And 71, which is young Lucy Curtis, one of the Fibertech Honda by MLAV Racing NSF 250s. There's Henry McCartney. It looks like Henry McCartney's going to head for the pit lane this time round. He has just done a personal best, a 1:49.640. He already looks quite tall on that Stanford Racing Honda. And remember, I said the same about Jack Burrows, but it's amazing how these kids can still fold themselves in to something very small and get behind the bubble. They will be marked again. Alex Baldellini will be part of the process from Dorna across here. And Alex Baldellini, and you have Matt Balkin from Spain as well, who very much are involved in having their weekend meetings, their daily meetings, their track walks with the young riders. They score them on the tuck that when they're out there on track. They come to the commentary box sometimes and watch them coming in towards turn 1 here. They do all sorts of spotting for the riders on track, and it's just all part of the process of helping them in their early phases of the career as Archie Hopper goes through Old Hall Corner, AH Racing, and checker flag flies, and that's exactly what it's all about. Young Archie there, newcomer to this. He'll have been racing, I would imagine, many motos and smaller bikes, maybe the Cool Fab series before he comes into this, because this is something pretty heavy to jump in straight away. But a lot of these youngsters have been racing for quite some time. But there's Jack Dunnaby across the line. He won't go to the top of the times this session. That honour should go to Clayton Edmonds. as a few others come through and take that checkered flag. We're just going to make sure, because earlier on, Jack Dunnaby gazumped Clayton Edmonds, if you recall, when I was in the garage commentating on it. And right at the end of that 30-second bit of commentary, the microphone cut out. So I think it's only right that we stayed up here after the Superbike session to give a full commentary for this session, because we missed the last one when we were down in the pit lane. But after the next Superbike session, we will go back down there and get the final thoughts on some of the riders, about how they have got on in this 2-day test at Oulton Park, the last official RG test before we move in towards round 1. Alex Lomas across the line, Jamie Muir as well, and Jack Burrows. I think we need to get Frosty across the line wherever he is. I think he's possibly somewhere at the back of the circuit. In fact, he's not. He's gone through now. Frosty crosses the line now. I was looking squint across the timing screen. So at the end of that session, for the Moto 4, it will be Clayton Edmonds, fastest from Jack Dunnaby, 64 from 63, with 24 Ryan Frost in third for the Fibertech MLAV Honda squad. 37 Marco Holt is fourth, ahead of fifth place, number 16 Jack Burrows. In Sportbike, in Junior Sportbike, the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship, fastest was Marley McKenzie on bike 45. Then it was Kylan Shuttlewood on bike number 83. He was in 8th overall, just ahead of Isaac Mark, number 19, in 9th place. Luca Hopkins was just behind those guys in 13th place overall, but 4th place on the actual scoring charts, which is quite good for Luca. He'll be happy with that one. And the next Sportbike person was Ben Jolliffe. So Ben Jolliffe inside the top 5 on his second test, and that's exactly what he will be looking to do. Right, the next session coming your way will be the Quattro Group British Supersport. Will it? No, it won't be. It will be the Pirelli British Sportbike and the Rockeroff F900R Cup. Again, went the wrong line on the timing screen. Pirelli British Sportbike and Rockeroff F900R Cup coming right after this break. So for one last time at this official RNG test at Oulton Park, we have the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship and the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup on track. This is their last session. They've had a pretty good, strong test up until where we are. And will there be a little bit of bragging rights to be taken away from this? Will somebody want to end the session fastest? Only time will tell. It'll be interesting. We'll need to keep our eyes firmly on the timing screens, as you guys will be doing as well. But also, you need to be enjoying the sunshine. If you're trackside, have you ever had a better mid to late April, middle of the week, Wednesday sunshine at Oulton Park, trackside watching bikes? Brilliant. Let's have a quick recap as we do the start of all of these sessions and have a look. This is session number 6 for them. So session number 5 takes us back to the previous finishing order, and once again it was that man who's been at the top of almost every sheet apart from session 4 today. That was Zach Shelton who was fastest, but Alfie Davidson with a 142.636. That looks like it could possibly be the fastest that we've had today. And I'll need to have a little look back through the computer here. We'll go in towards this. Let's have a look at the first set of times on Tuesday. Well, they were in the 44 second bracket, 1 minute 44. So session number 2, the fastest time again, Alfie Davidson, 1 minute 43.3. So Alfie Davidson's 42.6 still stands, and he just got faster and faster all the way through. 42.8 is what we eventually saw on Tuesday at the end of that Tuesday combined classification. Yeah, it was very much, that's a Superbike one, Duncan, that's the wrong one you want to be looking at, but it was very much all about Alfie Davidson. He was in fine form, and when you do look at Alfie Davidson and what he's doing, what he's been up to, and how he's making the progress in this championship, yeah, Alfie Davidson, Brossie Banham and Zach Shelton have really been the class of what we're seeing on track. Having said that, I better stand up because Aidan Davies just gone fastest, and I don't always stand up and salute Aidan Davies when he goes fastest, but that's an eye-opener for myself inside the commentary box here at Oulton Park. And you may say, well, why is that? Well, he's not had the greatest of tests. He's been there or thereabouts in a few sessions, but he skittled himself down the road yesterday, and that made him miss the final session. But Aidan Davies goes to the top of the time on the CF Moto early days in this session. I think we need to realise that. Ahead of Jacob Stevenson, who has had 1 tumble and I think 2 mechanicals now, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's been 1 tumble and 2 mechanicals, but Jacob Stevenson, every time he's out there, he's at that sharp end, and he's featuring up at the sharp end, so good to see. Alfie Davidson sits in 3rd place, and he is the form man in this championship. And when we look at who a champion-elect could be, it's always pre-season testing, punditry. There's nothing worse. You want to nail your colours to the mast and say, I think it's going to be A, B or C, and by round number 3 you're looking for a different option. Or you've cursed somebody, and we don't want to be doing that. You don't want to be doing that at all. The commentator's curse. As Alfie Davidson in towards turn number 1 has Aidan Davies glued to his back wheel. This will be doing Aidan Davies a whole world of good. He needs to just needs to get back into a rhythm on that CF Moto and try and find his feet after crashing yesterday. And that was another fastest lap that time for Aidan Davies. It was a equally fast lap from Alfie Davidson, but Aidan Davies did go some 4/10 faster over the lap. So a 1:43.137 for Aidan Davies and a 1:43.516 for Alfie Davidson. Jacob Stevenson, well, he still sits in 3rd place. Bobby Very just gets nerfed aside by the incoming Harley McCabe, who is showing us a huge upturn in performance and speed. Mark Hanna stands in the pit lane for Armada Marine Cables. He's having a chat with Ash Beach and Ash Beach's dad, and also Tammy Sellers down there, because they're keeping an eye on young Harrison McKay, making sure everything is A-OK. See what I did there? It's been a long 2 days up here. But young Harrison, if we see him in 15th place, he's now 1.4 away. In the last session, I think he was a little bit closer than that. If you just look at this timing sheet, where's Harrison McKay? He was 1.3 away, so he's round about the same area. But he won't want to try and get a bit of a wriggle on. There goes Ted Wilkinson back onto the track on his Aprilia. Meanwhile, parked down in the pit lane, we've got Sam Green on the NW Racing Aprilia. And again, Sam in, gloves off, juice bottle in hand. We'll take a bit of fluid on board. Tyre warmers getting put on. A lot more t-shirts on in the pit lane now, a lot more shorts as well, so clearly the temperature's starting to increase ever so slightly. Pit board goes out for Jacob Stevenson. As Alfie Davidson, well, Alfie clearly wasn't happy that Aidan Davey was on his rear tyre. He's come into the pit lane to do a ride through and get some clean air as Charlie Barnes rolls back into the pit lane. And whilst doing that, Lewis Smart has put a pretty impressive lap time in to go P2, 0.2 of a second away from the fastest time that Aidan Davey has done. And all that shuffle has put Ed Best back down to 9th place, Taylor Rose down to 10th, Ollie Walker as well goes down to 11th. Joe Ellis goes down to 12th place, and Lennon Doherty down to 13th, with Rossi Barnum 14th. And it all changes again because Zach Shelton goes up to 10th, and he comes up 5 places. I was wondering where Zach Attack was going to make some sort of dent in the screens, and there he has. He has gone up to 5th, but he's a lot faster than that, taking it nice and gently, just starting to work his way in towards the session as Zach Shelton, riding the XMT Triumph. Here comes Taylor Rose. I do like the green Triumph. I think that looks very good. It's a nice, I would say almost, I'm going to say British racing green, but Larry will probably say bottle green. And that's Kieran Kent out the pit lane. Done his, was that a ride through he was doing there, or did he actually come out from the pits? Didn't see. He came down at some speed, towards the speed gun, and behaved himself, which makes a change for Kieran. He's making great progress as Kieran Kent, and bike number 25, his Blue Motion Racing Aprilia. He said yesterday he was praising the team, everything that he thought about the bike and spoke about them, the team had done, and it's now doing exactly what he wants. So it doesn't get much better than that. Finn Verity parks in the pit lane, and as usual when Finn Verity parks the pit lane, Jack Knights comes in and Jack Knights parks up, and so does Joshua Proudfoot. They seem to be circulating together, and they've done that for the past 2 days. Every time you look in the pit lane, those bikes in the pit lane, and they're all there together, so interesting stuff. Chris Taylor goes out on track in his BMW. Cam Civils and Landscaping Limited, that sounds like a landscaping company which are ready to jump on board and do a bit of motorcycle sponsorship, which we're all for. The more companies that want to do that, the better in my eyes. As you can, I don't know if you can hear in the off-mic area, the bikes warming up below me will be the Quattro Group British Supersport bikes. And you can always tell when they've started up because your eyes slightly start to burn in the commentary box and the fumes come through the floor. That's why the doors in the commentary box open at the back, as Lewis Smart goes out, all decked out in black. Lewis deciding not to run any of the racy bodywork, same as Ted Wilkinson actually. Keep it in black, keep it nice and mean, and make it difficult for the commentator. We'll let him off though. Rossi Barnum and Kieran Kent also circulating together. The MRP Suzuki of Luca Allen through turn 1. And where's Luca Allen in this one? 19th place in this one. And Anthony Johnson in 25th place, taking over that bike after Ben Hardwick hurt himself. Ended up on the injured list, the unfit list, did Ben? So that list updated with Harrison Crosby on that list and then Joe Talbot on that list as well. So that's something we'll keep our eye as Harrison McKay comes in. Shakes his head towards Mark Hanna actually. Harrison 16th place, 1.4 seconds away. All he'll be wanting to do is to be at the sharp end where he was when he was on his Talent Cup bike, but it takes time. And I would imagine under the watchful eye of Mark Hanna, who's been here and done that. I said yesterday I first met Mark Hanna when he was a Rizza Suzuki technician for Yukio Kageyama. And that wasn't just yesterday, but he's a trained man, he is, and he's been around this game a long time. If he can just keep Harrison under control, I don't think Harrison's too flighty as far as kids go. He'll just be wanting to get to the sharp end, and that's totally understandable. But it does take time, and the Armada Marine Cables as well. This is a new project for them. This is a new bike that they've put together. They have never run a sport bike before. So this is only their second test as Mark's actually deciding that they want the bike back on the stands, maybe even into the garage. You know, tyre warmers are coming out. And they'll make maybe some changes with some 15 minutes of the session to go. You don't want to be ending the test with your rider coming in shaking his head. So that's exactly what Mark Hanna will be trying to get rid of as 77 stops the MRP Suzuki directly underneath us. Let's look at Alan. And MRP back up to 2 bikes. I did say that Anthony Joshua is out there on track. That was Hayden Clayton. And the Hayden Clayton Racing Yamaha just making his way down in towards turn number 1. He's completely all on his own. If we look at the tracker map, he's got some... He must be 30 plus seconds behind him and a good 10 seconds ahead of him. So if ever you wanted to be in clean air, that's where he is at this moment in time. I think that's Jordan Bannon on the BMW that's parked directly underneath us in the pit lane. It's difficult to see. It looks like it could be a 6 or an 8, but I don't have a 61, but I do have an 81 on my timing screen. But he's so close to the building, I can't actually see out the window and see down there. So you'll have to take my word for it. That's what you will have to do. 72. Josh Frogart, Whitney Motorsport Racing Aprilia, just getting a little bit of love and attention as back onto the track goes Luca Allen. That was a very quick stop for MRP. Getting the GSX 8R back out onto the track for the remaining 13 minutes of this session. Harrison McKay walks across towards the pit wall. I would imagine they're going to have a set of Armada leathers coming for Harrison quite soon. See Tammy frantically texting into the phone. That'll be a message going north of where we are to. Probably Norway, Dave. Get your phone ready. It's coming to you right now. And further down, Jacob Stevenson's bike still in the pit lane as well. Now they've changed the bodywork on that bike. They've gone back to the effective race day bodywork as Harrison McKay goes back onto circuit, followed by Alfie Davidson. There you go, Harrison. Look over your shoulder. Look over your shoulder, son. And there's a man leaving the pit lane that you want to try and follow. That will do you a whole world of good. Finnerty goes back onto track. Both of the CF Motos in the pit lane. We can see Peter Willis having a look down the pit lane. And we've also got Aidan Davey getting a few detailed suspension changes with his dad and young Ali Grant next to him. Jacob Stevenson doesn't look like he's going anywhere. He's got his leathers unzipped and the helmet is off. And he finds himself bike number 7 in 7th place. And does he want to go back out? I would imagine so, as Ed Best joins the circuit. And Ed Best, and also Callum Beach on the non-Kawasaki entered Kawasaki. That's definitely a triumph that Callum Beach is going out on instead of what we have on our entry list. Harley McCabe down pit lane. Now where's he going? Because he's been followed by Ted Wilkinson and Super Ted and Harley McCabe. Well, Harley's 8th on the screen. Ted Wilkinson finds himself down in 17th in this session. Lennon Doherty having a bit of an off session as well in 16th, but you know what? He's proved an awful lot this weekend, or this week. I keep saying it's a weekend because that's what we're used to. He's proved an awful lot this week, has Lennon. And as I look down the pit lane there, the helmet's off. Lennon just now, he's having a chat with Matt Bainbridge and Dad. A little bit of a team collective look at the bike. Well, he needs to get a cap on that head, actually. There's quite a strong sun in the air. And oh, Aidan Davey has a coming together in the pit lane there with one of the BMWs. Two riders going for one space. He didn't see who that was. That was Paul Barker. Aidan did apologise, so did Paul, but Paul Barker's team thinking, what was that all about? Should he not look over his shoulder? Thankfully, it was a very, very slow coming together for both those guys. And Paul Barker now having a chat with pit crew before heading back out to the circuit, realising there's maybe only 10 minutes in this session to go. This is your last track time. You may as well make the most of it. Or are we done? Yes, Paul Barker's done. He's heading back towards the garage. He has had enough. And in turn, that usually means the pit board will be taken down, numbers put away, pit board put into a bag, pink iPad off the wall, and away they will go back to the BMW camp. Now there's a change. Rossi Barnum, good lap, crosses the line up into P2 for Rossi Barnum. Luke Allen crosses the line, stays in 21st position. Good lap for Rossi as Ollie Walker now joins the track. 51 for Barnum. Remember, we saw him slide off earlier on in the test on Tuesday as Lennon Doherty goes back out onto the circuit. The Doc down in 16th place on an out lap. Good to see Matt Bainbridge still not hanging about. That sounds bad saying that, but it's good to see Rapid are still involved with young Lennon, because that extra little bit of help does go a long way. Somebody that can really work the data does help. Alfie Davidson is on a lap which might move him. Well, it only moves him up one place. I was expecting a little more from Alfie Davidson than a one-place improvement on that lap. Then it puts him up into P5. Aidan Davey still fastest at this point. Aidan Davey fastest from Rossi Barnum, Zach Shelton and Lewis Smart. With Alfie Davidson in 5th place. Kieran Kent and Jacob Stevenson, with Harley McCabe, all sport bikes, the top 8. Bobby Very in 9th place with Ash Barnes, Peter Willis, Ollie Walker, Ed Best, Taylor Rose, Joe Ellis, Lennon Doherty, Ted Wilkinson, Harrison McKay in 18th place. I think he's actually narrowed the time, Harrison McKay. He's got that down to 1.3, so lower side of 1.3, but it's not where he wants to be on the actual timing screens as he moves up one place with that last lap. Personal best of 144.453. Then Carl Harris in 19th and Charlie Atkins in 20th. Taylor Rose with a 9-place improvement up into 5th. Well, that's the Taylor Rose that we know and love. And we saw some great runs from Taylor last year. Anthony Joshua into, no, Anthony Johnson, that's twice I've said that now. Text message will be coming in a second. Anthony Johnson crosses the line. Number 38 stopped with a technical problem at Water Tower. Aidan Davey. I wonder if he's got a broken handlebar after he bounced off a BMW in the pit lane. So, as fast as the CF Motos are, that's another stoppage for Aidan on track. As Alfie Davison now goes to the top of the times. 142.648 for the Iron Competition mounted rider on his Aprilia. Half a second up the road from Aidan Davey. That's a chunky time, chunky lap that he's just put down. As Bobby Very goes down, I think he looks full factory this year. Really does look good. Colour scheme, that is. And he'll rumble back onto track with one of the sport bikes behind him. But yeah, the news there, Aidan Davey goes and stops at Water Tower, which is upside Druids. And Alfie Davidson on the same lap goes to the top of the times. 142.648. 142.648. Is that the fastest we've had? No, his last time was a 636 in the previous session. Should have remembered that. Very much Kawasaki. 636. Here comes number 44 back onto track. That's Sam Green. And what have we got? 7 minutes of the session to go. I could feel my phone vibrating away in my pocket, and I wondered what was going on there. So I did mention that Harrison McKay would need to get a set of Armada Lenners. Dave Sellers sent me the pictures, so there we go. Thanks, buddy. That's good. Always handy to know. Correction, number 79 stopped at a technical problem, Water Tower. So that's Harley McCabe. So that does make a bit more sense, because you can still see the Aidan Davey number floating around the actual screen, but you kind of like you leave it alone as young Carl Harris goes down in towards the pit exit. 6 and a bit minutes to go. So 79, the corrected sport bike that is stopped at Water Tower is Harley McCabe, not Aidan Davey. Sorry, Ali Grant, if you're listening. A little bit speedy down the pit lane for Kieran Kent. He does like to walk a tight line. And that speed gun is down there. Don't have to be much over it, and you'll get a. I don't know what would happen actually. Would they just get brought in? Would they get a monetary fine? All money fines would be collected in the commentary point, I must say. No receipts. But yeah, Kieran Kent goes back over the track. He has had a pretty good test, and he finds himself again inside that top 10 in 7th place on the Blue Motion Aprilia, number 25, just behind Lewis Smart, and just ahead of Jacob Stevenson. So Aidan Davies going in towards Shell Hairpin. Zach Shelton's just ahead of him on the road. He's got a clear track behind him, but then he's got Luca Allen, and behind Luca Allen he's got number 81, which is Jordan Bannon on our BMW, who's parked below us in the pit lane. Now Lennon Doherty crossing the control line. Any improvement for Lennon? Where do we see him? He's 15th now. Was that a personal best? No, it wasn't. A 1:44.004 is his best time. 1:44.3 is what he just posted. So I would imagine Dad's not digging the hands too deep in the pockets for a brand new set of tyres at this stage in the test. There's no real need for that to be happening. So I'd imagine he's also got some pretty good instructions to go there and bring it back in one piece. As Harrison McKay comes through, Mark Hanna was ready to take his rider there and get the bike, but Harrison just rode straight past him, just trying to get a bit of space and time on the track, which is understandable. Now, we've been talking an awful lot about the sport bike class. We should also mention the Rockeroff BMW F900R Cup. There's not too many of them here testing, as the majority is sport bike. And on the first page of the timing screen, Bobby Very in 11th place is really the only one that I can see. I'm going to be brave, and I'm going to try and turn one of these channels over if I can, and we'll see what happens here. If I go right close to it and do that, actually it's worked. Davy Gray second in BMWs, and Paul Barker, who had the bouncing moment in the pit lane with Aidan Davey. And Dakin up there as well, and as I mentioned, the man who's parked below us, number 81 in the pit lane, is Jordan Bannon. We've also got bike number 38 out there, because there's two 38s. There's Aidan Davey and there's David Luff as well. So David Luff sits behind Bannon. And then bike 36 would be Chris Taylor on the cam, civils and landscaping, what we mentioned. So that's the full list. There's not too many BMWs wanting to come here and do the test. There was a lot more at Donington. It was maybe because that took in a Friday and a Saturday, maybe easier for people to get time off work. But with 2 minutes 27 seconds of the session to go, Bobby Very goes up 5 places on his BMW and slots it into 8th place with a 1:43.571. Lennon Doherty with a big improvement. He's in 10th place. He come up the order as I was doing my run through the BMWs, and he was up to 9th, but then shunted back after Bobby Very went ahead. In comes Harrison McKay. Again, another little shake of the head, but he stops it. He's had a good test. 16th place, 1.5 seconds away from the super fast time that we've seen put down there by Alfie Davidson. And with 1 minute 40, I believe that is all Harrison will have time on track for. No real point in him heading back out onto track. He won't get a flying lap in, and he has had a pretty successful test for his first time at Oulton Park on the big sport bike. Slap in the back from Ash Barnes. Mark Hanna looks happy. Harrison goes round at the back of the Panic. That'll be him done. The pit board can be put in his bag. Here comes Ali Grant down as well. And the CF Moto guys look like they're done. I was correct about Lennon Doherty being under strict orders. He's come back in the pit lane. Is he doing a ride through, actually? He is. And he will get one other lap. And the checker flag will greet him the next time he actually comes round. Jacob Stevenson still sitting in the pit lane looking cool as a cucumber up there. Doesn't want to be going anywhere. Having a look at the live timing as it happens on his Rev to Race Yamaha with the team all parked around him. And it's drawing to a close for the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship and Rocket Off BMW F 900R Cup. Matt Bainbridge has said his goodbyes to Lennon's dad. Willie looks like he's going to leave the pit lane as well, and the pit lane has now become a very sparse place. If you're watching on YouTube, you see there's not too many people in it at all, compared to what we had when the RMG Moto 4 British Cup was on track. It was a really busy full pit lane. Checker flag now flies, and that brings that session to an end. Ollie Walker riding down the pit lane will head round towards his garage or his truck. Successful test for Ollie Walker. Finds himself just outside the top 10 in 11th. And everybody now streaming through to take that checkered flag. But it will be Alfie Davidson once again who ends the session fastest, and that's the fastest time of the test, a 142.632. Some 400s faster than what he managed earlier on when he did a 6.36. Alfie Davidson fastest from Taylor Rose and Rossi Banham. No, Aidan Davey then Rossi Banham, with Zach Shelton in 5th place and Lewis Smart in 6th. Kieran Kent, a really good, respectable 7th place, and a big step forward for Kieran Kent on the Blue Motion Aprilia. And our first BMW, Bobby Very, comes home in 8th place. 9th place for Jacob Stevenson, 10th for Lennon Doherty, which really makes it an 8th for Jacob Stevenson and a 9th for Lennon Doherty and a 10th for Ollie Walker in the sport bike class, which I think those boys will be pretty happy with. Jacob Stevenson only 9/10ths away from the fastest time, still within the same second bracket. Behind Ollie Walker, well, there's Charlie Barnes. A good improvement for Charlie Barnes. He just crossed the line right at the end here, and that's a good improvement for Charlie. He's 12th place. Harley McCabe, as we saw or heard, stopping at Water Tower on his MLAV, or his Fibertech MLAV Aprilia. Peter Ellis 14th, Ed Best 15th, Harrison McKay 16th, Joe Ellison 17th, Callum Beach in 18th, in 19th place young Carl Harrison. Ted Wilkinson, Super Ted, rounds out the top 20 in 20th position on bike number 22. We will be back with the next session in just a couple of minutes, which will be the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship and the Superstock bikes on as well, the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. So that's due to kick off at 15:15. Quick break in the commentary box and we'll catch that session once it starts. So the Quattro Group Berry Supersport and Pirelli National Superstock Championship back on track for their 6th and final session that we've had for them over the past 2 days. The Tuesday and Wednesday test here at the official RNG, the kind of final test that we're all together at before we go racing at round number 1. And yeah, it's been an interesting layout what we've had here. We've had Luke Stapleford really trying to dominate at the sharp end of Supersport, and we've also had Declan Connell stepping up and being the man at Superstock. So this is a mixture between some Superstock in this session and some fast Superstock also go into the Superbike session. So Declan Connell and the Rapid Honda team will be very happy with how their test has gone and how it's unfolded for them. They were fastest of all in the last session, faster than anybody, with 1:36.303. There was one point where I said that Lee Healy had gone fastest, and it was corrected that apparently he had gone through the cut through of the Foster circuit. So he had gone through that, he had stopped and then gone on. Hence the reason why I said when I was looking through the binoculars I could see him smiling in his helmet. I think he knew that he'd done that, so it was corrected by the geniuses that are TSL of Richard Evans and Sam Jones along in race control. But I just saw somebody stopping down at the far end of Knickerbrook area, so whether they've managed to get that bike moving and get it going again is something else. But Declan Connell was fastest from Luke Stapleford in the last session, with Jack Kennedy, Oliver Bart and Ben Luxton your top 5. That's a bit of a mixed match of Superstock and Supersport. In the top 5, 2 Superstock bikes and 3 Supersport bikes. Remember I said towards the end of the session it is Dino time. Dean Harrison's getting ready. Well, he was, and he brought himself up through the ranks quite considerably. He finished 8th fastest, but when he did leave the pit for his final exit, he was down in 16th place. And if you watch on YouTube, you'll see our lovely backdrops that we've got here, because this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and the nice branding boards behind us. Rather than just looking down the pit lane, thought we'd show a quick wave from the commentary point. It's nice to have Dan Fry up here earlier on. We've had Jordan Bird drop in and drop off a lovely afternoon scone with some cream and jam. I mean, it's like beer at a nice posh hotel. Thank you very much to Jordan and to Karen. And yeah, the commentary box taking a bit of a step forward. It's trying to bring everything into a bit of sound and vision. We're on YouTube, so we're not really hidden away. There's quite a few ways you can pick up and listen to BSB Radio in 2026. And I will be joined as ever with Larry Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde will join us in the studio as well. So it's a great idea from MSV to push us forward and have us out there. Obviously have to have a shave every now and again and make sure I have a haircut before round number 1 when we come back to Oulton Park. And you know what, let's hope when we come back to Oulton Park we have the same kind of weather that we've got as we have at this test, because Kyle Reid hit the nail on the head actually. He said we've been very lucky, or they have been very lucky with the weather, because imagine coming in with a brand new bike and it would be a wet test, and then the next time you get on the bike it could be dry at the race meeting. So if we have a wet race meeting, which hopefully we don't, it means everybody's kind of in the same playing field, because nobody has really had that much wet running at all, if any. So that's good to see. So yeah, Kyle always thinking ahead, always looking towards the next thing, as these racers all do. But on track, we need to focus on the Quattro Group British Supersport and Pirelli National Superstock Championships. We have, as ever, got TSL, all the TSL screens that we need. Our tracker map is across here, showing us the dots and where the riders are on track. My main TSL 1 page in front of me, and then an information log of everybody who crosses the line. And then at the bottom of it, the important part, if there's any notifications or notices that come out of race direction, they come up on that screen. So very handy to have. And a big improvement for Blaze Baker there. Luke Stapleford's fastest, but Blaze Baker goes second with a 1:37.7. That is a big lap from Blaze. Simon Reed follows him through and then goes third. I wonder if they're on track together. Can't see them on the log coming through, but that's an impressive run for Blaze Baker, the man who we saw last year in the Superbikes, and the one we also saw him very fast in the Ducati Tri-Options, if you remember, a good few years ago. Down pit lane comes James McManus. Where's James going? Round the back of the garages. James is having a good test actually. don't look too much into the positioning of where James McManus is. He's having a good test. He's back on the bike and he's been consistent, and that's what the team and James will be looking for as Alistair Seeley rumbles into the pit lane and parks directly underneath us. Big thank you to all the text messages that are coming in. It's lovely to get some information and hello from people who are watching. Our furthest away, probably Dave Sellers in Norway, actually, who has been giving us a lot of thanks for mentioning Harrison and keeping him up to speed. Dave misses it terribly when he's not here, so I think it's only right that if Harrison was parked right outside my window, I can see everything that's going to the bike. I can try and relay as much as I possibly can back to Dave, who's drilling for oil in some Norwegian fjord, but we'll see him, I would imagine, at round one, we hope. But yes, it's good to know people are listening. And there's Barry Burrell through on the 765 Triumph. Barry also has a Halliwell Jones stock BMW that's out the back of us as well. And quite a few bikes deciding to come back in the pit lane, including Has a True Love. That moustache needs to get put online. It's a proper Dale Earnhardt moustache. I did tell the story yesterday of I grew a moustache for Movember many years ago, and when it kind of got a bit itchy, and when it went a funny colour of orange, I thought it's now time to come off. But it was for a good cause. We all raised a lot of money at Knockhill Racing Circuit for that. But Harry has just decided to grow a moustache, and he has gone all in, and it's an impressive bit of art on his face. And when he said Catherine, his girlfriend, liked it, that's when I kind of thought he's telling me a story I want to hear now. I don't think that's actually the truth. But we'll see if it makes it through round one. Maybe he'll do a Gary McCoy. There's something. Maybe he'll do a Gary McCoy and keep the moustache until he gets a race win, or maybe gets on a podium. Who knows? But that could be an interesting one for Harry to be looking at. Harry Truelove, the rider of the McCams Raceway R9, which is part of the find of the pit lane in the Raceway's garage. That was Luke Stapleford going through. Stapleford still fastest as Luke Stapleford goes through. We see Blaze Baker as well. Max Lofthouse comes back into the pit lane. Max having a pretty good test as well. When we look at that, we see where he is on the screen. He was on page one earlier on. John McGuinness is back on page one in 21st position. Max Lofthouse up in 13th actually. And remember this yesterday, McGuinness was P1 at one point in the stock class. As Richard Whitehead's back out onto circuit. Still campaigning the big BMW. An increase for Ben Curry. He goes up into 7th place on the number 61 McCams Raceways R9. And that is Carter Brown going through. Now Carter Brown, remember he had a year in the Ducati last year, or a chunk of a year in the Ducati, and stepping over into the Binch team, I think that's a pretty inspired move from Dave Binch in the 3B construction squad to pick up young Carter Brown. Because Carter, who we know, remember that year that we had the complete dead heat in the RNG British Talent Cup between Johnny Garness and Carter Brown? That happened at Donington Park. Could not separate them. Dead heat. Never seen that in my life. But it was something that was pretty impressive. Larry Carter was bemused with that one. They had two guys standing on the top of the podium, and they only had one trophy. So there was, I think, there was a second trophy that got brought along and distributed at some point. Not 100% sure if who walked away with the actual trophy on that day. You should have just cut it right down the middle, giving them two halves. Hutchie's just flown past on his RK Engineering Burrows, RK Racing Burrows Engineering V2. Good looking paint scheme on that bike, and Hutchie has done a lot of laps. He has been and done a lot. He's done all this session, either on the Supersport or the Superstock bike, and also he's had the big bike out as a guest in the Superbike class. So valuable track time for Hutchie before he gets going. Let me show you the pit lane again, because it's starting to busy up a little bit down there. As Dom the Bomb Herbertson comes in, he just rides underneath. I don't know if you can see Declan Connell standing down there. Yes, you can. Declan Connell in the white right at the bottom of the screen. Declan and Matt Bainbridge standing there actually. As Dom Herbertson just goes a little bit into detail about the bike. It's encouraging for Declan Connell, knowing that he's having such a good session. He's having such a good test. They're happy to stand there in the pit lane with the leathers on and just have a bit of a watching brief while Matt Bainbridge busies himself away on the mobile phone, probably doing his day job, if I know Matt. There's Corey Tinker passed in the background. Where's Corey on track? 20th place for number 37, makes 2-place improvement as Hutchie stops in the RK Racing garage. Oh, passes the bike over. The guys thankfully grabbed the bike from him. Here's number 44, making his way down the pit lane, Harry Truelove. Has it, still to get the proper team branding like we've seen on the Ben Curry bike. Ben is in proper leathers and branded up bike, but Harry's still deciding to go in slightly older leathers and the testing livery, which is the same McCam's logo, just on a black bike, and it does look really properly nice. Actually, it does look really good. Testing liveries are always cool. I think Darren Fry said that a while ago. You know, you really do like a good testing livery. And if you get it right, you get it right. Here comes Dean Harrison down pit lane. He's going to join the track now on his CBR 600. Dean was fastest in the session for a couple of laps at the very beginning. Now finds himself in 5th place, and it's round about where he's been most of the session, but that 5th place is a corrected position of round about 3rd, because you take out the couple of superstock bikes that are in there, and Dino's bang on the pace. He's 0.6 of a second away from Luke Stapleford and 0.4 of a second away from his teammate Jack Kennedy. So Dean really has blossomed into being a really, really good Supersport rider, which is nice to see that, because it's a difficult class for somebody to come back to from a big bike and then make your home in a slightly smaller bike, because you end up riding the bike like how the previous bike wanted to be ridden. So yeah, a bit of work for him to do there, but he's done it incredibly well, and he's also had a pretty good teacher, or maybe not teacher, but some data that you can look at from some guy called Kennedy, first name Jack, and I don't think there's anybody in the world that can ride a 600 Honda any harder than Jack Kennedy, really. Corentin Perolari possibly in the World Championship, but they're very much on a par, those two guys. Luke Stapleford down pit lane again. Another bit of a warm-up for one of the bikes down there. Can't see exactly who that is, but could hear it in the garage and can actually smell it as well, because it's coming up through the floor. So Hutchie down there in the pit lane. We've talked about that. We've talked about Declan Connell as well. There's another bike further up. I think that's Blaze Baker. Yep, Blaze on number 51. And also 15 beside Blaze Baker is Jake Major Bird. As everybody wants to try and get on track for the last 10 minutes of their test. Cam Hall back down pit lane. He parks directly underneath us. You hear him? The G&S Kawasaki parks in its pit box. Cam Hall, teammate to TJ Toms for 2026 as Ryan Campion heads out, and so does Joe Sheldon Shaw. Joe's been a little quiet through this test, I've got to say, and just a little bit on Joe Sheldon Shaw, I've got to say. The 66 Kawasaki not featuring on our screen. David Williams back out on his Nitrous Competition Racing Ducati, complete with a new side panel on the bike after he put the bike down at the Shell hairpin. But Dave was perfectly okay. Said he just tried something different on the way in, a little bit wide through Island Bend by the sounds of it. Says he normally goes through there in 3rd gear, but decided to try and go through in 4th. Then couldn't get the end bike slowed down with no engine braking and just a little bit wide on the way in towards the Shell house hairpin. And unfortunately, he just overcooked it, but he was perfectly okay. And it was nice to speak to David as well, because he was then waxing lyrical about how the teams worked and the preparation that the team have gone through, because, as he said, they went to Italy, they built the Superbikes in Italy, and then they had to drive back in one day from Italy back to the UK And then the real work really starts to begin. So you've just gone and built a bike that gets given to you in a pallet, and then after that you have to do more work back home. As Frank Bird said to us, they had the bike for, I think they had the bike for 11 days, but for the first 4 days they couldn't do anything. They couldn't even start it or turn it over because there was no wiring looms. Wave to John McGuinness as he goes out onto track. He's having a really good test. 8 minutes to go, and McGuinness heads back out. But it was good to chat with David Williams, and now he's out on track doing what he does. And while I've been talking about that, just crossing the line 10 seconds ago, Jack Kennedy, fastest, 1:37.124, puts 3/10 in to Luke Stapleford as Michael Dunlop back here on the track as well. So that 1:37.124, yeah, we were in the 36s in the past 2 sessions, so they're a little bit further away from where they have been. And the big question is, will we see anybody try and put a tyre in and do some sort of lap which puts them towards the sharp end? Corey Tinker through the pit lane now as he heads down towards the pit lane exit down at Oulton. Here's 4 bikes across the line altogether. Harvey Claridge, Eduardo Colombi, Carter Brown, and who was that behind Carter Brown? Josh Bannister as well. I think it was Lucas Brown actually, I'm going to say. Yes, it was an MSG Racing Suzuki. MSG, we saw, remember last year, I think there was a couple of rounds that out with the BSB, we saw Fenton Seabright racing. I think Fenton Seabright raced that bike at Liddon Hill, actually, and I went very well. Now, Declan Connell has finally come out the garage. So he gets the Rapid Honda handed to him, fist pump, like that. And what's Deco got in the back? A used tyre for young Declan as he heads out. Now, is that the first that he's come out on track, actually? Let's be brave and use a television control and see if we can change one singular channel. We have. Yeah, Declan hasn't done, well, he's done an out lap. He went out and went straight back in. So this is the first attempt of seeing Declan on track. So clearly something was wrong with that bike, or they wanted to do quite a big change. And with 6 minutes of the session to go, they've had such a good test, maybe they can try something completely different and be a little bit radical if they need to. You can tell it's now at the business time of the session because everybody who said they were in the pit boxes now looks like they're on out laps. Corey Tinker, Ben Luxton, Mike Brown. Still a few bikes in the pit lane. Harry Truelove, Max Lofthouse, Jake Hopper. Richard White is somewhere in the pit lane as Luke Stapleford dives up the inside of Corey Tinker. That was did they get through there? That was a full send it move from Luke Stapleford. And the full send it move definitely worked for Luke Stapleford as well, so he still managed to get away with that one. You'll be happy with that. He came from a long way back, but what he could see in front of him was where he is now, nice clear road, all the way down to Eduardo Colombi. Bike number 32, Spiatella, who is going through the shell hairpin as Luke comes through the corner before that, which is Island Bend. So there's a huge amount of space on the track for Luke Stapleford to nestle into here and see if he can do something towards the end of this session. So Jack Mahaffey with a big improvement there, and also look at this, John McGuinness with a 13 place improvement for John McGuinness, a 1:38.027. A look away for 10 seconds up the pit lane with the binoculars, and that happens. Ben Curry goes up 7 places into 4th. Jack Mahaffey does a big improvement. John McGuinness also, and Alistair Seeley up 4 places, and Mike Brown up 9 places. Nice smell, fresh rubber. Quite possibly. With 4 minutes to go. There's no real purple segments popping up, but there's a lot of personal bests. And Blaze Baker out there continuing his really strong run in this Superstock Honda. And what Blaze Baker bike number 51 for Whitney Motorsports on his 1000cc Honda. And Ben Curry into 4th place. He'll be happy with that. Stapleford, Kennedy, Harrison, Curry. It shows the Yamaha development is very much on the right path. And Blaze Baker goes ahead of Ben Curry though. Blaze Baker now the fastest stock bike in this session. Very impressive run with Blaze Baker. Such a really nice guy to talk to as well. Always happy to chat. Big smiles all the time from Blaze Baker. So to see him up there at the sharp end in the stock class, good. Fastest Supersport, Stapleford. Fastest stock, Blaze Baker. Then Simon Reed. Then John McGuinness. P3. Not P1 on the board that we saw yesterday, but it's still a really impressive run as we look towards the hilltop camera and see all sorts of people taking the shortcut through at the bottom of the Hizzy chicane. Ollie Bayliss. There's a lap and a half for Ollie Bayliss. Personal best sector 2, fastest of anybody sector 3, personal best sector 4, P2. 10th of a second away from the fastest time. I spoke with Ollie very briefly at the back when I was having a sit with Cam Dix at lunchtime. I was making my way along to see the timekeepers, and Ollie came out and said, how are you doing? It's great to see you again. Likewise, Ollie. I said, how are you doing today? He goes, better. Yesterday was learning, and I said, today's a little bit more let go. He says, yeah, and he's just delivered on that lap. That's a really strong lap for Ollie Bayliss. I think Tom Booth Amos has been here to give him some sort of direction as well. Tom Booth Amos has been here for 2 days, as has Cam Dawson, hanging about the back of that garage. That Triumph Factory Racing team does have a lot of people, cool people as well, hanging about. Unlike the commentary box, it just says me. Or Darren Fry popped in. We'll see that, but that's a good lap for Ollie Bayliss. That's a Ducati, a Triumph, and then a Honda, 1, 2, 3. Dean Harrison, another Honda in 4th place, for the Supersport bikes, keeping him at the sharp end. 2 minutes of the session remaining. And do we have anybody else willing to put anything on the line here? Alistair Seeley will be the next bike across the line, bike number 34. In fact, he's in the pits, it'll be the other bike number 34. I think there's 2 of them out there. There is. No, there isn't. Is Alistair on an outlap? That's bizarre. It tells me Alistair's in the pit lane, but I can see him on the screen going round, so possibly it's 2:34s. We'll come back to it later. It's late in the day. It's 4:45, second day of testing in a commentary box on your own, being fumed out by the lovely guys at the Binge Pro and GNS Racing below us. Yeah, Ollie Bayliss went out, did a push lap, and now has come straight back in to the pit lane. But isn't it good to see the name Bayliss back at the sharp end of the Supersport Championship, because we all are very much aware of Dad Troy, and Troy was, in the history of BSB, one of the true trailblazers. Remember that he came to Knockhill, he had an issue at Knockhill, and he was kicking the bike because he'd fallen off it and ripped a foot peg off, and he raced around Knockhill with 1 foot peg missing. Absolute hero of a man. And I said yesterday, I think still the only man to win a World Superbike and a Grand Prix in the same year, if I'm not mistaken. Valencia, in the year he won it for Ducati. So 25 seconds to go. I've looked at the timing screen just a little bit early, but we're into the final couple of seconds of this session. And then we will be gearing up for the final Superbike session of the week. I could say weekend as well. I can get away with saying week. So we've got the checker flag now flies here, and there will be no real changes towards the end of us. The big changes happen maybe 2 or 3 minutes towards the end. When Ollie Bayliss put himself up into the sharp end and got himself into P2, Jack Kennedy P3. So let's run through the order as across the line. There might be an improvement from Harry Truelove here coming. So let's just hold back a second. Number 44 going through Druids. Harry Truelove is personal best, 2nd and 3rd sector. And as long as he doesn't get held up by Alistair Seeley and Carter Brown, who is tailing in towards that last corner, this could be a A little bit of a jump for Harry Truelove, he would do him a world of good. He's in 10th place, he's inside the top 10, but no, crosses the line, and I think compromised just a bit towards the end there in that last sector. So it's Luke Stapleford fastest from Ollie Bayliss and Jack Kennedy in Supersport. It's Blaze Baker fastest from Simon Reed and John McGuinness in Stock 1000. Fabulous stuff. Now let's run through the complete top 10 if we can. Luke Stapleford on 8 fastest with 68, Ollie Bayliss in second and 4 Jack Kennedy in third. 55 Dean Harrison comes home in 4th place, all Supersport. First stock raider Blaze Baker, big 51 in 5th place from Ben Curry, 61 in 6th. Simon Reed stock in 7th place on bike number 10, and Jack Maffey for the Astro JJR Hippo team in 8th place on 73. John McGuinness, bike number 5 in 9th. Harry Truelove inside that top 10 on the second of the McCams R9 Yamahas on 44. Lee Johnson, bike 13th in 11th. Carter Brown, bike 74 in 12th. Lucas Brown, good run for Lucas on bike 29 in 13th place, ahead of Declan Connell, who got 7 laps in that session to come home in 14th place. Max Simons, bike number 95, home in 15th place, with Richard White, bike 67 in 16th. Alistair Seeley, the wee wizard, on his Bench Pro Ducati, is 17th on bike 34. And Spiatella, Eduardo Colombi, bike 32, home in 18th place. Mike Bound, bike 17, ends the test in 19th place in that session, with Max Lofthouse, bike number 14, home in 20th position. That was a mixture of Supersport and Superstock. Fastest overall, though, once again, was Luke Stapleford. So, Superbike's back on track for their final test session at this official RNG test for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli at Oulton Park. We were testing all day Tuesday and we have tested all day Wednesday, and the weather has got better and better and better through the course of our 2 days. It has been fantastic. It's not often Mother Nature is good to us, but it very much is the case that we're seeing right now. The weather has been good. Even the riders commenting on how nice the weather has been here, which is what early pre-season testing is all about. And it kind of, and almost, you've got to say, it almost vindicates what the organisers have done to almost stop having such an early start to the year. You know, when we spoke with Stuart Higgs at Donington, he says the very first year that the BSB was put together, they actually started on, I think it was the 28th of March or something like that. It was really early. Now, if we'd have done that this year, no, half the grid wouldn't have been there. So, and also think of the cold weather. So the weather gets a little bit nicer. So we're going to start at the start of May. And yes, we need to condense the championship into from May to around about October, but it definitely is doable and it works a treat. It's fabulous. And this early season testing that we have, Donington last time out maybe a little bit not sketchy with weather, just it wasn't as nice. It was dry though, but my goodness, it was a bit blowy, let's put it that way. What we have here right now, just a gentle breeze in the air. There's people on deck chairs out the back of the garages enjoying the sunshine. Need I say more? No. Kyle Wright fastest at the top of this session after doing 2 laps from Scott Redding and Storm Stacey. Lots of news coming out from riders for signing and various other things. But what we had on Tuesday morning was the IWR news, where IWR, Ian Walcott Racing, they run Scott Swan last year, and unfortunately Ian put a very nice interview together when I was interviewing him. He said, you know, the sponsor that we had decided that they wanted to go and do other things, and that happened. And for Ian to put it so gently, there's nothing worse for a team than losing your sponsor, but they know they wanted to go and do something else, and Ian was very honest about that. And then they picked up Rocket Oxygen, and they picked up BMW, and they picked up Eli Mikulczyk. Wow, there you go. And they've also picked up some BMW personnel and had a huge amount of help from Sean Muir. Now, that says it all. It shows how much BMW are keen to be involved in this championship. And Eli sits in 14th place. He was meant to be a Superbike rider last year, but things didn't kind of work out. But he went on to win and almost dominate the Superstock Championship. He was doing things on the Superstock BMW which were just crazy when we were watching him. He was almost faster than Superbikes in some sectors. Obviously he had the full BMW electronics and various other bits and bobs, but yes, Elia now a bona fide Superbike rider, which I am delighted to see and really excited to see moving forward from where we are on the cusp of 2026. So thank you if you've been tuned in and joined us. If you're trackside, thank you even more for coming along and supporting Oulton Park and the British Superbike Championship. But if you're tuning in, well, we've got this session, then we won't duck down into the pit lane and try and get a little bit of catch up with a few riders before coming up to finish the final session up here, which will be for, once again, the RNG Moto 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship. And I said that without looking at a sheet, and I think you could tell I said that without looking at a sheet. But it's almost as bad as the year we had the enormous name for the BMW F900R Cup, which was one that we eventually got a head round come October. Brad Ray fastest with a 1:33.882. So we need to keep our eyes on the timings, because we've seen a 1:33.5 in the previous session. 33.7 before that. We got into a 33.7, so that 33.524 is the fastest time from the previous session that Kyle Wright has done. I've seen a few riders into the 33s, but not too many of them at this test. Storm Stacey was the first man to go sub 1 minute 34. He did a 33 yesterday, and he was properly happy with how he managed to to control the Ducati on the way around, and I think Storm was just a rejuvenated young man, because he had been probably struggling at Donington, but a lot of hard work. And speaking of hard work, there goes Hutchie out on the RST Superbike. That man's done so many laps over the last 2 days, and so many costume changes as well. Each set of RST leathers suiting the bike. He's not just doing this testing on one set of leathers, he's actually fitting the leathers on for that bike, which is a good move, because if you think about it, if he just stays in one set of leathers, by the time he has to actually get and race in those leathers that he's wearing, he might have never had them on. And that, I know it's like if you've ever bought a brand new suit or brand new pair of jeans, or maybe a brand new pair of brogues. I made myself laugh when I come out of that. I knew I was going there, I don't know why. I haven't worn brogues since I was about 10 years old, but they never felt nice, put it that way. But once you'd wore them for a month, they were okay. It's the same with set leathers, you've got to bed them in. Maybe not roll them on the floor, but you've certainly got to wear them enough and stretch as much as you can into them. But a pair of brogues, good grief, Duncan. Let me know who has a pair of brogues. You might wear them every day. Sorry if I'm insulting you. I'll move on now. We'll move on to the next part. Storm Stacey goes into P2. I was watching Andrew Urban go through. I saw Mrs. Urban out the back of the garage. She was having a little spot of lunch, I think, as I was walking up towards the race control area. One of the kids having lots of fun jumping from the power blocks, the cable holders. Here's Lewis Rollo heading back out into the circuit, and Lewis goes out. The rumble off the big BMW underneath Lewis. Motorrad Central Edinburgh by MLAV Racing. Motorrad Central, fairly local to myself. Nice bunch of guys down there. Do a good bit of motorcycle sponsorship, which is good. They're backing Lewis, this year's title sponsor, and also one of the local KMSE championships backed by Motorrad Central. Finn Arscott back into the pit lane on the Saf Holland Honda. He gets parked up. And there's Connor Cumming, if you're watching if you're watching the YouTube feed, you'll have just seen the 2 metre man rumbling his way down the pit lane on his Batham's AGN BMW. So yes, I did get that right. There is a Batham's AGN BMW, that's what he's got. And Storm has the Ducati. So Connor doing a roads programme for Batham's AGN. And that's flashing past. It was our Master Mac Hawk Honda rider of Eugene McManus. He sits up, looks over his shoulder, and Andrew Urban will blast along past the avenue and go through. And Andrew and Eugene just setting up as they make their way along Lakeside. The MET Fonacab Ducati has shown great speed here and great speed at Donington. So everything going to plan for Andrew. Currently sitting in 5th place as Scott Swan sighs underneath Luke Mossy. I wonder if that's what we're going to see throughout the course of 2026. That's a good point there. Yeah, Scott Swan back into happy hunting ground on a bike he'll feel pretty familiar with. And Swanee, well, gotta say, a real shame that he's not getting a second year on a superbike. But maybe that will come. But Swanee not getting a second year on a superbike, and I think much deserved actually. He was putting in some great performances last year, and learning all the way. When he was calm and relaxed and loose, he was so fast, and we saw that in the pre-season testing at Donington. And I remember speaking to him at the first event here at Oulton Park, and it was after one of his sessions, and he was a completely different man, just purely because of the kind of nervous energy that he had inside his body. And that's kind of understandable, because he was moving into something completely new, and he says it just is different from testing when you go racing, and it is. It's a different feel. When you go racing around, when you go testing just now, we've got all the marshals and all the safety stuff out, but then when you go racing, the advertising boards arrive. There's bigger trucks, there's hospitality, there's just more trackside as well, with all the advertising all the way around, and it just ups the level of everything. And Swanee did kind of get his head used to that, and come middle part of the season, I think we were seeing some really, really good performances from him in his rookie year. And we missed him at the first test, but thankfully he's back at this one. And Luke Mossey's not going to have it all his own way. I can tell you that just now, because that's Lewis Rollo now diving past Mitchell Rees. Now I think it was actually Mitchell Rees who Scott Swan went past and not Luke Mossey, but it was a Paddy's bike, so it could be how it works out for the year anyway. I would imagine Mossey and Scott Swan will be well, they will all be in the mix for the stock. And you know, you got David Allingham thrown there as well, with Eli Mikulczyk now making that championship position vacant. Yeah, interesting. It's not a clash you'd like to put anybody winning it on, that's for sure. And I'm not really a betting man. I always bet and get things wrong, so it's probably right I don't do anything. Now, is that Fraser Dykes at the pit wall? It most certainly is. Fraser Dykes in the pit wall there with the man from AMD. Keeping a watchful eye on Andrew, not on Andrew, keeping a watchful eye on Richard Kerr. He's backed Richard for quite some time, Fraser Dykes, and it's good to see him down here. I hope Mary knows you're here, Fraser. I will get a row for mentioning you. He pointed up to the commentary box so you can't hear. But a long-time supporter of Richard Kerr, and a long-time supporter of motorsport as well, because Stephen Thompson, as I mentioned yesterday, his rally driver, who also works for the AMD construction concern up there in the Dumfries area. So, what have we got on our screen? Number 9, one of our guests, doesn't have a working transponder. I believe that's Connor. That's no disaster, but you're probably better to get it fixed, Connor. Christian Eden throws a leg over the Sencat Yamaha. He's going to rumble down pit lane as Mitchell Rees comes down there as well to park himself up at the Padges Bay. Dan Brooks goes out on track. And Hutchie comes back in. It's revolving doors down there, one in, one out. Hutchie steps off the BMW. Lovely colour scheme on that. RST, their title sponsor. RST put together a Superbike for, or put together a team actually. Hutchie's very much spearheading that. That will be a roads programme. And here comes Andrew Urban across the line. This is a lot of running for Andrew. He's about to go double figures in laps. He's now 9 laps deep. Everybody else sits in the pit box. But Andrew continues to run. And you probably heard in the interview that we did with Andrew at Doynton Park, as Ryan Vickers has an exit from the box, that Andrew said they will be planning on getting a 2026 Ducati at some point, but just their little brand new team's a little bit further down the pecking order, and that's big news. It really is for Andrew. The bike that they've got was the ex-Scott Redding bike, and the ex-Glen Irwin bike. The data that they have for that bike is absolutely enormous. They've got so many parts as well. I saw engines that Frank Bird was delivering to them at Donington at the start of the year. So it's he's already got a good bike underneath him, and be interesting to see when they feel the need to get the new bike, because that's another thing. If Andrew really gels with that, there's no real point in changing right now. Because let's face it, the bike that they've had isn't the bike they've got isn't that far wrong. Is this Richard Kerr about to come in the garage, or is that? Do you know that's? It looks like Sam West. Is that Sam West going back out there? I think it is. 62 Sam West, who we saw Sam unfortunately slip off at Knickerbrook earlier on, and he was the bike was too far up the hill. Unfortunately, Sam was a little bit stuck underneath it as well. So it was one of the reasons why we had to have a stop in one of the previous sessions. Cam Dixon down the pit lane. There's Cam Dixon on our screens. He had a very, very good Donington as Eli Mikulczyk heads out. Now, they've changed the bodywork on Eli's bike. Cam Dixon in 33rd place. They've changed the bodywork back to the testing livery. Now, I wonder if that's because they needed to get some pictures on track with the race bodywork on. Because he did go out there with the full rocket oxygen. Carl Cox, the sponsor of that one as well, and lots of BMW on that as well, which is good to see. So maybe they actually needed just to get some actual pictures on track whether it's my good friend Tim Keating, who's maybe out there from Impact on now. I've mentioned one, I better mention them all or I'll get in trouble. Could be Michael Hallam, it could be Colin Port, who gave us all a fright yesterday in the media building as he got his tripod caught between two of the rungs and the banister come down the stairs, and it sounded like Chris Glendenning had fell down the stairs because he left a second before that. And Jamie Morris, and another one. Better mention Jamie. So if I've missed somebody, I'm really sorry. Even Cammy. It's a dangerous, dangerous game when you get into naming photographers, because if you don't name them all, your phone will light up and you'll get a bit of a row. Kyle Wade heads out onto track. 6 laps completed in this session for Kyle. Andrew Irwin has gone double figures. He's gone into 10 laps. Ray, Ride and Redding, the top 3. How often have we said that? Yamaha, Ducati, with Storm Stacey, a Ducati in 4th. And Andrew Irwin on the previous incarnation, or previous generation of Ducati, in 5th. And down the pit lane he comes on the MET Fona cab. Charger, he parks that into the garage. And by doing so, he'll get the team giving him a bit of a check to make sure everything is A-OK. Now, Paget's religiously park outside. Good grief, what a fright that was. Absolutely terrified. Now, if you're going to sit down, you have to come in view, and you have to be in round about there. Because we're going to put you on screen. Look at this. So, if you look at that there, I'm going to push this button, flick yourself down, and you can introduce yourself. What's your name?
John McGuinness.
And where'd you come from?
Rookie from Morecambe.
So look, we're now on screen.
54-year-old. Oh, look at that. I haven't got my monster hat on. It's bad, that.
Well, you're fine. I'm not bothered.
I've just been having a bit of a chat with Mitch Reese down there. He's just picked me. Me and him have been within a tenth of a second each other all weekend, and there's a little bit of needle going on. It's friendly needle. There's no wedges in it. But we're definitely. I just did him again in that last one. Now he's just under 37.
37.665, yeah.
Yeah, so he's pulled my trousers down there in that last one, but I'm happy.
You've got a good test.
Happy. Brilliant. Yeah, 6 solid sessions. Team's gelling well. My lad's on the spanners. Ben's on the spanners as well. So we're just doing our own little thing there. You know, next door Superbike looks a bit frustrating at the minute, but saying that, Ryan is he's there or thereabouts at the minute, but they'll figure it out. But you know, it's like these lads, these youngsters, they want to rip up some trees, don't they? So I'm just giggling in the background like an old fella.
Ryan seems to kind of drag something out the bike that Jason just isn't extracting at the moment. Do you have any idea, any inclination? Can you see?
I think Jason's just figuring it out. You know, season of world endurance. And what you forget, he's the world champion. He's the current world endurance champion. So slightly different, I won't say technique, but just a different way about it. You know, they've got to do, the team at Le Mans does 850 laps. They've got to do 850 laps at a certain pace, and like he's just figuring it out as he goes into turn 1. So yeah, he's looking solid. He's a bit quiet. Yeah, he's a bit quiet in the team. He's just trying to figure it out. I hope it comes together for him, because you know, he's one of the most successful BSB riders on the track. So
the thing with Jason is you never forget. You know, it's just it's in there somewhere, and there's nothing really to be gained too much by. I mean, I always like to see people being at the top. I like to see good lap times, John.
Yeah.
But Jason's done this enough, and he knows.
He knows the ropes, and it'll just take him a little bit more to figure it out. Once he figures it out, he gets in that sweet spot. But it's so competitive, so hard, isn't it? You know, it's such. I mean, 33.6 there for Bradley. You know, he's 0.4 ahead at the minute, and they'll all be throwing some new tyres in it. It's the last session of the test, and
somebody wants to grab the headlines, don't they?
Well, I'm not going to lie, it feels good when you're on top of the tree. When you head in, it's a lot shorter to drive home when you're on the top of the list. But
yeah, it's a long drive when you're down the bottom and you're phoning me because you've got nobody to talk to. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, you need somebody to talk to, and you know nobody else will talk to me.
What do you think of that? Number 60, Peter Hickman, going down at Knickerbrook. Peter's having an absolute
disaster.
I was out the back of the garages yesterday, and I saw him walking up towards race control, and he had that face, and I thought, oh dear. And I said on the mic, he looks a little bit grumpy. He looked up and his face lit up and smiled, which is nice. And I said, how is it going? He goes, usual story. No grip on the way in, no grip on the way through, no grip on the way out. And I thought, oh dear. And we left it at that.
It's tough, isn't it? You know, if it was easy, we'd all be doing it. And come off the back of a couple of tumbles at Daytona, and obviously the teammate, your half-team owner, Todd, is in it. You know, he's recuperating now, doing really well, by the way. Shout out to Davey.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Sometimes it just goes that way for you, and no matter what you chuck at it, you just get kicked in the shins every time. So, you know, there's some. I think there's some great things on the horizon. You know, the Northwest coming up and the TT. Hopefully he'll fall in love back with racing. All the ducks will line up for him again. And because he's a BSB winner, so he knows how to do it.
And he's a fast man. He's a nice guy as well. And I want to ask on this man here, because this is a great little story. The way that the Batham's AGN Ducati team have gone about producing their Superbike. You know, they've converted effectively the road bike, which was struggling them at Donington. You know, at one point you were faster than Storm at Donington. He was having a nightmare. But they've worked really hard in that 2-week window, and they've come here with a package that works. And I think it's fabulous to see Storm. And for your old mate Michael Rutter, come on.
Well, you just took the words out of my mouth there, yeah, because I'm just thinking, as he goes purple in Sector 1 there at 22.9, so on cue. Oh, is that Reading? No, that is Storm. Storm. So he's on a quick one. But Storm's got he's got all the talent in the world, not just quite the experience. When it all lines up, he's going to be a front runner every weekend. And like you say, you've got Michael at the helm. You've got a couple. There's a lot of old fogies in there as well, but experienced old fogies. A bit like what Reading's team. Some of my old mechanics in there from the original Paul Bird days. You know, they're in there. And they know the job inside out. So there's no substitute for experience, and that's showing now. Yeah, they got a road bike, didn't they? Converted the road bike, and yeah, well, just. I don't think we can talk about it, but the Donington test, there was another fella going quite fast on a road bike, wasn't there?
Yes.
Carl Wright. So
it
just shows how good that machine is.
I thought you were going to see you were going faster. You were personal best. You want to drop that in just now? I think we should.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. Well,
you never liked it.
It was a PB. I saw 37.9 on my lap timer today, which matched my best. But when I came in, Ewan said it was 38.0, so I was a little bit disappointed. That tenth makes all the difference. It's like an extra inch in it. You could all do one of them, but you know, a tenth. So
P2 for Storm Stacey.
Yeah.
So he does improve 2 tenths away from the Yamaha mounted Bradley Ray. So, you know, all these guys, Stacey, Wright, Redding, Skinner, Irwin, Vickers, they've all changed bikes. They've all changed, you know, the complete same manufacturer for some of them, but they all changed bikes. Brad Ray's got a bit of continuity there. I said, is it a new bike? He says, in fact, it was Steve Rogers said, it's a kind of evolution. It's a 25.5, 26 bike, which is really what Bradley Ray wants. That continuity is good.
Again, great team. Steve Rogers, been around the job a long time. Lovely bloke. All the team gets on with him. Everybody loves riding for him. Bradley's got the experience, and it's showing, isn't it? I mean, he's probably plateaued out a little bit. I think the Ducati's going to keep coming because they're still in early development at the stage, so they're going to get probably a little bit better and better. But it's just, you know, like last year, 9 straight wins, and he lost the championship to Kyle. So consistency has got to be the key. You know, to be champion, a bad day is a fourth, but you have to score points in every round. But
and you said that before to me. You know, you can't have a day where you're finishing 14th. You've got to have a bad day. Top 5 worst.
Yeah.
The Pocket Rocket goes back out. They've made huge steps forward in that Moto Rapido team.
He's one of the oldest guys on the field now. I remember him when he was a baby on the scooter. So that just shows how long I've been racing. But now
CB 500, and in that, remember the Italjet era?
Yeah, the scooter fee. Won that scooter championship, didn't he? In about 1901 or something. So,
1901.
But just looking at that, honestly, how do you call that? How do you call that when the first round comes? It's so open, isn't it? Everybody's there.
And we've just seen Kyle Wright go back ahead of Storm Stacey's put the nitrous competition Ducati back up there by a tiny bit.
The current Superstock British champion is in 10th place as well. I don't know how to pronounce his name. You're going to get it right. Mikkelchek, is it?
Ilya
Mikkelchek.
Ilya.
It looks like one of them people who just smash your head in. You know, like. Looks like a silent assassin, like he just box your head in. But
he's a lovely guy. He's lovely. He really is nice. But yeah, you wouldn't want. I wouldn't want an argument with him. No. But I think that's fabulous for Ian Wallacott, that little team from the West Country, way down, almost in France, according to where we are. But they're fabulous because they had nothing towards the end of the year. And they picked up Ilya, who dominated the Superstock Championship last year. Some of the stuff he was doing, you were racing against him.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of new circuits, like Thruxton's not easy to go to. None of these tracks are. I mean, Oulton Park, specialist track, Brands Hatch, and it was just, it made us look pretty average. Yeah, I think that, I'm sure that the rider for Paget's, but I'll spit it out, it would have given him a run for his money. Mossy would have been there, would have definitely given him a run for his money, but he got the bump at Brands Hatch, didn't he? But it's good to see, you know, another rider from overseas, and obviously the kid's got talent, hasn't he? So, to be running around the top 10 in that company, You know, you're pedalling.
Well, 1.4 seconds away from the fastest time. First 2 days on the bike. I keep wanting to say weekend because that's what we do, isn't it? First 2 days on the bike. Eli Miklicek must will be very, very happy with where he sits in 10th place. Eden in 11th, Brooksy 12th, Danny Kent 13th, Jason O'Halloran, Charlie Nesbitt, Leon Haslam, Fraser Rogers, Richard Kerr, Luke Hedgers, Peter Hickman. But there was a bit of news came in. We talked about Peter Hickman slipping off and Nick Abriki biased as okay. Lee Jackson, bike number 14, stopped with a technical problem at Cascades. And that's not ideal for him as Kyle Reid crosses the line again. Now, Kyle said to me that he was just needing to do slightly longer runs if he could, but as I was explaining to a lot of people out there, like my little tiny bit of knowledge that I've got, you know, when you've got an hour-long session, that is a long time when you're that guy with the camera across there. But when you're the guy on the track, in the pit box, an hour's not a long time, John.
No, it seems to go by, you know, I mean, you see there, I mean, Bradley's done only 7 laps, so... but yeah, it soon goes by, and these sessions, I mean, ours was 30 minutes. We did 4 or 5 laps, came in, put a new back tyre in, and then 4 or 5, and that was it. So you've got to make it count, but it's difficult. You know, what do? You do a long run, you keep changing things. Sometimes, I think for me, that to learn the bike is being out on the track. You know, it might have a few little nuances that you want to fix, but I think the best thing is a bit of bike fitness and learning the bike, the characteristics of the engine, and sometimes you come in and you change things, and you're changing it for no reason, really. I think
changing it for the sake of changing.
We've all done it. We've all started off at one point, gone all the way around the houses, and been back to, when the race comes, back to square one. So I think at this stage you need to be spinning laps and getting data and you know, and understanding your bike.
Is that what you do to learn a new bike? Is that the type of thing you would like to do? Just ride it and ride it and ride it?
I would. I mean, for me, I mean, I'm not at this league anymore, but I'm just doing my thing. But you know, we've been testing a new exhaust today. So I've been doing a bit of donkey work as well for Dean Harrison. We've been
really the legend did donkey work.
Yeah, I've been doing a bit of donkey work for Dean. We scrubbed about 4 sets of discs in, which. When there's 60 bikes on track, you're trying to scrub a set of discs in, it's quite sketchy, so I've been looking for a bit of room on the track so I could do that safely as well. So, and then we've got a new exhaust valve in the stocker, which has been working really, really well, so we never stand still. So.
Brooksy slides off at Druids, rider okay, and has continued bike 25. You don't slide off at Druids very often and get he's coming in the pit lane just now, Josh Brooks. Let me see if I can see the binoculars.
He's ridden it in.
Which is, Josh is a bit dusty himself. It's he
might have went straight on, maybe run into the gravel and did a bit of. Yeah. He's a fairly handy motocross rider.
Isn't he just?
He's just.
So. He owns a CR500, doesn't he?
He's got a load of bikes. Yeah. He's definitely.
Says you.
Well, I've got a few, but he's a bit eccentric, Josh, and I think he knows it as well. But he's just got that Kyle Cox on a red flag, isn't
red flag. I wonder if that's maybe for debris that we've got out there. Possibly. We'll see. He's gone down at Druids. There could be, you know, bike goes down, picks up debris, and it can then come out of the belly pan. So
yeah, he's got a load of. Bit selfish of him.
Yeah, it's not something you want to do with only 9 minutes in the session. No? Well, exactly, with 9 minutes.
I think they keep the clock running, don't they?
They do.
Around,
they do. So that's not ideal for anybody else. But hopefully we'll get an update on the screen as to why the red flag has come out. But for you, we spoke earlier on. You've got a mighty busy time. But this is also a local circuit for you, isn't it? How far away are you from here?
I'm about an hour and a quarter on a good day. Might take an hour and a half. But yeah, we're up north now, mate. I mean, not quite as north as you, but yeah, what a fantastic part of the country. What a place to have a circuit, isn't it?
I know, it's great.
Park, and everybody's got a story of this place. And I mean, my journey home will be sweet tonight. And then tomorrow I'm going to the Isle of Man on the ferry in the afternoon. And then Friday night we've got like this podcast thing in the Isle of Man celebrating 30 years of racing at the TT. So we've got a few. We've got a few celebs coming, I think it's a bit like a This Is Your Life type thing for me. So yeah, gravel at Debris at Gravel, you were absolutely dead right.
Yeah, there we go, turn 15 last corner. So
yeah, straight to the Isle of Man, and then me and Dean Harrison were guest of honours at the Stafford Show on Saturday, Sunday. So me and Dean on stage will be epic because, like Dean talks as fast as he rides. He never takes a breath. It's just brilliant, you know. Any debriefing and stuff, he's absolutely flat out. So I'm quite looking forward to spending a bit of time at the Stafford Show.
We like Dean. He's good. He's good laugh, isn't he?
Value. Says it as it is as well.
But he's also becoming a really, really handy Supersport rider. And that's something I've noticed. This test, Donington test, and this test, he's only a couple of tenths away from Jack Kennedy, and he is there.
He's working hard, and Dean's been putting the work in because he's training hard, and he never puts it on social media. You know, he's not in the gym pumping iron and stuff, but I know he's doing it, and a lot of cycling. We have this Isle of Man group chat as well. I can't say too much about it. We have a right old laugh on that, but yeah, Dean's putting the work in. He's putting the hard yards in, and he's in real good shape, and we've built him a bike for the TT, like a superbike that he wants. So yeah, he will be a force to be reckoned with, and the Honda's, you know, it's good. It's a great bike, but got to be careful what I say up here. You know, these new rules, some of the bikes maybe, yeah.
Don't get yourself in trouble on my watch.
They have an advantage, you know. CC,
yeah.
One thing. I think that the Honda just needs a little an upgrade somewhere. I think Jack's that good that he makes the bike look better than it is. So.
Well, Jack seems to extract just that little bit more than anybody else can, and we've seen that over the years with Jack Kennedy. No matter what he rides, we saw that when he was on one of Dave Tyson's Kawasaki's as well. He rode the absolute wheels off that thing.
He's a credit to any team, is Jack. Yeah, a lot of time for Jack. He's absolute, yeah, great individual. And his dad, and it's like dads and sons relationships in racing. Sometimes they don't work, and you know, Paddy's got his back all the time as well, which is really nice. They see they've might have stopped the clock, give a couple of minutes back here.
Yeah, that's a good thing to do. I also saw our very own Jack Russell jumping over the pit wall there, and somebody had dropped an inboard, which Jack has gone and picked up for us. Good man him. One of our, oh no, it's not a number 2 board. That could have been your position earlier on, actually.
Oh, I'd love to be. Them days are long gone. I said when I was P1 yesterday when it started, it was funny. You wouldn't put the board out P1. I was like, what?
Scott Hargreaves said that to me as well. He came in the garage and saw McGuinness P1. He had to ask somebody, is this true? He said yes.
I think it's because I've got so much experience that as soon as I go out to the track, I can go straight to a decent pace, and then all the kids half my age have just consistently caught me over the last couple of days and pulled my trousers down at the 12th hour, but it's all good.
But the track develops as well, doesn't it? The track evolves. Did you have to change the bike much to make up with the rubber that got put down and the nicer temperatures that we've got, or did you do anything?
No, really. I'm one of those guys that a bit of a, you know, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But we have tried a lot of things. We've been messing around. I mean, them bikes are full of electronics, those kit ECUs on them, stockers, and messing about with a bit of traction, a little bit of anti-wheelie. We got engine braking, settings on them, and yeah, we have been tweaking them about. But honestly, at Oulton Park, I mean, when you see these professionals going around, they make it look fairly easy, but when you sat on the bike, there's a lot going on. You do not get RS round here.
Yeah.
And the wind's been quite tricky. It's been bizarre this last couple of days because you can brake a lot later into Druids because it's been a headwind, and then trying to get out of Cascade, you're just getting blown off the track all the time. So it's been quite hard getting on the gas. And then when you go into Shell Oils, you could really brake late into there because it was a headwind again. So it was quite a weird setup.
Let me stand in front of you for a minute. I want to see if there's any new tyres coming out here. I think McManus may be on a new tyre. Doesn't look like any of your Honda boys are going out there on a new tyre.
Oh, so we're out of budget.
Well, is there really any point you have to ask at the end of the day? Ryan Vickers has had a good test, and he seems to be able to extract it when he needs to. But those 4 bikes away now didn't look like they were on. Well, maybe Eugene may be on a new tyre, but Christian Eden about to come out on his Senka Aprilia. I'll just have a. We'll use our eagle eyes here. I mean, what did I say?
The Aprilia.
Oh dear, did I? Yeah.
That look like a new tyre.
Oh, it's shiny.
Maybe.
Ooh. Let's see what Glen Irwin's got. That's new. That's split new tyre for Glen Irwin. Danny Kent got a new tyre as well. New tyre. Both tag bikes on a new tyre. Scott Redding on a new tyre. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, last 6 seconds.
Here we go.
Shootout. Time attack, as they call it.
Yeah, Senkat Yamaha. New tyres everywhere.
Andrew Irwin on a new tyre. Spent a couple of years working with Andrew. Lovely lad. Just had lined up for him, but he's got a good packing under him now. So
he's the fastest man currently in the session.
Bradley for new front tyre.
New front tyre, new rear tyre.
Ooh.
Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. 5.5 minutes of speed, John.
Yep, could be the fastest lap of the last 2-day test. And
when you go front and back new, that's a.
That's Steve Rogers dipping his hand in his wallet.
That's a big one, that. But he wasn't the only one going out there front and back. Here's Kyle Reid coming down. What is Kyle? He's got a new front tyre in as well, and he's got a new back tyre in as well. Okay, John.
The champion. Who's your money on?
I never bet. Not with you, anyway.
Pocket Rocket?
Pocket Rocket new tyre is... No, actually. Difficult to say. Leon used one yesterday. We'll see what happens. We'll be able to tell. Leon Haslam sits in 16th place, 2 seconds away. He got that down to about 1.3 yesterday.
So there's the leading guys now to start the flying laps.
Here's the young team coming through with Ryan Vickers. Well, the young team. Jason O'Halloran, can I put him in that young team? Maybe not.
No, he's got the blackest hair though.
Has he?
It doesn't look real. It looks like a wig. It's absolutely perfect. Yeah.
Having dark hair, you know, it's not the thing, is it?
I don't know. Yeah, he's typical Aussie in his old hair.
Well, you've got a way, you can say things. There goes Glenn Owen across the line. Okay, so this is now a push lap for all these guys. They have got
4.5 minutes left.
4.5 minutes. It's probably enough for 2 laps.
Two fast laps on a new tyre, then that's about.
And the good thing is, it's just the Superbike guys. No guests, no Superstock. And let's see exactly what they have got. Either Michalczyk trying to get himself onto the back of Andrew Irwin, which is a pretty good place to be. Andrew's had a really strong test in 9th place. And an interesting time for Andrew. People that haven't actually gone out though, Rory Skinner, that's an interesting one.
Got Scott Redding here on a Sector 1 purple.
Haven't we just? Yeah, straight in there, bang.
Yeah,
this is the first new tyre that he'll have had, I think.
Yeah, and 158 through the speed trap as well, so he's only a mile an hour down on the fastest. That's a personal best through the speed trap for Scott as well, so he's having a go.
Lee Jackson now got that bike back into the pits, but it didn't look like he was a new rubber. As he makes his way, it'd be great if we could get a wee symbol up there, and we know he's going out with new tyres. Yeah, save me having to straighten my eyes.
Screens full of greens, so
isn't it just?
Yeah, green again for Redding.
Ryan Vickers on a quick lap about to personal best. Three spots for Ryan Vickers, or 3 green areas for Vickers. Where does Vickers go? He goes up to 6th place for Ryan Vickers. Scott Redding purple through sector 3.
Look at Jason in the top 10. Got the toe off Ryan as well. That's nice. That'll settle him down a little bit.
Good.
He's been struggling a bit, like you said, and just to be within a second of them guys, he'll be happy. That's Glenn Irwin over the line.
Glenn Irwin, what does he do? Glenn Irwin goes up to 4th place, 3-place improvement as Kyle Reid rides through the pit lane. That's a strange one for Kyle.
And Redding's due any second
Redding
now.
fastest, 33.1 fastest time off the test for Scott Redding on the PBM Hager, or the Hager PBM Ducati.
30 years since the start of the journey.
Fabulous, isn't it? The dynasty continues. Rory Skinner goes out. Is there new rubber in the back of that? Don't believe there is. So Scott Redding fastest, 4/10 of a second up the road. So if a new tyre doesn't just give you 4/10, because Scott Redding came from 4th place or 5th place.
That's a great lap time.
That's given him a huge amount.
Big advantage, that one.
1:33.1.
Looks like everybody else is sort of done really for fast laps.
Well, Kyle Reid hasn't put his in yet because he went out, did an outlap, then rode through the pits. So he's putting another extra lap on. 32.8 is our lap record in Superbike.
3/10 off the lap record, man.
It's not bad.
The best conditions as well.
Yeah.
It's a little bit windy. Don't feel it, but it's weird. It catches and gusty in a few places. Yeah, been tricky the last couple of days.
So 2 minutes to go. We have had a little bit of excitement towards the end. Scott Redding has gone fastest with the fastest time off the test with a 1:33.1 on a new tyre run. Leon Haslam, what does the Pocket Rocket do? Does he move anywhere? He goes up 7 places to 11, so I would say that would be a new tyre for Leon in the back of that. I'm using the powers of whatever you call it.
I think that's the Honda's done there. They look like they were cruising into that.
Charlie Nesbitt up 8 places into 8th. So yeah, and Danny Kent up 2 places into 10th. And Rory Skinner still hanging on in 6th place here. Everybody's kind of just going up to the back of where Rory is. Looks like Glenn's done. And Glenn Owen with a personal best towards the end there, John, 33.954, but no improvement in position.
It's quite a big chunk off Scott though, isn't it? He has just thrown the gauntlet down there, and that lap there as well. No, well, he's 7.4.
It's like he's done would you call that a cool down lap from Scott Redding? Bradley Ray, yeah. Here comes Bradley Ray. What did he lose in the first sector? 23.1 he did in the first sector. Look, 22.7. So he's lost such a big chunk in that first sector. I don't think he's going to be able to bring that back, actually. But Scott Redding, 33 was the fastest lap. He's done a 37.
Here comes Cal Wright.
Yeah.
There we go. 32.79, what, 300ths fastest than the...
160.1 miles per hour as well. Now, do you think Kyle's done the perfect thing here? Instead of going out doing a warm-up lap and a hot lap, he's done 2 slower, cool
I don't think so.
laps.
No, I don't think so. I think he might have got some traffic in front of him and thought, you know what, I'm going to get held up, and then found some clear track. But yeah, you need to not take too much time out of it as you come purple sector 2 as well. So
Leon Haslam. Personal best as he comes into the last corner. This is how Leon likes it all on his own. He's about to come into our view. This could put the Moto Rapido Ducati into the top 10. It does. 6th place.
On an old tyre as well. You definitely didn't look like he had a new tyre on there as well.
That will...
3 or 4 laps in there, wasn't it? With 6 seconds to go before the checkered flag.
That's a big lap for Leon Haslam there, actually, to take him within 8 tenths.
Still coming, Cal Ride last sector now, so where is he coming into...
Are we going to see a 32?
Maybe.
It looks like it.
Going to be close to that record. Purples and greens all the way.
Here comes Kyle.
Checkered flag out now. It's the first man to take the checkered flag.
Waiting for the defending reigning champion to come across the
There he
line.
is.
What does he do? What does he do? Kyle Ride, 1:32.9. He's gone into 32s. He hasn't gone under the lap record, but he's just a tenth, less than a tenth away from it, John. That is a lap.
Stunning lap. First test on the new Ducati. Yeah, we'll be talking about that one. He hit the headlines there, and it doesn't look like anybody else is going to beat him, but Scott will be not happy with that one. But yeah, he's the current champion. That's why he's got the number 1 on his bike, because he's pretty handy.
Put 2 tenths into Scott Redding there, but that was a new front and rear for Kyle. I don't think it was that for Scott, was it? I can't remember.
Them fronts last a while, I don't think. Yeah, but it's still it's a confidence thing for a rider to have a new front in, and you're on the front here a lot. Drew is big hanging sort of third gear, fast corners, and island bends really hard in the front and stuff. So yeah, it's that confidence on the front. But yeah, that's a stunning lap. Bang on lap record breaking pace, not the best conditions. First time out on the bike.
Would you be happy with that?
I doff my hat.
Yeah, I think we both have to doff our hats. John, thank you for coming up and joining us in the commentary box and being in sound and vision, a bit like David Bowie. Good song in there somewhere. Is it Bowie or is it Bowie?
You can sing a bit as well and play the guitar. Does anybody know that?
No, it's a quiet secret.
Top secret.
Yeah, it is.
It's rubbish though.
Do you see Bowie or Bowie?
David Bowie.
That's it, exactly. I see that as well.
Bowie,
So there was somebody corrected me the other day and said it's Bowie.
Bowie. No, it's Bowie if you're up north. I don't know. What do you say? You say Bowie.
Bowie, yeah, absolutely. Anyway, John McGuinness, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary point. It's great to see John as ever. We'll go back to our pit lane camera. You can turn that off, and I'll say that Kyle Ride ends the session and the test fastest for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 2 tenths up the road from Scott Redding. What a lap that was from Kyle at the end. 1:32.913 from Scott Redding, from Bradley Ray, from Storm Stacey and Glenn Irwin, your top 5. Big laps from Leon Haslam, Rory Skinner, Ryan Vickers as well, getting the Honda inside the top 10, with Andrew Irwin and Charlie Spud Nesbitt rounding out the top 10 in total. We will be back with the next session. We'll also pop into the pit lane with the microphone and try and catch up with some Superbike riders before they disappear.
Okay, let's catch up with the man who finishes the final pre-season test, fastest of anybody, with a lap that almost was a lap record time round there, 1:32.9 Kilride, fabulous lap. Myself and John McGuinness called that, and he was like stepping back from the screen. Awesome.
Yeah, it was a great lap. Obviously, we've worked a lot on used tyres throughout the couple of days because we've got a lot of stuff to try. And we got through the last session really well. Although there was a red flag, obviously, Stuart did the kind thing and saved us 7 minutes, because I think obviously we've lost a fair bit of time these past couple of days. So obviously thanks for Stuart for gaining us those 7 minutes, and yeah, got everyone out to do a mini qualifying session. So yeah, 32.9, first ever 32 for me, first time on the Ducati Superbike. So yeah, I'm happy.
That's your first 32. You said there was a mistake. What was the mistake?
So just into Druids, obviously going up Clayle with a new tyre. Just misjudged everything really, went in a bit too fast, the rear kicked out, ran really deep, had to go back to second instead of third, short shift halfway around the corner and then fire it out. So yeah, would have definitely lost a tenth or two there, so yeah, we'll save that for when we do qualifying next time.
You feeling at home with it already?
I'm getting there.
You can see the smiles in the face.
Yeah, obviously it's all coming together. We've seen all around the world it's a very good bike, so I am just trying to make the most of it, and yeah, thanks to the team, credit to them really. Obviously they was working till Monday night, 1 o'clock in the morning. If the test would have been Sunday, Monday, we wouldn't have been racing or practicing, so yeah, credit to them, and yeah, we'll rest, do a bit of training, no injuries, and come back for round one.
Fabulous, buddy, well done. As John McGuinness said, that's why he is the champion. We'll give Glenn a little wave here, see if Glenn fancies a quick chat. The man from Northern Ireland, who is very much here as part, and he races, and family comes across, Lauren, the kids come across, and it's I like the leathers, I love the red and the black and the green, it just looks good. Welcome to the test. It's the first I've seen you actually. You look at home in this already. You looked at home in it from the first couple of laps, Glenn.
Yeah, the test has been good. Obviously it's been difficult for everyone with quite a lot of red flags. I felt good, like we rolled out of the box quite fast, to be truthfully honest. Only maybe 0.9 slower than what I've just done there, so perhaps the bike was in a good window at the start. I think the wind was much less at the beginning of that first session, so I think in the end we've kind of tied ourselves in knots a little bit. We had no rear brake, FP, or test session 1 and test session 2 yesterday. My foot was catching the quick release, so we kept, we didn't know what it was. I kept on hooking it with my heel and putting a little bit of fluid everywhere. Rectified that. One of the things I struggled on the Ducati with a lot was a new Oulton shock in the past few years, and just in the final 7 minutes there I just said to the boys, give me the old shock, and we have tried it this weekend. We've done our best times with it. We'll stick with that. It wasn't certainly not perfect on that final run because we had an experimental spring in it, but good work by the guys. I think our level, with a few tweaks right now, can go to like the 30-35 area, which is good, but it's clearly not enough at the minute. Hats off to Kyle. That's a really fast lap time around here in the windy conditions. So we need to work hard. We need to work to reduce the gap and to ensure that first of all we fight for the podium before we think of fighting for wins. Yeah, great to see you in the Ducati, looking happy though, Glenn. Thanks for your time. We'll let you head off back into the garage. We'll make our way. I've not spoke with Leon Haslam all 2 days. He's in a bit of a state of debrief just now. The Moto Torpedo bike, completely different exhaust up the side. It's got the Termigori. We'll say that one. I'll get it right. And I just want to know if I can maybe try and grab a little quick word with Leon. Yeah, that'd be good if you could. I know I never want to interrupt. I said his name when he looked round, so it's his own fault. Wow, what a difference a couple of days makes, because I came in the garage the other day and Steve says Leon hates the bike. That was on Tuesday, but that's a really good end to the test for you guys. Direction, good.
Yeah, it's not hating the bike, obviously the Ducati is amazing. It was more the fact that it's not been running. We've had a few anomalies, as they say, and even now we've still not 100% understood the whole package, but clearly the bike's amazing. We were doing 32s last year on last year's bike, and I'm pretty confident this bike will be better. We've just got to figure out the whole package.
Yeah, and what was the biggest thing that you guys worked away on, or was it just everything?
Yeah, everything, we're just getting it to work with the Moto. Literally, the boys have worked crazy hours over the last week, and the first rollout was like literally trying making sure everything runs and works, and we found a few things that wasn't, and unfortunately we've had a lot of red flags, and I've only been getting 6 to 8 laps per session, so all in all we've probably only done 50 laps in 2 days, and we've come a long way.
Well done, Leon. Thank you very much. We'll catch you back next in a week or two when we come back. So that's good catching up with those guys. Bradley Ray is still having a bit of a chat in the garage with Mark Woodage. Bike still sitting there on the tyre warm, on the scales. Okay, right on the stands. Let's have a quick word with Brad. We always have a bit of a chat. Other Brad, yourself, Mr. Woodage, you happy?
Yeah, we're going well. It's another day. Some things that we've been trying. We'll see how we go at round 1.
Everybody thought I was going to speak to Brad Ray there when I said that,
Well, there's only one Brad in this camp.
I love it. I don't want to interrupt right now because it looks like it's pretty in depth over there, but is Mr. Ray happy?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
He looks happy. Your dad looks happy as well.
Yeah, I think there's more to come out of it, but a bit more time at the round 1 and we'll be there. We'll be all right.
Let's see if we can just catch Bradley Ray's eye and see if we can get a word with him in just a second, because that was a pretty strong test for the McCams Raceway Yam, I have to say that. Yeah, they went out and had a push towards the end. The Catties maybe got the headline grabbing figures, but when you look further back, maybe deeper in towards the actual 2 days of testing, you're probably going to see a slightly different story, a very consistent Brad Ray, and knowing the package that they've got underneath them, I'm pretty sure they'll be happy with that as well. And Steve Rogers, well, he puts together a good team. He's got the other side of the garage for the 2 R9s doing their thing, and both Ben Curry and Matt Trull are fully aware of what the R9 is for this year. They've got to work away accordingly and make sure that bike comes together and does the job for them. But Tim Seed on the electronics in this garage again, tapping away, never finished. The bike's plugged in right now via the data cable, and Mark Woodage is just explaining some of the changes that he could do for Brad Ray and what the difference for the bike and what difference it would do to the bike. That's another thing as well. It's all understanding the changes and making the correct change rather than just making a change, as John McGuinness says, make a change for the sake of making a change that so many people actually do. I'm going to disappear from this because they're still properly in depth having a conversation, and I don't want to interrupt that because it doesn't go down well. There's certainly work to be done. I wonder if we can get a word with one of these chaps in the garage here into PBM. I'll go and speak to them and save them coming to me. He's having a bit of a chat with Johnny Moore, Scott Redding. He's got Richard and he's got James Mead on his knees. But that was they did that fast time on a wet tyre. That's very impressive, actually. I've never seen that coming from the PBM team. But Scott Redding, yeah, chuffed with. I imagine we'll hopefully hear from him in a minute, as the Oulton's technician now makes his way out of the garage. Richard is gone. James Mead steps up. James, let's have a word with the data man. Stay here just now. New bike, a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, lots of work to be done. Obviously, we only got the bike about a week ago, and been putting it together the past few days and getting everything running. Only been on the dyno once before coming over here, so lots of things to get debugged, new sensors, new bike, new engine, new everything really. So it's finding a new window to operate in. It's been a bit of a challenge, but we've made some progress, and I think we're getting closer now. So we've got a decent base set up, and we can come back here in a week or so and hopefully work and go quickly.
I'll let you get back to the debrief for Scott. Guys, I'll catch you later on. Very impressive testers. John Hibson, one of the most experienced men in the pit lane, tidying up. I think the guys look kind of happy in there. So, all right, Harry boy, good stuff. We've got Ben Wilson tidying up for Rory Skinner. Let's see if we can just quickly jump and grab a final word from Rory before he heads off. Papa Stu on the notes. Rory, happy with how your test's gone?
Yeah, pretty happy, Duncan. Never really pushed, went out there to push for a lap time, and just, I know it's easy said, and probably the standard answer from everybody at this test, but honestly, for me, Oulton Park is one of those tracks that we don't get along too well, so kind of just treated the 2 days like a track day, and just tried to get comfortable here, and honestly, I can say I ended the test feeling probably the most relaxed I've ever been riding around Oulton Park, and yeah, really excited for coming here for round 1 for once.
Myself and John McGuinness were watching all the new tyres roll out the pit lane in the last 7 minutes, and Rory Skinner rumbles past on a set of well-used scrubs.
Yeah, well, that was the programme we were on. I think we used maybe 2 sets of tyres all day today. So yeah, it's been good. Happy enough with the progress. The boys have done a great job as always, and yeah, me and Stuart are finally starting to get ahead round this Yamaha.
Top job, Rory. Well done, Stuart. Good stuff from the guys in the garage as well. We'll make our way away. He's got Mike Skinner back on the tools as well. What a team. Mike Skinner and Ben Wilson looking after your factory Yamaha. That's just brilliant. 2 former racers. I said this morning in a joke, 2 former racers. One was really quick. Who was the other one though? We'll come away from that. We'll make our way back down the pit lane. I haven't spoken with Jason O'Halloran, but he's sitting right in the back of the garage. Oh, that's a loud little motorbike, that. That's Henry McCartney making his way out of town. And Storm Stacey's not here, but Michael Rutter's here. You must be delighted with how the test has gone and finished for you guys in the Batham's AGN Ducati.
Yeah, you know, it's been a hard few weeks, and it's finally coming together. We've got the electronics sorted on it a bit better, and Storm seems a bit happier with it, and we're learning more all the time. You know, unfortunately we had a bit of a problem in that last run, where in one of those things, and yeah, so it's a massive learning curve for us, and we're developing a bike from scratch, and it's not easy.
See, John McGuinness was in the box for some of that last session. He was delighted when seeing Storm up there for Storm, but also he was delighted for yourself.
Yeah, I think, you know, John's been around a long time as well, and he understands the situation, and you know, it's put one of these together and be somewhere up the front against, you know, like, you know, the Yamahas, which have been there for 7 years now. I think they've had development for, and then the new Ducatis. You know, this bike was £38,000, and you're against something what's 170,000 euros. So it's like, I think we've done a good job. I think the whole team's worked brilliantly, and we just got to not get too far ahead of ourselves and try and keep it basic for now, and try and have a good Oulton Park, and then learn from there.
Roll on round 1.
Exactly.
Good luck. Thanks, Michael. Well done, Ray, as well. Congratulations to that little team there with a huge heart in that little team. Good stuff in the Dow camp. Ben Stafford obviously has had a good test because he's got a lollipop in his mouth, and that usually means that he's quite happy with how things have gone. Right, we're going to head back up to the commentary box. We're going to sign off. We're going to get packed up, and we'll give you the results for this last session once we get up there. Once we've had a quick chat actually with Andrew Irwin, if he is in here. Is Andrew in here? No. We've got the other one. We've got Graham, but Andrew about? He's getting changed. Can I see him from there? No. We'll just reverse out the garage then, and we'll say we did come to see Andrew, but we'll catch him at round number 1. Tell you what, I wonder if we could have a quick word with Ian Hutchison. I've been talking about you solid for 2 days. I've never seen a man do so many leathers changes for a bike, and I was thinking why, but obviously you don't want to do just one set of leathers, because when you need to ride these bike in the leathers, you need to have them worked in. But you've been busy, very busy over the past 2 days.
Yeah, it's also, we want to get pictures with the leathers on for getting posters for the Northwest, and also the Burrows team wanted some as well to get some posters. So still got a white helmet on, but looks something like with the leathers at least.
Are you happy with how the test's gone?
Yeah, it's gone really well. Done a lot of laps, jumping from bike to bike. We've done 3 bikes for 2 days. Every single session it's been pretty chaos, but yeah, it's all gone really well, and could have obviously easily anything could have gone wrong.
You've got a busy time coming up as well. You'll have are you doing the first couple of rounds of the BSB as well as the roads?
I'm doing Oulton on the Superstock bike, not Donington because it's not really worth it in between the two, but we'll do Oulton and then Northwest, and then hopefully we're ready for the TT.
Good luck, Ian. Thank you very much. Great seeing you on track again. He looked really strong, you know. And McGuinness was saying that he was possibly fastest of the road racers. So there's one in the pocket for Hutchie, and he's the man in that camp tapping away on the data. He's got the laptop out. So let's head back upstairs.
So with the last 4 minutes of this session just in front of us, Jack Dunnaby fastest of anybody. And looking pretty strong actually. Half a second faster than Clayton Edmonds. Didn't see that coming. And I'm probably sure that Clayton didn't see that coming either, but Jack was very much on it, shall we say, in the earlier session, where he took away the fastest time from Clayton Edmonds at the very end. Having said that, hang on, I'm getting excited. Clayton's putting a pretty hot lap together at this point. But I think we need to have a little recap on the Superbikes. That was a quality session towards the end there, and everybody's got slightly different ideas of what they want to do and how they want to go and do it. I like the fact that Kyle actually says he made a mistake on his hot lap, so he probably lost a tenth and a half, maybe 2 tenths. That's quite a big chunk of time. That could have put him underneath the lap record. But as John McGuinness said there, I mean, that's why he's a defending reigning champion. He's got on that bike. He's done everything he needs to do, and he's gone fast. And you know, it's a new bike. It's a new bike for the team. But he and Shannon Etheridge clearly working away very, very well in order to get everything as it should be. And he was quite relaxed as well. He was nice and in a happy place, and that's a good thing. We've seen with Kyle for quite some time that he doesn't get too bothered about other things that are going on around him. So that used to be one of his issues. It really did before he was a double back-to-back champion. People used to always question whether the mental strength was there, but I think we've seen now that's a thing of the past. Now he is the guy, and everybody's got to be mentally strong to try and keep up with him. But what he's done this weekend, I've said it again, what he's done this week has been fabulous. His teammate Glenn Irwin as well, out there with a few issues, but still really quick, and both of the nitrous competition Ducatis will be happy. You've got Brad Ray on the consistent Yamaha, something that he knows underneath him, something that will work for him as we get towards round number 1. And remember, if something happens with the weather, you've then got to look over towards the likes of Brad Ray, and these guys are staying on the similar bikes from last year, the Dow Hondas, the Luke Hedgers in these tricky conditions, because these new bikes, well, they've never really ridden them properly in the wet up until this point. Honda will be happy. Joe McGuinness said they managed to get Jason O'Halloran up towards the sharp end towards the end of that session, and the Osho was doing a cracking effort of digging into the back of one of the guys in front, getting a bit of a toe off Ryan actually, and that helped him elevate him quite high up the actual timing sheet towards the end of it. And our Superbike, we can have a look at that, just is in my hand. But good to hear from Michael Rutter as well, you know, and he takes into consideration what Bathams have spent on their bikes and then what other teams have spent on their bikes. It's kind of mind-blowing, but it's also good the way that there are 2 different ways of going about building the Ducati Superbike. Need to give a shout out as well to the tag Honda of Charlie Nesby, gets himself inside the top 10. 10th for Charlie, his teammate Fraser Rogers just outside the top 15 and 16th for Fraser, but showing that both guys do have a good ton of speed and a good ton of pace. And Oulton Park, we come back here, what's it, the 3rd, 4th, 5th I think of May, if I'm not mistaken, bank holiday weekend, looking forward to that one. Make sure you're here, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, that's when you want to be here. Don't be here on the Tuesday, we'll all be gone by that point. But the Friday, Saturday and Sunday, it's a big festival. The campsite will be full. It's a nice atmosphere. We'll be walking the track with the riders, catching up with them and finding out exactly what they think of the tested programme. Because the riders will go away from here and they digest it all. Then they start putting that into their mind. And then when you speak to them the next time, you might get a slightly different outlook on how the test was for them. But one thing's for sure, the defending reigning champ is fast and he is back, and he has definitely got his finger on that nitrous competition Ducati pulse. Will we see a victory from that bike in round 1, or will we see something from Brad Ray? Ilya Mikhalchik as well. Ilya on the IWR BMW. I think John McGuinness hit the nail on the head there. You know, he's learned the tracks on Superstock for a year, and put him on the Superbike and see how he goes. He ended that session 15th fastest. First time we've been on the bike, first time we've sat on the bike. 2.1 seconds away. But he knows Ilya's more a racer than anything else, and we've seen that from last year. Anyway, only time will tell. Checker flag now flies here. Jack Dunnaby ends the session fastest, unless there's going to be something pretty special from Ryan Frost, who jumps into 2nd place at the end of this session. Frosty with a personal best, hang on, and Frosty now with the fastest of anybody through sector number 2. Clayton Edmonds sits in 3rd place. Marco Holt in 4th with, Marlon McKenzie up there for the junior sport bike in 5th place. We need to get the next sector. Ryan Frost about to take the fastest time of this session, and that will be one good way for Frosty to end his session and his test. Remember, the RMG Moto 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship are only here for one day. They only did the Wednesday test, so Frosty about to come out the last corner and accelerate up. He's behind one of his teammates. He's behind Thorley Trevorrow as they go over the line. Is this a fastest time for Frosty as he crosses the line? Yes, it is. 46.978 for Ryan Frost. He goes to the top of the times by a 1/10 of a second. Job well done for Frosty on the MLAV Fibertech Honda. He'll be happy with that, as will the guys back in that team. A whole load of the bikes back there, all decaled up exactly the same, just the numbers are a bit different, and it can be a bit challenging to spot them all. But Frosty fastest from Dunnabee, Edmonds, Holt, McKenzie, Mason Foster. Young Jack Burrows in 7th place ahead of Harrison Day, and then Henry McCartney in 9th place with Luke Fitcher in 10th. Luke Fitcher will be happy with that one. His dad Duncan will also be pretty happy. Looking a little bit further down, Tyler Humphreys in 14th. Axel Lomas, the young Spanish rider, comes home in 16th place. And Thorley Trevor, let's give him a shout out. We did mention him earlier, comes home just outside the top 20 in 20th position. But that basically brings it to an end for us. We hope you've had a good, enjoyable test. We hope you've enjoyed listening in, whether you've been trackside for us with BSB Radio, with Powered by Kawasaki, or maybe you've been listening online. But 2 good solid days of testing, and we look forward to welcoming everybody back to Oulton Park for round number 1 in just a couple of weeks. So not much else to say for me, but got to pack all this up and we're going to head home until we do it all again. Thank you for being part of BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Until next time, guys, we'll see you later on.